Here begins The Pathfinder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Pathfinder, or The Inland Sea, by James Fenimore Cooper. Preface. The plan of this tale suggested itself to the writer many years since, though the details are altogether of recent invention. The idea of associating seamen and savages in incidents that might be supposed characteristic of the Great Lakes having been mentioned to a publisher, the latter obtained something like a pledge from the author to carry out the design at some future day, which pledge is now tardily and imperfectly redeemed. The reader may recognize an old friend under new circumstances in the principal character of this legend. If the exhibition made of this old acquaintance, in the novel circumstances in which he now appears, should be found not to lessen his favor with the public, it will be a source of extreme gratification to the writer, since he has an interest in the individual in question that falls little short of reality. It is not an easy task, however, to introduce the same character in 4 separate works, and to maintain the peculiarities that are indispensable to identity, without incurring a risk of fatiguing the reader with sameness, and the present experiment has been so long delayed quite as much from doubts of its success as from any other cause. In this, as in every other undertaking, it must be the end that will crown the work. The Indian character has so little variety that it has been my object to avoid dwelling on it too much on the present occasion. Its association with a sailor, too, it is feared, will be found to have more novelty than interest. It may strike the novice as an anachronism to place vessels on the Ontario in the middle of the 18th century, but in this particular facts will fully bear out all the license of the fiction. Although the precise vessels mentioned in these pages may never have existed on that water or anywhere else, others so nearly resembling them are known to have navigated that inland sea, even at a period much earlier than the one just mentioned, as to form a sufficient authority for their introduction into a work of fiction. It is a fact not generally remembered, however well known it may be, that there are isolated spots along the line of the Great Lakes that date as settlements as far back as many of the older American towns, and which were the seats of a species of civilization long before the greater portion of even the older states was rescued from the wilderness. Ontario in our own times has been the scene of important naval evolutions. Fleets have maneuvered on those waters which, half a century ago, were as deserted as waters well can be, and the day is not distant when the whole of that vast range of lakes will become the seat of empire, and fraught with all the interests of human society. Even though it be in a work of fiction, of what that vast region so lately was, may help to make up the sum of knowledge by which alone a just appreciation can be formed of the wonderful means by which Providence is clearing the way for the advancement of civilization across the whole American continent. Beginning of the Pathfinder. Chapter 1. The turf shall be my fragrant shrine, my temple, Lord, that arch of thine, my censer's breath the mountain airs, and silent thoughts my only prayers. Verse attributed to Moore. The sublimity connected with vastness is familiar to every eye. The most abstruse, the most far-reaching, perhaps the most chastened of the poet's thoughts, crowd on the imagination as he gazes into the depths of the illimitable void. The expanse of the ocean is seldom seen by the novice with indifference, and the mind, even in the obscurity of night, finds a parallel to that grandeur which seems inseparable from images that the senses cannot compass. With feelings akin to this admiration and awe, the offspring of sublimity, were the different characters with which the action of this tale must open, gazing on the scene before them. 4 persons in all, 2 of each sex. They had managed to ascend a pile of trees that had been uptorn by a tempest to catch a view of the objects that surrounded them. It is still the practice of the country to call these spots windrows. By letting in the light of heaven upon the dark and damp recesses of the wood, they form a sort of oases in the solemn obscurity of the virgin forests of America. The particular windrow of which we are writing lay on the brow of a gentle acclivity, and, though small, it had opened the way for an extensive view to those who might occupy its upper margin, a rare occurrence to the traveller in the woods. Philosophy has not yet determined the nature of the power that so often lays desolate spots of this description, some ascribing it to the whirlwinds which produce waterspouts on the ocean, while others again impute it to sudden and violent passages of streams of the electric fluid, but the effects in the woods are familiar to all. On the upper margin of the opening, the viewless influence had piled tree on tree, in such a manner as had not only enabled the two males of the party to ascend to an elevation of some 30 feet above the level of the earth, but, with a little care and encouragement, to induce their more timid companions to accompany them. The vast trunks which had been broken and driven by the force of the gust lay blended like jackstraws, while their branches, still exhaling the fragrance of withering leaves, were interlaced in a manner to afford sufficient support to the hands. One tree had been completely uprooted, and its lower end, filled with earth, had been cast uppermost, in a way to supply a sort of staging for the four adventurers, when they had gained the desired distance from the ground. The reader is to anticipate none of the appliances of people of condition in the description of the personal appearances of the group in question. They were all wayfarers in the wilderness, and had they not been, neither their previous habits nor their actual social positions would have accustomed them to many of the luxuries of rank. Two of the party, indeed, a male and female, belonged to the native owners of the soil, being Indians of the well-known tribe of the Tuscaroras, while their companions were a man, who bore about him the peculiarities of one who had passed his days on the ocean, and was, too, in a station little, if any, above that of a common mariner, and his female associate, who was a maiden of a class in no great degree superior to his own, though her youth, sweetness, and countenance, and a modest but spirited mien, lent that character of intellect and refinement which adds so much to the charm of beauty in the sex. On the present occasion, her full blue eye reflected the feeling of sublimity that the scene excited, and her pleasant face was beaming with the pensive expression with which all deep emotions, even though they bring the most grateful pleasure, shadow the countenances of the ingenuous and thoughtful. And truly, the scene was of a nature deeply to impress the imagination of the beholder. Towards the west, in which direction the faces of the party were turned, the eye ranged over an ocean of leaves, glorious and rich in the varied and lively verdure of a generous vegetation, and shaded by the luxuriant tints which belong to the 42nd degree of latitude. The elm with its graceful and weeping top, the rich varieties of the maple, most of the noble oaks of the American forest, with the broad-leaved linden known in the parlance of the country as the basswood, mingled their uppermost branches, forming one broad and seemingly interminable carpet of foliage which stretched away towards the setting sun, until it bounded the horizon by blending with the clouds, as the waves and the sky meet at the base of the vault of heaven. Here and there, by some accident of the tempests, or by a caprice of nature, a trifling opening amid these giant members of the forest permitted an inferior tree to struggle upward toward the light, and to lift its modest head nearly to a level with the surrounding surface of verdure. Of this class were the birch, a tree of some account in regions less favored, the quivering aspen, various generous nutwoods, and divers others which resembled the ignoble and vulgar, thrown by circumstances into the presence of the stately and great. Here and there, too, the tall, straight trunk of the pine pierced the vast field, rising high above it, like some grand monument reared by art on a plain of leaves. It was the vastness of the view, the nearly unbroken surface of verdure, that contained the principle of grandeur. The beauty was to be traced in the delicate tints, relieved by gradations of light and shade, while the solemn repose induced the feeling allied to awe. "Uncle," said the wondering but pleased girl, addressing her male companion, whose arm she rather touched than leaned upon, to steady her own light but firm footing, "this is like a view of the ocean you so much love." "So much for ignorance and a girl's fancy, Magnet," a term of affection the sailor often used in allusion to his niece's personal attractions. "No one but a child would think of likening this handful of leaves to a look at the real Atlantic. You might seize all these tree tops to Neptune's jacket, and they would make no more than a nosegay for his bosom." "More fanciful than true, I think, uncle. Look thither, it must be miles on miles, and yet we see nothing but leaves. What could one behold if looking at the ocean?" "More," returned the uncle, giving an impatient gesture with the elbow the other touched, for his arms were crossed and the hands were thrust into the bosom of a vest of red cloth, a fashion of the times. "More, Magnet. Say, rather, what less? Where are your combing seas, your blue water, your rollers, your breakers, your whales or your waterspouts, and your endless motion in this bit of a forest, child?" "And where are your tree tops, your solemn silence, your fragrant leaves, and your beautiful green, uncle, on the ocean?" "Tut, Magnet, if you understood the thing you would know that green water is a sailor's bane. He scarcely relishes a greenhorn less." "But green trees are a different thing. Hist! That sound is the air breathing among the leaves." "You should hear a nor'wester breathe, girl, if you fancy wind aloft. Now, where are your gales and hurricanes and trades and levanters, and such like incidents, in this bit of a forest? And what fishes have you swimming beneath yon tame surface?" "That there have been tempests here, these signs around us plainly show, and beasts, if not fishes, are beneath those leaves." "I do not know that," returned the uncle with a sailor's dogmatism. "They told us many stories at Albany of the wild animals we should fall in with, and yet we have seen nothing to frighten a seal. I doubt if any of your inland animals will compare with a low latitude shark." "See!" exclaimed the niece, who was more occupied with the sublimity and beauty of the boundless wood than with her uncle's arguments. "Yonder is a smoke curling over the tops of the trees. Can it come from a house?" Ay, there is a look of humanity in that smoke," returned the old seaman, "which is worth 1,000 trees. I must show it to Arrowhead, who may be running past a port without knowing it. It is probable there is a caboose where there is a smoke." As he concluded, the uncle drew a hand from his bosom, touched the male Indian, who was standing near him, lightly on the shoulder, and pointed out a thin line of vapor which was stealing slowly out of the wilderness of leaves, at a distance of about a mile, and was diffusing itself in almost imperceptible threads of humidity in the quivering atmosphere. The Tuscarora was one of those noble-looking warriors oftener met with among the aborigines of this continent a century since than today, and while he had mingled sufficiently with the colonists to be familiar with their habits and even with their language, he had lost little, if any, of the wild grandeur and simple dignity of a chief. Between him and the old seaman the intercourse had been friendly, but distant, for the Indian had been too much accustomed to mingle with the officers of the different military posts he had frequented not to understand that his present companion was only a subordinate. So imposing, indeed, had been the quiet superiority of the Tuscarora's reserve, that Charles Cap, for so was the seaman named, in his most dogmatical or facetious moments, had not ventured on familiarity in an intercourse which had now lasted more than a week. The sight of the curling smoke, however, had struck the latter like the sudden appearance of a sail at sea, and for the first time since they met he ventured to touch the warrior, as has been related. The quick eye of the Tuscarora instantly caught a sight of the smoke, and for full a minute he stood, slightly raised on tiptoe, with distended nostrils, like the buck that scents a taint in the air, and a gaze as riveted as that of the trained pointer while he waits his master's aim. Then, falling back on his feet, a low exclamation, in the soft tones that formed so singular a contrast to the harsher cries in the Indian warrior's voice, was barely audible, otherwise he was undisturbed. His countenance was calm, and his quick, dark, eagle eye moved over the leafy panorama, as if to take in at a glance every circumstance that might enlighten his mind. That the long journey they had attempted to make through a broad belt of wilderness was necessarily attended with danger, both uncle and niece well knew, though neither could at once determine whether the sign that others were in their vicinity was the harbinger of good or evil. "There must be Oneidas or Tuscaroras near us, Arrowhead," said Cap, addressing his Indian companion by his conventional English name. "Will it not be well to join company with them and get a comfortable berth for the night in their wigwam?" "No wigwam there," Arrowhead returned in his unmoved manner. "Too much tree." "But Indians must be there, perhaps some old messmates of your own, Master Arrowhead." "No Tuscarora, no Oneida, no Mohawk. Pale face fire." "The devil it is! Well, Magnet, this surpasses a seaman's philosophy. We old sea dogs can tell a lubber's nest from a mate's hammock, but I do not think the oldest admiral in his Majesty's fleet can tell a king's smoke from a collier's." The idea that human beings were in their vicinity, in that ocean of wilderness, had deepened the flush on the blooming cheek and brightened the eye of the fair creature at his side, but she soon turned with a look of surprise to her relative, and said hesitatingly, for both had often admired the Tuscarora's knowledge, or, we might almost say, instinct, "A pale face's fire! Surely, uncle, he cannot know that." "10 days since, child, I would have sworn to it, but now I hardly know what to believe. May I take the liberty of asking, Arrowhead, why you fancy that smoke now a pale face's smoke, and not a redskin's?" "Wet wood," returned the warrior, with the calmness with which the pedagogue might point out an arithmetical demonstration to his puzzled pupil. "Much wet, much smoke, much water, black smoke." "But begging your pardon, Master Arrowhead, the smoke is not black, nor is there much of it. To my eye, now, it is as light and fanciful a smoke as ever rose from a captain's tea kettle, when nothing was left to make the fire but a few chips from the dunnage." "Too much water," returned Arrowhead, with a slight nod of the head. "Tuscarora too cunning to make fire with water. Paleface too much book, and burn anything. Much book, little know." "Well, that's reasonable, I allow," said Cap, who was no devotee of learning. "He means that as a hit at your reading, Magnet, for the chief has sensible notions of things in his own way. How far now, Arrowhead, do you make us, by your calculation, from the bit of a pond that you call the Great Lake, and towards which we have been so many days shaping our course?" The Tuscarora looked at the seaman with quiet superiority as he answered, "Ontario, like heaven, one sun, and the great traveller will know it." "Well, I have been a great traveller, I cannot deny, but of all my voyages this has been the longest, the least profitable, and the farthest inland. If this body of fresh water is so nigh, Arrowhead, and so large, one might think a pair of good eyes would find it out, for apparently everything within 30 miles is to be seen from this lookout." "Look," said Arrowhead, stretching an arm before him with quiet grace. "Ontario." "Uncle, you are accustomed to cry 'land ho!' but not 'water ho!' and you do not see it," cried the niece, laughing, as girls will laugh at their own idle conceits. "How now, Magnet? Dost suppose that I shouldn't know my native element if it were in sight?" "But Ontario is not your native element, dear uncle, for you come from the salt water, while this is fresh." That might make some difference to your young mariner, but none to the old one. I should know water, child, were I to see it in China." "Ontario," repeated Arrowhead, with emphasis, again stretching his hand towards the northwest. Cap looked at the Tuscarora, for the first time since their acquaintance, with something like an air of contempt, though he did not fail to follow the direction of the chief's eye and arm, both of which were directed towards a vacant point in the heavens, a short distance above the plain of leaves. Ay, this is as much as I expected when I left the coast in search of a fresh-water pond," resumed Cap, shrugging his shoulders like one whose mind was made up, and who thought no more need be said. "Ontario may be there, or for that matter it may be in my pocket. Well, I suppose there will be room enough when we reach it to work our canoe. But, Arrowhead, if there be pale faces in our neighborhood, I confess I should like to get within hail of them." The Tuscarora now gave a quiet inclination of his head, and the whole party descended from the roots of the uptorn tree in silence. When they reached the ground, Arrowhead intimated his intention to go towards the fire, and ascertain who had lighted it, while he advised his wife and the two others to return to a canoe, which they had left in the adjacent stream, and await his return. "Why, chief, this might do on soundings, and in an offing where one knew the channel," returned old Cap. "But in an unknown region like this, I think it unsafe to trust the pilot alone too far from the ship. So, with your leave, we will not part company." "What my brother want?" asked the Indian gravely, though without taking offence at a distrust that was sufficiently plain. "Your company, Master Arrowhead, and no more. I will go with you and speak these strangers." The Tuscarora assented without difficulty, and again he directed his patient and submissive little wife, who seldom turned her full rich black eye on him but to express equally her respect, her dread, and her love, to proceed to the boat. But here Magnet raised a difficulty. Although spirited, and of unusual energy under circumstances of trial, she was but woman, and the idea of being entirely deserted by her two male protectors, in the midst of a wilderness that her senses had just told her was seemingly illimitable, became so keenly painful that she expressed a wish to accompany her uncle. "The exercise will be a relief, dear sir, after sitting too long in the canoe," she added, as the rich blood slowly returned to a cheek that had paled, in spite of her efforts to be calm. "And there may be females with the strangers." "Come then, child, it is but a cable's length, and we shall return an hour before the sun sets." With this permission, the girl, whose real name was Mabel Dunham, prepared to be of the party, while the Dew of June, as the wife of Arrowhead was called, passively went her way towards the canoe, too much accustomed to obedience, solitude, and the gloom of the forest to feel apprehension. The three who remained in the windrow now picked their way around its tangled maze, and gained the margin of the woods. A few glances of the eye sufficed for Arrowhead, but old Cap deliberately set the smoke by a pocket compass, before he trusted himself within the shadows of the trees. "This steering by the nose, Magnet, may do well enough for an Indian, but your thoroughbred knows the virtue of the needle," said the uncle, as he trudged at the heels of the light-stepping Tuscarora. "America would never have been discovered, take my word for it, if Columbus had been nothing but nostrils. Friend Arrowhead, didst ever see a machine like this?" The Indian turned, cast a glance at the compass, which Cap held in a way to direct his course, and gravely answered, "A pale-face eye. The Tuscarora see in his head. The salt water," for so the Indian styled his companion, "all eye now, no tongue." "He means, uncle, that we had needs be silent. Perhaps he distrusts the persons we are about to meet." "Ay, 'tis an Indian's fashion of going to quarters. You perceive he has examined the priming of his rifle, and it may be as well if I look to that of my own pistols." Without betraying alarm at these preparations, to which she had become accustomed by her long journey in the wilderness, Mabel followed with a step as elastic as that of the Indian, keeping close in the rear of her companions. For the first half-mile no other caution beyond a rigid silence was observed, but as the party drew nearer to the spot where the fire was known to be, much greater care became necessary. The forest, as usual, had little to intercept the view below the branches but the tall, straight trunks of trees. Everything belonging to vegetation had struggled towards the light, and beneath the leafy canopy one walked, as it might be, through a vast natural vault, upheld by myriads of rustic columns. These columns or trees, however, often served to conceal the adventurer, the hunter, or the foe, and as Arrowhead swiftly approached the spot where his practised and unerring senses told him the strangers ought to be, his footstep gradually became lighter, his eye more vigilant, and his person was more carefully concealed. "See, Saltwater," said he, exulting, pointing through the vista of trees. "Pale-face fire." "By the Lord, the fellow is right," muttered Cap. "There they are, sure enough, and eating their grub as quietly as if they were in the cabin of a three-decker." "Arrowhead is but half right," whispered Mabel, "for there are 2 Indians and only 1 white man." "Pale faces," said the Tuscarora, holding up 2 fingers. "Red man," holding up 1. "Well," rejoined Cap, "it is hard to say which is right and which is wrong. One is entirely white, and a fine comely lad he is, with an air of respectability about him. One is a redskin as plain as paint, and nature can make him, but the third chap is half rigged, being neither brig nor schooner." "Pale faces," repeated Arrowhead, again raising 2 fingers. "Red man," showing but 1. "He must be right, uncle, for his eye seems never to fail. But it is now urgent to know whether we meet as friends or foes. They may be French." "One hail will soon satisfy us on that head," returned Cap. "Stand you behind the tree, Magnet, lest the knaves take it into their heads to fire a broadside without a parley, and I will soon learn what colours they sail under." The uncle had placed his 2 hands to his mouth to form a trumpet, and was about to give the promised hail, when a rapid movement from the hand of Arrowhead defeated the intention by deranging the instrument. "Red man Mohican," said the Tuscarora. "Good. Pale faces Yengeese." "These are heavenly tidings," murmured Mabel, who little relished the prospect of a deadly fray in that remote wilderness. "Let us approach at once, dear uncle, and proclaim ourselves friends." "Good," said the Tuscarora. "Red man cool, and know. Pale face hurried, and fire. Let the squaw go." "What!" said Cap in astonishment. "Send little Magnet ahead as a lookout, while 2 lubbers, like you and me, lie to see what sort of a landfall she will make? If I do, "It is wisest, uncle," interrupted the generous girl, "and I have no fear. No Christian, seeing a woman approach alone, would fire upon her, and my presence will be a pledge of peace. Let me go forward, as Arrowhead wishes, and all will be well. We are as yet unseen, and the surprise of the strangers will not partake of alarm." "Good," returned Arrowhead, who did not conceal his approbation of Mabel's spirit. "It has an unseamanlike look," answered Cap, "but, being in the woods, no one will know it. If you think, Mabel—" "Uncle, I know. There is no cause to fear for me, and you are always nigh to protect me." "Well, take one of the pistols, then—" "Nay, I had better rely on my youth and feebleness," said the girl, smiling, while her colour heightened under her feelings. "Among Christian men, a woman's best guard is her claim to their protection. I know nothing of arms, and wish to live in ignorance of them." The uncle desisted, and after receiving a few cautious instructions from the Tuscarora, Mabel rallied all her spirit, and advanced alone towards the group seated near the fire. Although the heart of the girl beat quick, her step was firm, and her movements, seemingly, were without reluctance. A death-like silence reigned in the forest,
for they towards whom she approached were too much occupied in appeasing their hunger to avert their looks for an instant from the important business in which they were all engaged. When Mabel, however, had got within 100 feet of the fire, she trod upon a dried stick, and the trifling noise produced by her light footstep caused the Mohican, as Arrowhead had pronounced the Indian to be, and his companion, whose character had been thought so equivocal, to rise to their feet, as quick as thought. Both glanced at the rifles that leaned against a tree, and then each stood without stretching out an arm, as his eyes fell on the form of the girl. The Indian uttered a few words to his companion, and resumed his seat and his meal as calmly as if no interruption had occurred. On the contrary, the white man left the fire and came forward to meet Mabel. The latter saw, as the stranger approached, that she was about to be addressed by one of her own color, though his dress was so strange a mixture of the habits of the two races that it required a near look to be certain of the fact. He was of middle age, but there was an open honesty, a total absence of guile in his face, which otherwise would not have been thought handsome, that at once assured Magnet she was in no danger. Still she paused. "Fear nothing, young woman," said the hunter, for such his attire would indicate him to be. "You have met Christian men in the wilderness, and such as know how to treat all kindly who are disposed to peace and justice. I am a man well known in all these parts, and perhaps one of my names may have reached your ears. By the Frenchers and the Redskins on the other side of the big lakes I am called La Longue Carabine. By the Mohicans, a just-minded and upright tribe, what is left of them, Hawkeye; while the troops and rangers along this side of the water call me Pathfinder, inasmuch as I have never been known to miss one end of the trail when there was a Mingo, or a friend who stood in need of me, at the other." This was not uttered boastfully, but with the honest confidence of one who well knew that by whatever name others might have heard of him, who had no reason to blush at the reports. The effect on Mabel was instantaneous. The moment she heard the last sobriquet, she clasped her hands eagerly and repeated the word "Pathfinder." "So they call me, young woman, and many a great lord has got a title that he did not half so well merit; though, if truth be said, I rather pride myself in finding my way where there is no path, than in finding it where there is. But the regular troops are by no means particular, and half the time they don't know the difference between a trail and a path, though one is a matter for the eye, while the other is little more than scent." "Then you are the friend my father promised to send to meet us?" "If you are Sergeant Dunham's daughter, the great prophet of the Delawares never uttered more truth." "I am Mabel, and yonder, hid by the trees, are my uncle, whose name is Cap, and a Tuscarora called Arrowhead. We did not hope to meet you until we had nearly reached the shores of the lake." "I wish a juster-minded Indian had been your guide," said Pathfinder, "for I am no lover of the Tuscaroras, who have travelled too far from the graves of their fathers always to remember the Great Spirit, and Arrowhead is an ambitious chief. Is the Dew of June with him?" "His wife accompanies us, and a humble and mild creature she is." "Ay, and true-hearted, which is more than any who know him will say of Arrowhead. Well, we must take the fare that Providence bestows, while we follow the trail of life. I suppose worse guides might have been found than the Tuscarora, though he has too much Mingo blood for one who consorts altogether with the Delawares." "It is, then, perhaps fortunate we have met," said Mabel. "It is not misfortunate, at any rate, for I promised the Sergeant I would see his child safe to the garrison, though I died for it. We expected to meet you before you reached the falls, where we have left our own canoe, while we thought it might do no harm to come up a few miles, in order to be of service if wanted. It is lucky we did, for I doubt if Arrowhead be the man to shoot the current." "Here comes my uncle and the Tuscarora, and our parties can now join." As Mabel concluded, Cap and Arrowhead, who saw that the conference was amicable, drew nigh, and a few words sufficed to let them know as much as the girl herself had learned from the strangers. As soon as this was done, the party proceeded towards the two who still remained near the fire. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of the Pathfinder. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Pathfinder, or the Inland Sea, by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 2. Yea, long as nature's humblest child hath kept her temple undefiled by simple sacrifice, earth's fairest scenes are all his own. He is a monarch, and his throne is built amid the skies. Attributed to Wilson. The Mohican continued to eat, though the second white man rose and courteously took off his cap to Mabel Dunham. He was young, healthful, and manly in appearance, and he wore a dress which, while it was less rigidly professional than that of the uncle, also denoted one accustomed to the water. In that age real seamen were a class entirely apart from the rest of mankind, their ideas, ordinary language, and attire being as strongly indicative of their calling as the opinions, speech, and dress of a Turk denote a Mussulman. Although the Pathfinder was scarcely in the prime of life, Mabel had met him with a steadiness that may have been the consequence of having braced her nerves for the interview; but when her eyes encountered those of the young man at the fire, they fell before the gaze of admiration with which she saw, or fancied she saw, he greeted her. Each, in truth, felt that interest in the other which similarity of age, condition, mutual comeliness, and their novel situation would be likely to inspire in the young and ingenuous. "Here," said Pathfinder, with an honest smile bestowed on Mabel, "are the friends your worthy father has sent to meet you. This is a great Delaware, and one who has had honors as well as troubles in his day. He has an Indian name fit for a chief, but as the language is not always easy for the inexperienced to pronounce, we naturally turn it into English, and call him the Big Sarpent. You are not to suppose, however, that by this name we wish to say that he is treacherous beyond what is lawful in a redskin, but that he is wise, and has the cunning which becomes a warrior. Arrowhead there knows what I mean." While the Pathfinder was delivering this address, the two Indians gazed on each other steadily, and the Tuscarora advanced and spoke to the other in an apparently friendly manner. "I like to see this," continued Pathfinder. "The salutes of two redskins in the woods, Master Cap, are like the hailing of friendly vessels on the ocean. But speaking of water, it reminds me of my young friend, Jasper Western, here, who can claim to know something of these matters, seeing that he has passed his days on Ontario." "I'm glad to see you, friend," said Cap, giving the young freshwater sailor a cordial grip, "though you must have had something still to learn, considering the school to which you have been sent. This is my niece Mabel. I call her Magnet, for a reason she never dreams of, though you may possibly have education enough to guess at it, having some pretensions to understand the compass, I suppose." "The reason is easily comprehended," said the young man, involuntarily fastening his keen dark eye, at the same time, on the suffused face of the girl. "And I feel sure that the sailor who steers by your Magnet will never make a bad landfall." "Ha! You do make use of some of the terms, I find, and that with propriety, though on the whole I fear you have seen more green than blue water." "It is not surprising that we should get some of the phrases which belong to the land, for we are seldom out of sight of it 24 hours at a time." "More's the pity, boy, more's the pity. A very little land ought to go a great way with a seafaring man. Now, if the truth were known, Master Western, I suppose there is more or less land all round your lake." "And, uncle, is there not more or less land round the ocean?" said Magnet quickly, for she dreaded a premature display of the old seaman's peculiar dogmatism, not to say pedantry. "No, child, there is more or less ocean all round the land. That's what I tell the people ashore, youngster. They are living, as it might be, in the midst of the sea, without knowing it. by sufferance, as it were, the water being so much the more powerful and the largest. But there is no end to conceit in this world, for a fellow who never saw salt water often fancies he knows more than one who has gone round the Horn. No, no, this earth is pretty much an island, and all that can be truly said not to be so is water." Young Western had a profound deference for a mariner of the ocean, on which he had often pined to sail, but he had also a natural regard for the broad sheet on which he had passed his life, and which was not without its beauties in his eyes. "What you say, sir," he answered modestly, "may be true as to the Atlantic, but we have a respect for the land up here on Ontario." "That is because you are always landlocked," returned Cap, laughing heartily. "But yonder is the Pathfinder, as they call him, with some smoking platters, inviting us to share in his mess, and I will confess that one gets no venison at sea. Master Western, civility to girls, at your time of life, comes as easy as taking in the slack of the ensign halyards, and if you will just keep an eye to her kid and can while I join the mess of the Pathfinder and our Indian friends, I make no doubt she will remember it." Master Cap uttered more than he was aware of at the time. Jasper Westbourne did attend to the wants of Mabel, and she long remembered the kind, manly attention of the young sailor at this their first interview. He placed the end of a log for a seat, obtained for her a delicious morsel of the venison, gave her a draught of pure water from the spring, and as he sat near her, fast won his way to her esteem by his gentle but frank manner of manifesting his care, homage that woman always wishes to receive, but which is never so flattering or so agreeable as when it comes from the young to those of their own age, from the manly to the gentle. Like most of those who pass their time excluded from the society of the softer sex, young Western was earnest, sincere, and kind in his attentions, which, though they wanted a conventional refinement, which perhaps Mabel never missed, had those winning qualities that prove very sufficient as substitutes. Leaving these two unsophisticated young people to become acquainted through their feelings, rather than their expressed thoughts, we will turn to the group in which the uncle had already become a principal actor. The party had taken their places around a platter of venison steaks, which served for the common use, and the discourse naturally partook of the characters of the different individuals which composed it. The Indians were silent and industrious, the appetite of the aboriginal American for venison being seemingly inappeasable, while the two white men were communicative, each of the latter being garrulous and opinionated in his way. But, as the dialogue will put the reader in possession of certain facts that may render the succeeding narrative more clear, it will be well to record it. "There must be satisfaction in this your life of yours, no doubt, Mr. Pathfinder," continued Cap, when the hunger of the travelers was so far appeased that they began to pick and choose among the savory morsels. "It is some of the chances and luck that we seamen like, and if ours is all water, yours is all land." "Nay, we have water, too, in our journeyings and marches," returned his white companion. "We bordermen handle the paddle and the spear almost as much as the rifle and the hunting knife." "Ay, but do you handle the brace and the bowline, the wheel and the lead line, the reef point and the top rope? The paddle is a good thing, out of doubt, in a canoe, but of what use is it in the ship?" "Nay, I respect all men in their callings, and I can believe the things you mention have their uses. One who has lived, like myself, in company with many tribes, understands differences in usages. The paint of a Mingo is not the paint of a Delaware, and he who should expect to see a warrior in the dress of a squaw might be disappointed. I am not yet very old, but I have lived in the woods, and have some acquaintance with human nature. I never believe much in the learning of them that dwell in towns, for I never yet met one that had an eye for a rifle or a trail. That's my manner of speaking, Master Pathfinder, to a yarn. Walking about streets, going to church of Sundays, and hearing sermons, never yet made a man of a human being. Send the boy out upon the broad ocean, if you wish to open his eyes, and let him look upon foreign nations, or what I call the face of nature, if you wish him to understand his own character. Now, there is my brother-in-law, the sergeant. He is as good a fellow as ever broke a biscuit, in his way, but what is he, after all? Why, nothing but a soldier. A sergeant, to be sure, but that is a sort of a soldier, you know. When he wished to marry poor Bridget, my sister, I told the girl what he was, as in duty bound, and what she might expect from such a husband. But you know how it is with girls when their minds are jammed by an inclination. It is true the sergeant has risen in his calling, and they say he is an important man at the fort, but his poor wife has not lived to see it all, for she has now been dead these 14 years. A soldier's calling is honorable, provided he is fit only on the side of right, returned the Pathfinder. And as the Frenchers are always wrong, and his sacred majesty and these colonies are always right, I take it the sergeant has a quiet conscience as well as a good character. I have never slept more sweetly than when I have fit the Mingoes, though it is the law with me to fight always like a white man and never like an Indian. The Sarpent here has his fashions, and I have mine, and yet have we fit side by side these many years, without either thinking a hard thought concerning the other's ways. I tell him there is but one heaven and one hell, notwithstanding his traditions, though there are many paths to both. That is rational, and he is bound to believe you, though I fancy most of the roads to the last are on dry land. The sea is what my poor sister Bridget used to call a purifying place, and one is out of the way of temptation when out of the sight of land. I doubt if as much can be said in favor of your lakes up hereaway. That towns and settlements lead to sin, I will allow, but our lakes are bordered by the forests, and one is every day called upon to worship God in such a temple. That men are not always the same, even in the wilderness, I must admit, for the difference between a Mingo and a Delaware is as plain to be seen as the difference between the sun and the moon. I am glad, friend Cap, that we have met. However, if it be only that you may tell the big Sarpent here that there are lakes in which the water is salt. We have been pretty much of one mind since our acquaintance began, and if the Mohican has only half the faith in me that I have in him, he believes all that I have told him touching the white men's ways and nature's laws. But it has always seemed to me that none of the redskins have given as free a belief as an honest man likes to the accounts of the big salt lakes, and to that of there being rivers that flow upstream. This comes of getting things wrong end foremost, answered Cap, with a condescending nod. You have thought of your lakes and rifts as the ship, and of the ocean and the tides as the boat. Neither Arrowhead nor the Serpent need doubt what you have said concerning both, though I confess myself to some difficulty in swallowing the tale about there being inland seas at all, and still more that there is any sea of fresh water. I have come this long journey as much to satisfy my own eyes concerning these facts as to oblige the sergeant and magnate, though the first was my sister's husband, and I love the last like a child. You are wrong, friend Cap, very wrong, to distrust the power of God in anything, returned Pathfinder earnestly. They that live in the settlements and the towns have confined and unjust opinions concerning the might of his hand, but we, who pass our time in his very presence, as it might be, see things differently. I mean such of us as have white natures. A redskin has his notions, and it is right that it should be so, and if they are not exactly the same as a Christian white man's, there is no harm in it. Still, there are matters which belong altogether to the ordering of God's providence, and these salt and fresh-water lakes are some of them. I do not pretend to account for these things, but I think it the duty of all to believe in them. Hold on there, Master Pathfinder, interrupted Cap, not without some heat. In the way of a proper and manly faith, I will turn my back on no one when afloat, although more accustomed to make all snug aloft, and to show the proper canvas, than to pray when the hurricane comes. I know that we are but helpless mortals at times, and I hope I pay reverence where reverence is due. All I mean to say is this, that, being accustomed to see water in large bodies salt, I should like to taste it,
before I can believe it to be fresh. God has given the salt lick to the deer, and he has given to man, redskin and white, the delicious spring at which to slake his thirst. It is unreasonable to think that he may not have given lakes of pure water to the west, and lakes of impure water to the east." Cap was awed, in spite of his overweening dogmatism, by the earnest simplicity of the Pathfinder, though he did not relish the idea of believing a fact which, for many years, he had pertinaciously insisted could not be true. Unwilling to give up the point, and at the same time unable to maintain it against a reasoning to which he was unaccustomed, and which possessed equally the force of truth, faith, and probability, he was glad to get rid of the subject by evasion. "Well, well, friend Pathfinder," said he, "we will leave the argument where it is, and we can try the water when we once reach it. Only mark my words, I do not say that it may not be fresh on the surface. The Atlantic is sometimes fresh on the surface, near the mouths of great rivers; but rely on it, I shall show you a way of tasting the water many fathoms deep, of which you never dreamed, and then we shall know more about it." The guide seemed content to let the matter rest, and the conversation changed. "We are not over conceited consarning our gifts," observed the Pathfinder, after a short pause, "and well know that such as live in the towns, and near the sea—" "On the sea," interrupted Cap. "On the sea, if you wish it, friend, have opportunities which do not befall us of the wilderness. Still, we know our own callings, and they are what I consider natural callings, and are not perverted by vanity and wantonness. Now my gifts are with the rifle, and on a trail, and in the way of game and scouting; for, though I can use the spear and the paddle, I pride not myself on either. The youth Jasper there, who is discoursing with the sergeant's daughter, is a different creature, for he may be said to breathe the water, as it might be, like a fish. The Indians and Frenchers of the north shore call him Eau douce, on account of his gifts in this particular. He is better at the oar, and the rope too, than in making fires on a trail." "There must be something about these gifts of which you speak, after all," said Cap. "Now this fire, I will acknowledge, has overlaid all my seamanship. Arrowhead there said the smoke came from a paleface's fire, and that is a piece of philosophy which I hold to be equal to steering in a dark night by the edges of the sand." "It's no great secret," returned Pathfinder, laughing with great inward glee, though habitual caution prevented the emission of any noise. "Nothing is easier to us who pass our time in the great school of Providence than to larn its lessons. We should be as useless on a trail, or in carrying tidings through the wilderness, as so many woodchucks, did we not soon come to a knowledge of these niceties. Eau douce, as we call him, is so fond of the water, that he gathered a damp stick or two for our fire, and wet will bring dark smoke, as I suppose even you followers of the sea must know. It's no great secret, though all is mystery to such as doesn't study the Lord and his mighty ways with humility and thankfulness." "That must be a keen eye of Arrowhead's to see so slight a difference." "He would be but a poor Indian if he didn't. No, no, it is war time, and no redskin is outlying without using his senses. Every skin has its own nature, and every nature has its own laws, as well as its own skin. It was many years before I could master all these higher branches of a forest education, for redskin knowledge doesn't come as easy to white-skin nature, as what I suppose is intended to be white-skin knowledge, though I have but little of the latter, having passed most of my time in the wilderness." "You have been a ready scholar, Master Pathfinder, as is seen by your understanding these things so well. I suppose it would be no great matter for a man regularly brought up to the sea to catch these trifles, if he could only bring his mind fairly to bear upon them." "I don't know that. The white man has his difficulties in getting redskin habits, quite as much as the Indian in getting white-skin ways. As for the real nature, it is my opinion that neither can actually get that of the other." And yet we sailors, who run about the world so much, say there is but one nature, whether it be in the Chinaman or a Dutchman. For my own part, I am much of that way of thinking too, for I have generally found that all nations like gold and silver, and most men relish tobacco." "Then you seafaring men know little of the redskins. Have you ever known any of your Chinamen who could sing their death songs, with their flesh torn with splinters and cut with knives, the fire raging around their naked bodies, and death staring them in the face? Until you can find me a Chinaman or a Christian man that can do all this, you cannot find a man with a redskin nature, let him look ever so valiant, or know how to read all the books that were ever printed." "It is the savages only that play each other such hellish tricks," said Master Cap, glancing his eyes about him uneasily at the apparently endless arches of the forest. "No white man is ever condemned to undergo these trials." "Nay, therein you are again mistaken," returned the Pathfinder, coolly selecting a delicate morsel of the venison as his bonne bouche. "For though these torments belong only to the redskin nature, in the way of bearing them like braves, whiteskin nature may be, and often has been, agonized by them." "Happily," said Cap, with an effort to clear his throat, "none of his Majesty's allies will be likely to attempt such damnable cruelties on any of his Majesty's loyal subjects. I have not served much in the Royal Navy, it is true, but I have served, and that is something, and in the way of privateering and worrying the enemy in his ships and cargoes, I've done my full share. But I trust there are no French savages on this side of the lake, and I think you said that Ontario is a broad sheet of water?" "Nay, it is broad in our eyes," returned Pathfinder, not caring to conceal the smile which lighted a face which had been burnt by exposure to a bright red, "though I mistrust that some may think it narrow, and narrow it is, if you wish it to keep off the foe. Ontario has two ends, and the enemy that is afraid to cross it will be certain to come around it." "Ah, that comes of your damned freshwater ponds," growled Cap, hemming so loudly as to cause him instantly to repent the indiscretion. "No men, now, ever heard of a pirate or a ship getting round one end of the Atlantic." "Mayhap the ocean has no ends?" "That it hasn't, nor sides nor bottom. The nation which is snugly moored on one of its coasts need fear nothing from the one anchored abeam, let it be ever so savage, unless it possesses the art of shipbuilding. No, no, the people who live on the shores of the Atlantic need fear but little for their skins or their scalps. A man may lie down at night in those regions, in the hopes of finding the hair on his head in the morning, unless he wears a wig." "It isn't so here. I don't wish to flurry the young woman, and therefore I will be in no way particular, though she seems pretty much listening to Eau douce, as we call him. But without the education I have received, I should think it at this very moment a risky journey to go over the very ground that lies between us and the garrison, in the present state of this frontier. There are about as many Iroquois on this side of Ontario as there are on the other. It is for this very reason, friend Cap, that the Sergeant has engaged us to come out and show you the path." "What? Do the knaves dare to cruise so near the guns of one of his Majesty's works?" "Do not the ravens resort near the carcass of the deer, though the fowler is at hand? They come this away, as it might be, naturally. There are more or less whites passing between the forts and the settlements, and they are sure to be on their trails. The Sarpent has come up one side of the river, and I have come up the other, in order to scout for the outlying rascals, while Jasper brought up the canoe like a bold-hearted sailor as he is. The Sergeant told him, with tears in his eyes, all about his child, and how his heart yearned for her, and how gentle and obedient she was, until I think the lad would have dashed into a Mingo camp single-handed rather than not a come." "We thank him, and shall think the better of him for his readiness, though I suppose the boy has run no great risk, after all." "Only the risk of being shot from a cover, as he forced the canoe up a swift rift, or turned an elbow in the stream, with his eyes fastened on the eddies. Of all the risky journeys, that on an ambushed river is the most risky in my judgment, and that risk has Jasper run." "And why the devil has the Sergeant sent for me to travel 150 miles in this outlandish manner? Give me an offing, and the enemy in sight, and I'll play with him in his own fashion, as long as he pleases, long bows or close quarters. But be shot like a turtle asleep is not to my humor. If it were not for little Magnet there, I would tack ship this instant, make the best of my way back to York, and let Ontario take care of itself, salt water or fresh water."
"That wouldn't mend the matter much, friend mariner, as the road to return is much longer, and almost as bad as the road to go on. Trust to us, and we will carry you through safely, or lose our scalps." Cap wore a tight solid queue, done up in eelskin, while the top of his head was nearly bald, and he mechanically passed his hand over both, as if to make certain that each was in its right place. He was, at the bottom, however, a brave man, and had often faced death with coolness, though never in the frightful forms in which it presented itself under the brief but graphic picture of his companion. It was too late to retreat, and he determined to put the best face on the matter, though he could not avoid muttering inwardly a few curses on the indiscretion with which his brother-in-law, the sergeant, had led him into his present dilemma. "I make no doubt, Master Pathfinder," he answered, when these thoughts had found time to glance through his mind, "that we shall reach port in safety. What distance may we now be from the fort?" "Little more than 15 miles, and swift miles too, as the river runs, if the Mingos let us go clear." "And I suppose the woods will stretch along starboard and larboard, as heretofore?" "Anan?" "I mean that we shall have to pick our way through these damned trees." "Nay, nay, you will go in the canoe, and the Oswego has been cleared of its floodwood by the troops. It will be floating down stream, and that too with a swift current. And what the devil is to prevent these minks of which you speak from shooting us as we double a headland, or are busy in steering clear of the rocks? The Lord! He who has so often helped others in greater difficulties. Many and many is the time that my head would have been stripped of hair, skin, and all, hadn't the Lord fit of my side. I never go into a scrimmage, friend mariner, without thinking of this great ally, who can do more in battle than all the battalions of the 60th, were they brought into a single line." "Ay, ay, this may do well enough for a scouter, but we seamen like our offing, and to go into action with nothing in our minds but the business before us, plain broadside and broadside work, and no trees or rocks to thicken the water." "And no lord too, I dare to say, if the truth were known. Take my word for it, Master Cap, that no battle is the worse fit for having the Lord on your side. Look at the head of the big sarpent there. You can see the mark of a knife all along by his left ear. Now nothing but a bullet from this long rifle of mine saved his scalp that day, for it had fairly started, and half a minute more would have left him without the warlock. When the Mohican squeezes my hand, and intimates that I befriended him in that matter, I tell him no. It was the Lord who led me to the only spot where execution could be done, or his necessity be made known, on account of the smoke. Sartain, when I got the right position, I finished the affair of my own accord. For a friend under the tomahawk is apt to make a man think quick and act at once, as was my case, or the sarpent's spirit would be hunting in the happy land of his people at this very moment." "Come, come, Pathfinder, this palaver is worse than being skinned from stem to stern. We have but a few hours of sun, and had better be drifting down this said current of yours while we may. Magnet, dear, are you not ready to get under way?" Magnet started, blushed brightly, and made her preparations for immediate departure. Not a syllable of the discourse just related had she heard, for Eau Douce, as young Jasper was oftener called than anything else, had been filling her ears with a description of the yet distant part towards which she was journeying, with accounts of her father, whom she had not seen since a child, and with the manner of life of those who lived in the frontier garrisons. Unconsciously she had become deeply interested, and her thoughts had been too
intently directed to these matters to allow any of the less agreeable subjects discussed by those so near to reach your ears. The bustle of departure put an end to the conversation, and, the baggage of the scouts or guides being trifling, in a few minutes the whole party was ready to proceed. As they were about to quit the spot, however, to the surprise of even his fellow guides, Pathfinder collected a quantity of branches and threw them upon the embers of the fire, taking care even to see that some of the wood was damp, in order to raise as dark and dense a smoke as possible. "When you can hide your trail, Jasper," said he, "a smoke at leaving an encampment may do good instead of harm. If there are a dozen Mingos within 10 miles of us, some of 'em are on the heights, or in the trees, looking out for smokes. Let them see this, and much good may it do them. They are welcome to our leavings." "But may they not strike and follow on our trail?" asked the youth, whose interest in the hazard of his situation had much increased since the meeting with Magnet. "We shall leave a broad path to the river." "The broader the better. When there, it will surpass Mingo cunning, even, to say which way the canoe has gone, upstream or down. Water is the only thing in nature that will thoroughly wash out a trail, and even water will not always do it when the scent is strong. Do you not see, O Deuce, that if any Mingos have seen our path below the falls, they will strike off towards this smoke, and that they will naturally conclude that they who began by going upstream will end by going upstream? If they know anything, they know now a party is out from the fort, and it will exceed even Mingo wit to fancy that we have come up here just for the pleasure of going back again, and that too the same day, and at the risk of our scalps." "Certainly," added Jasper, who was talking apart with the Pathfinder, as they moved towards the windrow. "They cannot know anything about the Sergeant's daughter, for the greatest secrecy has been observed on her account." "And they will learn nothing here," returned Pathfinder, causing his companion to see that he trod with the utmost care on the impression left on the leaves by the little foot of Mabel, "unless this old salt-water fish has been taking his niece about in the windrow like a fawn playing by the side of the old doe." "Buck, you mean, Pathfinder." "Isn't he a queerity? Now I can consort with such a sailor as yourself, O Deuce, and find nothing very contrary in our gifts, though yours belong to the lakes and mine to the woods. Hark ye, Jasper," continued the scout, laughing in his noiseless manner, "suppose we try the temper of his blade and run him over the falls?" "And what would be done with the pretty niece in the meanwhile?" "Nay, no harm shall come to her. She must walk round the portage at any rate. But you and I can try this Atlantic Oceaner, and then all parties will become better acquainted. We shall find out whether his flint will strike fire, and he may come to know something of frontier tricks." Young Jasper smiled, for he was not averse to fun, and had been a little touched by Cap's superciliousness; but Mabel's fair face, light, agile form, and winning smiles, stood like a shield between her uncle and the intended experiment. "Perhaps the Sergeant's daughter will be frightened," said he. "Not she, if she has any of the Sergeant's spirit in her. She doesn't look like a skeary thing at all. Leave it to me, then, O Deuce, and I will manage the affair alone." "Not you, Pathfinder. You will only drown both. If the canoe goes over, I must go in it." "Well, have it so, then. Shall we smoke the pipe of agreement on the bargain?" Jasper laughed, nodded his head by way of consent, and then the subject was dropped, as the party had reached the canoe so often mentioned, and fewer words had determined much greater things between the parties. End of chapter. Chapter 3 of The Pathfinder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Pathfinder by James Fenimore Cooper, Chapter 3.
Before these fields were shorn and tilled, full to the brim our rivers flowed, the melody of waters filled the fresh and boundless wood, and torrents dashed and rivulets played, and fountains spouted in the shade. Attributed to Bryant. It is generally known that the waters which flow into the southern side of Ontario are, in general, narrow, sluggish, and deep. There are some exceptions to this rule, for many of the rivers have rapids, or, as they are termed in the language of the region, rifts, and some have falls. Among the latter was the particular stream on which our adventurers were now journeying. The Oswego is formed by the junction of the Oneida and the Onondaga, both of which flow from lakes, and it pursues its way, through a gently undulating country, some 8 or 10 miles, until it reaches the margin of a sort of natural terrace, down which it tumbles some 10 or 15 feet to another level, across which it glides with the silent, stealthy progress of deep water, until it throws its tribute into the broad receptacle of the Ontario. The canoe in which Cap and his party had traveled from Fort Stanwix, the last military station of the Mohawk, lay by the side of this river, and into it the whole party now entered, with the exception of Pathfinder, who remained on the land, in order to shove the light vessel off. "Let her starn drift down stream, Jasper," said the man of the woods to the young mariner of the lake, who had dispossessed Arrowhead of his paddle and taken his own station as steersman. "Let it go down with the current. Should any of these infarnals, the Mingos, strike our trail or follow it to this point, they will not fail to look for the signs in the mud, and if they discover that we have left the shore with the nose of the canoe upstream, it is a natural belief to think we went upstream." This direction was followed, and, giving a vigorous shove, the Pathfinder, who was in the flower of his strength and activity, made a leap, landing lightly, and without disturbing its equilibrium, in the bow of the canoe. As soon as it had reached the center of the river or the strength of the current, the boat was turned, and it began to glide noiselessly down the stream. The vessel in which Cap and his niece had embarked for their long and adventurous journey was one of the canoes of bark which the Indians are in the habit of constructing, and which, by their exceeding lightness and the ease with which they are propelled, are admirably adapted to a navigation in which shoals, floodwood, and other similar obstructions so often occur. The 2 men who composed its original crew had several times carried it, when emptied of its luggage, many hundred yards, and it would not have exceeded the strength of a single man to lift its weight. Still, it was long, and for a canoe, wide, a want of steadiness being its principal defect in the eyes of the uninitiated. A few hours' practice, however, in a great measure remedied this evil, and both Mabel and her uncle had learned so far to humor its movements that they now maintained their places with perfect composure, nor did the additional weight of the 3 guides tax its power in any particular degree, the breadth of the rounded bottom allowing the necessary quantity of water to be displaced without bringing the gunwale very sensibly nearer to the surface of the stream. Its workmanship was neat. The timbers were small, and secured by thongs, and the whole fabric, though it was so slight to the eye, was probably capable of conveying double the number of persons which it now contained. Cap was seated on a low thwart, in the center of the canoe. The big Serpent knelt near him. Arrowhead and his wife occupied places forward of both, the former having relinquished his post aft. Mabel was half reclining behind her uncle, while the Pathfinder and Eau Douce stood erect, the one in the bow and the other in the stern, each using a paddle, with a long, steady, noiseless sweep. The conversation was carried on in low tones, all the party beginning to feel the necessity of prudence, as they drew nearer to the outskirts of the fort, and had no longer the cover of the woods. The Oswego, just at that place, was a deep, dark stream of no great width, its still, gloomy-looking current winding its way among overhanging trees, which in particular spots almost shut out the light of the heavens. Here and there some half-fallen giant of the forest lay nearly across its surface, rendering care necessary to avoid the limbs, and most of the distance the lower branches and leaves of the trees of smaller growth were laved by its waters.
The picture so beautifully described by our own admirable poet, and which we have placed at the head of this chapter, was here realized, the earth fattened by the decayed vegetation of centuries, and black with loam, the stream that filled the banks nearly to overflowing, and the fresh and boundless wood, being all as visible to the eye as the pen of Bryant has elsewhere vividly presented them to the imagination. In short, the entire scene was one of a rich and benevolent nature, before it had been subjected to the uses and desires of man, luxuriant, wild, full of promise, and not without the charm of the picturesque, even in its rudest state. It will be remembered that this was in the year 1750 something, or long before even speculation had brought any portion of western New York within the bounds of civilization. At that distant day there were two great channels of military communication between the inhabited portion of the colony of New York and the frontiers which lay adjacent to the Canadas, that by Lakes Champlain and George, and that by means of the Mohawk, Wood Creek, the Oneida, and the rivers we have been describing. Along both these lines of communication military posts have been established, though there existed a blank space of 100 miles between the last ford at the head of the Mohawk and the outlet of the Oswego, which embraced most of the distance that Cap and Mabel had journeyed under the protection of Arrowhead. "I sometimes wish for peace again," said the Pathfinder, "when one can range the forest without searching for any other enemy than the beasts and fishes. Ah's me! Many is the time that the Sarpent there and I have passed happily among the streams, living on venison, salmon, and trout, without thought of a Mingo or a scalp. I sometimes wish that them blessed days might come back, for it is not my real gift to slay my own kind. I'm sartain the sergeant's daughter don't think me a wretch that takes pleasure in preying on human nature." As this remark, a sort of half-interrogatory, was made, Pathfinder looked behind him, and though the most partial friend could scarcely term his sunburned and hard features handsome, even Mabel thought his smile attractive, by its simple ingenuousness, and the uprightness that beamed in every lineament of his honest countenance. "I do not think my father would have sent one like those you mentioned to see his daughter through the wilderness," the young woman answered, returning the smile as frankly as it was given, but much more sweetly. "That he wouldn't. The sergeant is a man of feeling, and many is the march and the fight that we have had. Stood shoulder to shoulder in, as he would call it, though I always keep my limbs free when near a Frencher or a Mingo." "You are, then, the young friend of whom my father has spoken so often in his letters?" "His young friend! The sergeant has the advantage of me by 30 years. Yes, he is 30 years my senior, and as many my better." "Not in the eyes of the daughter, perhaps, friend Pathfinder," put in Cap, whose spirits began to revive when he found the water once more flowing around him. "The 30 years that you mention are not often thought to be an advantage in the eyes of girls of 19. Mabel colored, and in turning aside her face to avoid the looks of those in the bow of the canoe, she encountered the admiring gaze of the young man in the stern. As a last resource, her spirited but soft blue eyes sought refuge in the water. Just at this moment a dull, heavy sound swept up the avenue formed by the trees, borne along by a light air that hardly produced a ripple on the water. "That sounds pleasantly," said Cap, pricking up his ears like a dog that hears a distant baying. "It is the surf on the shores of your lake, I suppose." "Not so, not so," answered the Pathfinder. "It is merely this river tumbling over some rocks half a mile below us." "Is there a fall in the stream?" demanded Mabel, a still brighter flush glowing in her face. "The devil! Master Pathfinder, or you, Mr. Odus," for so Cap began to style Jasper, "had you not better give the canoe a sheer and get nearer to the shore? These waterfalls have generally rapids above them, and one might as well get into the maelstrom at once as to run into their suction." "Trust to us, friend Cap," answered Pathfinder. "We are but freshwater sailors, it is true, and I cannot boast of being much even of that, but we understand rifts and rapids and cataracts,
and in going down these we shall do our endeavors not to disgrace our education."
"In going down!" exclaimed Cap. "The devil, man! You do not dream of going down a waterfall in this eggshell of bark."
"Sartain, the path lies over the falls, and it is much easier to shoot them than to unload the canoe and to carry that and all it contains around a portage of a mile by hand." Mabel turned her pallid countenance toward the young man in the stern of the canoe, for just at that moment a fresh roar of the fall was borne to her ears by a new current of the air, and it really sounded terrific now that the cause was understood.
"We thought that, by landing the females and the 2 Indians," Jasper quietly observed, "we 3 white men, all of whom are used to the water, might carry the canoe over in safety, for we often shoot these falls."
"And we counted on you, friend mariner, as a mainstay," said Pathfinder, winking to Jasper over his shoulder, "for you are accustomed to see waves tumbling about, and without some one to steady the cargo, all the finery of the Sergeant's daughter might be washed into the river and be lost." Cap was puzzled. The idea of going over a waterfall was, perhaps, more serious in his eyes than it would have been in those of one totally ignorant of all that pertained to boats, for he understood the power of the element, and the total feebleness of man when exposed to its fury. Still his pride revolted at the thought of deserting the boat, while others not only steadily but coolly proposed to continue in it. Notwithstanding the latter feeling, and his innate as well as acquired steadiness in danger, he would probably have deserted his post, had not the images of Indians tearing scalps from the human head taken so strong a hold of his fancy as to induce him to imagine the canoe a sort of sanctuary. "What is to be done with Magnet?" he demanded, affection for his niece raising another qualm in his conscience. "We cannot allow Magnet to land if there are enemy Indians near." "Nay, no Mingo will be near the portage, for that is a spot too public for their deviltries," answered the Pathfinder confidently. "Nature is nature, and it is an Indian's nature to be found where he is least expected. No fear of him on a beaten path, for he wishes to come upon you when unprepared to meet him, and the fiery villains make it a point to deceive you one way or another. Sheer in, Eau douce, and we will land the Sergeant's daughter on the end of that log, where she can reach the shore with a dry foot." The injunction was obeyed, and in a few minutes the whole party had left the canoe, with the exception of Pathfinder and the 2 sailors. Notwithstanding his professional pride, Cap would have gladly followed, but he did not like to exhibit so unequivocal a weakness in the presence of a freshwater sailor. "I call all hands to witness," said he, as those who had landed moved away, "that I do not look on this affair as anything more than canoeing in the woods. There is no seamanship in tumbling over a waterfall, which is a feat the greatest lubber can perform as well as the oldest mariner." "Nay, nay, you needn't despise the Oswego Falls, neither," put in Pathfinder, "for, though they may not be Niagara, nor the Genesee, nor the Cahoos, nor Glens, nor those on the Canada, they are narvous enough for a new beginner. Let the Sergeant's daughter stand on yonder rock, and she will see the manner in which we ignorant backwoodsmen get over a difficulty that we can't get under. Now, Eau douce, a steady hand and a true eye, for all rests on you, seeing that we can count Master Cap for no more than a passenger." The canoe was leaving the shore as he concluded, while Mabel went hurriedly and trembling to the rock that had been pointed out, talking to her companion of the danger her uncle so unnecessarily ran, while her eyes were riveted on the agile and vigorous form of Eau douce, as he stood erect in the stern of the light boat, governing its movements. As soon, however, as she reached a point where she got a view of the fall, she gave an involuntary but suppressed scream and covered her eyes. At the next instant the latter were again free, and the entranced girl stood immovable as a statue, a scarcely breathing observer of all that passed. The 2 Indians seated themselves passively on a log, hardly looking towards the stream, while the wife of Arrowhead came near Mabel, and appeared to watch the motions of the canoe with some such interest as a child regards the leaps of a tumbler. As soon as the boat was in the stream, Pathfinder sank on his knees, continuing to use the paddle, though it was slowly, and in a manner not to interfere with the efforts of his companion. The latter still stood erect, and as he kept his eye on some object beyond the fall, it was evident that he was carefully looking for the spot proper for their passage. "Farther west, boy, farther west," muttered Pathfinder. "There where you see the water foam. Bring the top of the dead oak in a line with the stern of the blasted hemlock." Eau douce made no answer, for the canoe was in the centre of the stream, with its head pointed towards the fall, and it had already begun to quicken its motion by the increased force of the current. At that moment Cap would cheerfully have renounced every claim to glory that could possibly be acquired by the feat to have been safe again on shore. He heard the roar of the water, thundering, as it might be, behind a screen, but becoming more and more distinct, louder and louder, and before him he saw its line cutting the forest below, along which the green and angry element seemed stretched and shining, as if the particles were about to lose their principle of cohesion. "Down with your helm, man!" he exclaimed, unable any longer to suppress his anxiety, as the canoe glided towards the edge of the fall. "Ay, down it is, sure enough," answered Pathfinder, looking behind him for a single instant, with his silent, joyous laugh. "Down we go, of a sartainty. Heave her starn up, boy, farther up with her starn." The rest was like the passage of the viewless wind. Eau douce gave the required sweep with his paddle. The canoe glanced into the channel, and for a few seconds it seemed to Cap that he was tossing in a cauldron. He felt the bow of the canoe tip, saw the raging, foaming water careering madly by his side, was sensible that the light fabric in which he floated was tossed about like an egg-shell, and then, not less to his great joy than to his surprise, he discovered that it was gliding across the basin of still water below the fall, under the steady impulse of Jasper's paddle. The Pathfinder continued to laugh, but he arose from his knees, and searching for a tin pot and a horn spoon, he began deliberately to measure the water that had been taken in the passage. 14 spoonfuls, Eau douce, 14 fairly measured spoonfuls. I have, you must acknowledge, known you to go down with only 10. Master Cap leaned so hard upstream, returned Jasper seriously, that I had difficulty in trimming the canoe. It may be so, no doubt it was so, since you say it, but I have known you to go over with only 10. Cap now gave a tremendous hem, felt for his cue as if to ascertain its safety, and then looked back in order to examine the danger he had gone through. His safety is easily explained. Most of the river fell perpendicularly 10 or 12 feet, but near its center the force of the current had so far worn away the rock as to permit the water to shoot through a narrow passage, at an angle of about 40 or 45 degrees. Down this ticklish descent the canoe had glanced, amid fragments of broken rock, whirlpools, foam, and furious tossings of the element, which an uninstructed eye would have believed menaced inevitable destruction to an object so fragile. But the very lightness of the canoe had favored its descent, for, borne on the crest of the waves, and directed by a steady eye and an arm full of muscle, it had passed like a feather from one pile of foam to another, scarcely permitting its glossy side to be wetted. There were a few rocks to be avoided, the proper direction was to be rigidly observed, and the fierce current did the rest. Lest the reader suppose we are dealing purely in fiction, the writer will add that he has known a long 32-pounder carried over these same falls in perfect safety. To say that Cap was astonished would not be expressing half his feelings. He felt awed, for the profound dread of rocks which most seamen entertain came in aid of his admiration of the boldness of the exploit. Still he was indisposed to express all he felt, lest it might be conceding too much in favor of fresh water and inland navigation, and no sooner had he cleared his throat with the aforesaid "hem" than he loosened his tongue in the usual strain of superiority. "I do not gainsay your knowledge of the channel, Master Eau douce, and after all, to know the channel in such a place is the main point.
I have had coxswains with me who could come down that chute too, if they only knew the channel." "It isn't enough to know the channel," said Pathfinder. "It needs narves and skill to keep the canoe straight, and to keep her clear of the rocks, too. There isn't another boatman in all this region that can shoot the Oswego, but Eau Douce there, with any sartainty, though now and then one is blundered through. I can't do it myself, unless by means of Providence, and it needs Jasper's hand and eye to make sure of a dry passage. 14 spoonfuls, after all, are no great matter, though I wish it had been but 10, seeing that the sergeant's daughter was a looker-on." "And yet you conned the canoe. You told him how to head and how to sheer." "Human frailty, Master Mariner. That was a little of white-skin nature. Now had the Sarpent yonder been in the boat, not a word would he have spoken or thought would he have given to the public. An Indian knows how to hold his tongue, but we white folk fancy we are always wiser than our fellows. I'm curing myself fast of the weakness, but it needs time to root up the tree that has been growing more than 30 years. "I think little of this affair, sir. Nothing at all, to speak my mind freely. It's a mere wash of spray to shooting London Bridge, which is done every day by hundreds of persons, and often by the most delicate ladies in the land. The King's Majesty has shot the bridge in his royal person." "Well, I want no delicate ladies or King's Majesties, God bless 'em, in the canoe, in going over these falls, for a boat's breadth, either way, may make a drowning matter of it. Eau Douce, we shall have to carry the sergeant's brother over Niagara yet, to show him what may be done in a frontier." "The devil! Master Pathfinder, you must be joking now. Surely it is not possible for a bark canoe to go over that mighty cataract." "You never were more mistaken, Master Cap, in your life. Nothing is easier, and many is the canoe I have seen go over it with my own eyes, and if we both live, I hope to satisfy you that the feat can be done. For my part, I think the largest ship that ever sailed on the ocean might be carried over, could she once get into the rapids." Cap did not perceive the wink which Pathfinder exchanged with Eau Douce, and he remained silent for some time, for, sooth to say, he had never suspected the possibility of going down Niagara, feasible as the thing must appear to every one on a second thought, the real difficulty existing in going up it. By this time the party had reached the place where Jasper had left his own canoe, concealed in the bushes, and they all re-embarked, Cap, Jasper, and his niece in one boat, and Pathfinder, Arrowhead, and the wife of the latter in the other. The Mohican had already passed down the banks of the river by land, looking cautiously and with the skill of his people for the signs of an enemy. The cheek of Mabel did not recover all its bloom until the canoe was again in the current, down which it floated swiftly, occasionally impelled by the paddle of Jasper. She witnessed the descent of the falls with a degree of terror which had rendered her mute, but her fright had not been so great as to prevent admiration of the steadiness of the youth who directed the movement from blending with the passing terror. In truth, one much less sensitive might have had her feelings awakened by the cool and gallant air with which Eau Douce had accomplished this clever exploit. He had stood firmly erect, notwithstanding the plunge, and to those on the shore it was evident that, by a timely application of his skill and strength, the canoe had received a sheer which alone carried it clear of a rock over which the boiling water was leaping in jets d'eau, now leaving the brown stone visible, and now covering it with a limpid sheet, as if machinery controlled the play of the element. The tongue cannot always express what the eyes view, but Mabel saw enough, even in that moment of fear, to blend forever in her mind the pictures presented by the plunging canoe and the unmoved steersman. She admitted that insidious feeling which binds woman so strongly to man, by feeling additional security in finding herself under his care, and, for the first time since leaving Fort Stanwix, she was entirely at her ease in the frail bark in which she travelled. As the other canoe kept quite near her own, however, and the Pathfinder, by floating at her side, was most in view, the conversation was principally maintained with that person, Jasper seldom speaking unless addressed, and constantly exhibiting a wariness in the management of his own boat,
which might have been remarked by one accustomed to his ordinarily confident, careless manner. "We know too well a woman's gifts to think of carrying the Sergeant's daughter over the falls," said Pathfinder, looking at Mabel while he addressed her uncle, "though I've been acquainted with some of her sex that would think but little of doing the thing." "Mabel is faint-hearted like her mother," returned Cap, "and you did well, friend, to humor her weakness. You will remember the child has never been at sea." No, it was easy to discover that. By your own fearlessness, anyone might have seen how little you cared about the matter. I went over once with a raw hand, and he jumped out of the canoe just as it tipped, and you may judge what a time he had of it." "What became of the poor fellow?" asked Cap, scarcely knowing how to take the other's manner, which was so dry, while it was so simple, that a less obtuse subject than the old sailor might well have suspected its sincerity. "One who has passed the place knows how to feel for him." "He was a poor fellow, as you say, and a poor frontiersman too, though he came out to show his skill among us ignoranters. What became of him? Why, he went down the falls topsy-turvy like, as would have happened to a courthouse or a fort." "If it should jump out of that canoe," interrupted Jasper, smiling, though he was evidently more disposed than his friend to let the passage of the falls be forgotten. "The boy is right," rejoined Pathfinder, laughing in Mabel's face, the canoes being now so near that they almost touched. "He is sartainly right. But you have not told us what you think of the leap we took." "It was perilous and bold," said Mabel. "While looking at it, I could have wished that it had not been attempted, though, now it is over, I can admire its boldness and the steadiness with which it was made." "Now, do not think that we did this thing to set ourselves off in female eyes. It may be pleasant to the young to win each other's good opinions by doing things which seem praiseworthy and bold, but neither Eau douce nor myself is of that race. My nature has few turns in it, and is a straight nature, nor would it be likely to lead me into a vanity of this sort while out on duty. As for Jasper, he would sooner go over the Oswego Falls, without a looker-on, than do it before 100 pair of eyes. I know the lad well from much consorting, and I am sure he is not boastful or vainglorious." Mabel regarded the scout with a smile, which served to keep the canoes together for some time longer, for the sight of youth and beauty was so rare on that remote frontier that even the rebuked and self-mortified feelings of this wanderer of the forest were sensibly touched by the blooming loveliness of the girl. "We did it for the best," Pathfinder continued. "'Twas all for the best. Had we waited to carry the canoe across the portage, time would have been lost, and nothing is so precious as time when you are mistrustful of Mingos." "But we have little to fear now. The canoes move swiftly, and 2 hours, you have said, will carry us down to the fort." "It shall be a cunning Iroquois who hurts a hair of your head, pretty one, for all here are bound to the Sergeant, and most, I think, to yourself, to see you safe from harm. Ha, Eau douce! What is that in the river, at the lower turn yonder, beneath the bushes? I mean, standing on the rock." "'Tis the big serpent, Pathfinder. He is making signs to us in a way I don't understand." "'Tis the sarpent, as sure as I'm a white man, and he wishes us to drop in nearer to his shore. Mischief is brewing, or one of his deliberation and steadiness would never take this trouble. Courage, all! We are men, and must meet deviltry as becomes our color and our callings. Ah, I never knew good come of boasting. And here, just as I was vaunting of our safety, comes danger to give me the lie." End of chapter. Chapter 4 of the Pathfinder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Pathfinder, or the Inland Sea,
by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 4. Art, striving to compare with nature, did an arbor green dispread, framed of wanton ivy flowing fair, through which the fragrant eglantines did spread. Attributed to Spenser. The Oswego, below the falls, is a more rapid, unequal stream than it is above them. There are places where the river flows in the quiet stillness of deep water, but many shoals and rapids occur, and at that distant day, when everything was in its natural state, some of the passes were not altogether without hazard. Very little exertion was required on the part of those who managed the canoes, except in those places where the swiftness of the current and the presence of the rocks required care. Then, indeed, not only vigilance, but great coolness, readiness, and strength of arm became necessary, in order to avoid the dangers. Of all this the Mohican was aware, and he had judiciously selected a spot where the river flowed tranquilly to intercept the canoes, in order to make his communication without hazard to those he wished to speak. The Pathfinder had no sooner recognized the form of his red friend, than, with a strong sweep of his paddle, he threw the head of his own canoe towards the shore, motioning for Jasper to follow. In a minute both boats were silently drifting down the stream, within reach of the bushes that overhung the water, all observing a profound silence, some from alarm and others from habitual caution. As the travelers drew nearer the Indian, he made a sign for them to stop, and then he and Pathfinder had a short but earnest conference. "The chief is not apt to see enemies in a dead log," observed the white man to his red associate. "Why does he tell us to stop?" "Mingoes are in the woods." "That we have believed these 2 days. Does the chief know it?" The Mohican quietly held up the head of a pipe formed of stone. "It lay on a fresh trail that led towards the garrison," for so it was the usage of that frontier to term a military work, whether it was occupied or not. "That may be the bowl of a pipe belonging to a soldier. Many use the redskin pipes." "See," said the big serpent, again holding the thing he had found up to the view of his friend. The bowl of the pipe was of soapstone, and was carved with great care, and with a very respectable degree of skill. In its center was a small Latin cross, made with an accuracy which permitted no doubt of its meaning. "That does foretell deviltry and wickedness," said the Pathfinder, who had all the provincial horror of the holy symbol in question which then pervaded the country, and which became so incorporated with its prejudices, by confounding men with things, as to have left its traces strong enough on the moral feeling of the community to be discovered even at the present hour. "No Indian who had not been parvarted by the cunning priests of the Canadas would dream of carving a thing like that on his pipe. I'll warrant you, the knave prays to the image every time he wishes to sarcumvent the innocent, and work his fearful wickedness. It looks fresh, too, Chingachgook?" "The tobacco was burning when I found it." "That is close work, chief. Where was the trail?" The Mohican pointed to a spot not 100 yards from that where they stood. The matter now began to look very serious, and the two principal guides conferred apart for several minutes, when both ascended the bank, approached the indicated spot, and examined the trail with the utmost care. After this investigation had lasted a quarter of an hour, the white man returned alone, his red friend having disappeared in the forest. The ordinary expression of the countenance of the Pathfinder was that of simplicity, integrity, and sincerity, blended in an air of self-reliance which usually gave great confidence to those who found themselves under his care. But now a look of concern cast a shade over his honest face, that struck the whole party. "What cheer, Master Pathfinder?" demanded Cap, permitting a voice that was usually deep, loud, and confident to sink into the cautious tones that better suited the dangers of the wilderness. "Has the enemy got between us and our port?" "Anan." "Have any of these painted scaramouches anchored off the harbor towards which we are running, with the hope of cutting us off and entering?"
It may be all as you say, friend Cap, but I am none the wiser for your words, and in ticklish times the plainer a man makes his English the easier he is understood. I know nothing of ports and anchors, but there is a direful Mingo trail within 100 yards of this very spot, and as fresh as venison without salt. If one of the fiery devils has passed, so have a dozen, and what is worse, they have gone down towards the garrison, and not a soul crosses the clearing around it that some of their piercing eyes will not discover, when sartain bullets will follow. Cannot this said fort deliver a broadside and clear everything within the sweep of its hawse? Nay, the forts this-a-way are not like forts in the settlements, and 2 or 3 light cannon are all they have down at the mouth of the river, and then broadsides fired at a dozen outlying Mingoes lying behind logs and in a forest would be powder spent in vain. We have but one course, and that is a very nice one. We are judgmatically placed here, both canoes being hid by the high bank and the bushes, from all eyes, except those of any lurker directly opposite. Here, then, we may stay without much present fear, but how to get the bloodthirsty devils up the stream again? Ha! I have it! I have it! If it does no good, it can do no harm. Do you see the wide-topped chestnut here, Jasper, at the last turn in the river, on our own side of the stream, I mean? That near the fallen pine? The very same. Take the flint and the tinder-box, creep along the bank, and light a fire at that spot. Maybe the smoke will draw them above us. In the meanwhile, we will drop the canoes carefully down beyond the point below, and find another shelter. Bushes are plenty, and covers are easily to be had in this region, as witness the many ambushments. I will do it, Pathfinder, said Jasper, springing to the shore. In 10 minutes the fire shall be lighted. And Odus, use plenty of damp wood this time, half-whispered the other, laughing heartily in his own peculiar manner. When smoke is wanted, water helps to thicken it. The young man was soon off, making his way rapidly towards the desired point. A slight attempt of Mabel to object to the risk was disregarded, and the party immediately prepared to change its position, as it could be seen from the place where Jasper intended to light his fire. The movement did not require haste, and it was made leisurely and with care. The canoes were got clear of the bushes, then suffered to drop down with the stream until they touched the spot where the chestnut, at the foot of which Jasper was to light the fire, was almost shut out from view when they stopped, and every eye was turned in the direction of the adventurer. "There goes the smoke!" exclaimed the Pathfinder, as a current of air whirled a little column of the vapor from the land, allowing it to rise spirally above the bed of the river. "A good flint, a small bit of steel, and plenty of dry leaves makes a quick fire. I hope Odus will have the wit to bethink him of the damp wood now, when it may serve us all a good turn." "Too much smoke, too much cunning," said Arrowhead sententiously. "That is gospel truth, Tuscarora, if the Mingoes didn't know that they are near soldiers, but soldiers commonly think more of their dinner at a halt than of their wisdom in danger. No, no, let the boy pile on his logs, and smoke them well, too. It will all be laid to the stupidity of some Scotch or Irish blunderer, who is thinking more of his oatmeal or his potatoes than of Indian circumventions or Indian rifles."
"And yet I should think, from all we have heard in the towns, that the soldiers on this frontier are used to the artifices of their enemies," said Mabel, "and become almost as wily as the red men themselves."
"Not they. Experience makes them but little wiser, and they wheel and platoon and battalion it about here in the forest just as they did in their parks at home, of which they are all so fond of talking. One redskin has more cunning in his nature than a whole regiment from the other side of the water. That is what I call cunning of the woods. But there is smoke enough, of all conscience, and we had better drop into another cover. The lad has thrown the river on his fire, and there is danger that the Mingoes will believe a whole regiment is out." While speaking, the Pathfinder permitted his canoe to drift away from the bush by which it had been retained, and in a couple of minutes the bend in the river concealed the smoke and the tree.
Fortunately, a small indentation in the shore presented itself within a few yards of the point they had just passed, and the two canoes glided into it under the impulse of the paddles. A better spot could not have been found for the purpose. The bushes were thick and overhung the water, forming a complete canopy of leaves. There was a small gravelly strand at the bottom of the little bay, where most of the party landed to be more at their ease, and the only position from which they could possibly be seen was a point on the river directly opposite. There was little danger, however, of discovery from that quarter, as the thicket there was even denser than common, and the land beyond it was so wet and marshy as to render it difficult to be trodden. "This is a safe cover," said the Pathfinder, after he had taken a scrutinizing survey of his position, "but it may be necessary to make it safer. Master Cap, I ask nothing of you but silence, and a quieting of such gifts as you may have got at sea, while the Tuscarora and I make provision for the evil hour." The guide then went a short distance into the bushes, accompanied by the Indian, where the two cut off the larger stems of several alders and other bushes, using the utmost care not to make a noise. The ends of these little trees were forced into the mud, outside of the canoes, the depth of the water being very trifling, and in the course of 10 minutes a very effectual screen was interposed between them and the principal point of danger. Much ingenuity and readiness were manifested in making this simple arrangement, in which the two workmen were essentially favored by the natural formation of the bank, the indentation in the shore, the shallowness of the water, and the manner in which the tangled bushes dipped into the stream. The Pathfinder had the address to look for bushes which had curved stems, things easily found in such a place, and by cutting them some distance beneath the bend, and permitting the latter to touch the water, the artificial little thicket had not the appearance of growing in the stream, which might have excited suspicion, but one passing it would have thought that the bushes shot out horizontally from the bank before they inclined upwards towards the light. In short, none but an unusually distrustful eye would have been turned for an instant towards the spot in quest of a hiding-place. "This is the best cover I have ever yet got into," said the Pathfinder, with his quiet laugh, after having been on the outside to reconnoitre. "The leaves of our new trees fairly touched those of the bushes over our heads. Hist! Yonder comes Eau douce, wading like a sensible boy, as he is, to leave his trail in the water. We shall soon see whether our cover is good for anything or not." Jasper had indeed returned from his duty above, and missing the canoes, he at once inferred that they had dropped round the next bend in the river in order to get out of sight of the fire. His habits of caution immediately suggested the expediency of stepping into the water, in order that there might exist no visible communication between the marks left on the shore by the party and the place where he believed them to have taken refuge below. Should the Canadian Indians return on their own trail, and discover that made by the Pathfinder and the Serpent in their ascent from and descent to the river, the clue to their movements would cease at the shore, water leaving no prints of footsteps. The young man had therefore waded knee-deep as far as the point, and was now seen making his way slowly down the margin of the stream, searching curiously for the spot in which the canoes were hid. It was in the power of those behind the bushes, by placing their eyes near the leaves, to find many places to look through, while one at a little distance lost this advantage. To those who watched his motions from behind their cover, and they were all in the canoes, it was evident that Jasper was totally at a loss to imagine where the Pathfinder had secreted himself. When fairly round the curvature in the shore, and out of sight of the fire he had lighted above, the young man stopped and began examining the bank deliberately and with great care. Occasionally he advanced 8 or 10 paces, and then halted again to renew the search. The water being much shallower than common, he stepped aside in order to walk with greater ease to himself, and came so near the artificial plantation that he might have touched it with his hand. Still he detected nothing, and was actually passing the spot when Pathfinder made an opening beneath the branches and called to him in a low voice to enter. "This is pretty well," said the Pathfinder, laughing,
though pale-face eyes and red-skin eyes are as different as human spy-glasses. I would wager with the sergeant's daughter here a horn of powder against a wampum belt for her girdle, that her father's regiment should march by this embankment of ours and never find out the fraud. But if the Mingos actually get down into the bed of the river where Jasper passed, I should tremble for the plantation. It will do for their eyes, even across the stream, however, and will not be without its use."
"Don't you think, Master Pathfinder, that it would be wisest, after all," said Cap, "to get under way at once, and carry sail hard down stream, as soon as we are satisfied that these rascals are fairly astern of us? We seamen call a stern chase a long chase."
"I wouldn't move from this spot until we hear from the Sarpent with the sergeant's pretty daughter here in our company, for all the powder in the magazine of the fort below. Sartain captivity or sartain death would follow. If a tender fawn, such as the maiden we have in charge, could thread the forest like old deer, it might, indeed, do to quit the canoes, for by making a circuit we could reach the garrison before morning."
"Then let it be done," said Mabel, springing to her feet under the sudden impulse of awakened energy. "I am young, active, used to exercise, and could easily outwalk my dear uncle. Let no one think me a hindrance. I cannot bear that all your lives should be exposed on my account."
"No, no, pretty one, we think you anything but a hindrance or anything that is unbecoming, and would willingly run twice this risk to do you and the honest sergeant a service. Do I not speak your mind, Eau douce?"
"To do her a service," said Jasper, with emphasis. "Nothing shall tempt me to desert Mabel Dunham until she is safe in her father's arms."
"Well said, lad, bravely and honestly said, too, and I join in it heart and hand. No, no, you are not the first of your sex I have led through the wilderness, and never but once did any harm befall any of them. That was a sad day, certainly, but its like may never come again."
Mabel looked from one of her protectors to the other, and her fine eyes swam in tears. Frankly placing a hand in that of each, she answered them, though at first her voice was choked. "I have no right to expose you on my account. My dear father will thank you. I thank you. God will reward you. But let there be no unnecessary risk. I can walk far, and have often gone miles on some girlish fancy. Why not now exert myself for my life, nay, for your precious lives?" "She is a true dove, Jasper," said the Pathfinder, neither relinquishing the hand he held until the girl herself, in native modesty, saw fit to withdraw it, "and wonderfully winning. We get to be rough and sometimes even hard-hearted in the woods, Mabel, but the sight of one like you brings us back again to our young feelings, and does us good for the remainder of our days. I dare say Jasper here will tell you the same, for like me in the forest, the lad sees but few such as yourself on Ontario, to soften his heart and remind him of love for his kind. Speak out now, Jasper, and say if it is not so."
"I question if many like Mabel Dunham are to be found anywhere," returned the young man gallantly, an honest sincerity glowing in his face that spoke more eloquently than his tongue. "You need not mention the woods and lakes to challenge your equals, but I would go into settlements and towns." "We had better leave the canoes," Mabel hurriedly rejoined, "for I feel it is no longer safe to be here."
"You can never do it. You can never do it. It would be a march of more than 20 miles, and that, too, of tramping over brush and roots, and through swamps in the dark. The trail of such a party would be wide, and we might have to fight our way into the garrison after all. We will wait for the Mohican." Such appearing to be the decision of him to whom all, in their present strait, looked up for counsel, no more was said on the subject. The whole party now broke up into groups. Arrowhead and his wife sitting apart under the bushes, conversing in a low tone, though the man spoke sternly, and the woman answered with the subdued mildness that marks the degraded condition of a savage's wife. Pathfinder and Cap occupied one canoe, chatting of their different adventures by sea and land, while Jasper and Mabel sat in the other, making greater progress in intimacy in a single hour than might have been effected under other circumstances in a 12-month. Notwithstanding their situation as regards the enemy, the time flew by swiftly, and the young people in particular were astonished when Cap informed them how long they had been thus occupied. "If one could smoke, Master Pathfinder," observed the old sailor, "this berth would be snug enough, for, to give the devil his due, you have got the canoes handsomely landlocked, and into moorings that would defy a monsoon. The only hardship is the denial of the pipe." "The scent of the tobacco would betray us, and where is the use of taking all these precautions against the Mingo's eyes, if we are to tell him where the cover is to be found through the nose? No, no, deny your appetites, and learn one virtue from a redskin, who will pass a week without eating even, to get a single scalp. Did you hear something, Jasper?" "The Serpent is coming." "Then let us see if Mohican eyes are better than them of a lad who follows the water." The Mohican had indeed made his appearance in the same direction as that by which Jasper had rejoined his friends. Instead of coming directly on, however, no sooner did he pass the bend, where he was concealed from any who might be higher upstream, than he moved close under the bank, and, using the utmost caution, got a position where he could look back, with his person sufficiently concealed by the bushes to prevent its being seen by any in that quarter. "The Sarpent sees the knaves," whispered Pathfinder. "As I'm a Christian white man, they have bit at the bait, and have ambushed the smoke." Here a hearty but silent laugh interrupted his words, and nudging Cap with his elbow, they all continued to watch the movements of Chingachgook in profound stillness. The Mohican remained stationary as the rock on which he stood full 10 minutes, and then it was apparent that something of interest had occurred within his view, for he drew back with a hurried manner, looked anxiously and keenly along the margin of the stream, and moved quickly down it, taking care to lose his trail in the shallow water. He was evidently in a hurry and concerned, now looking behind him, and then casting eager glances towards every spot on the shore where he thought a canoe might be concealed. "Call him in," whispered Jasper, scarcely able to restrain his impatience. "Call him in, or it will be too late. See, he's actually passing us." "No, not so, lad. Nothing presses, depend on it," returned his companion, "or the Sarpent would begin to creep. The Lord help us and teach us wisdom. I do believe even Chingachgook, whose sight is as faithful as the hound's scent, overlooks us, and will not find out the ambushment we have made." This exultation was untimely, for the words were no sooner spoken than the Indian, who had actually got several feet lower down the stream than the artificial cover, suddenly stopped, fastened a keen riveted glance among the transplanted bushes, made a few hasty steps backward, and, bending his body and carefully separating the branches, he appeared among them. "The accursed Mingos," said Pathfinder, as soon as his friend was near enough to be addressed with prudence. "Iroquois," returned the sententious Indian. No matter, Iroquois, devil, Mingo, Menguis, or Furies, all are pretty much the same. I call all rascals Mingos. Come hither, chief, and let us converse rationally." When their private communication was over, Pathfinder rejoined the rest, and made them acquainted with all that he had learned. The Mohican had followed the trail of their enemies some distance towards the fort, until the latter caught a sight of the smoke of Jasper's fire, when they instantly retraced their steps. It now became necessary for Chingachgook, who ran the greatest risk of detection, to find a cover where he could secrete himself until the party might pass. It was perhaps fortunate for him that the savages were so intent on this recent discovery that they did not bestow the ordinary attention on the signs of the forest. At all events, they passed him swiftly, 15 in number, treading lightly in each other's footsteps, and he was enabled again to get into their rear. After proceeding to the place where the footsteps of Pathfinder and the Mohican had joined the principal trail, the Iroquois had struck off to the river, which they reached just as Jasper had disappeared behind the bend below. The smoke being now in plain view, the savages plunged into the woods and endeavored to approach the fire unseen. Chingachgook profited by this occasion to descend to the water, and to gain the bend in the river also, which he thought had been effected undiscovered. Here he paused, as has been stated, until he saw his enemies at the fire, where their stay, however, was very short. Of the motives of the Iroquois, the Mohican could judge only by their acts. He thought they had detected the artifice of the fire, and were aware that it had been kindled with a view to mislead them, for, after a hasty examination of the spot, they had separated, some plunging again into the woods, while 6 or 8 had followed the footsteps of Jasper along the shore, and come down the stream towards the place where the canoes had landed. What course they might take on reaching that spot was only to be conjectured, for the Serpent had felt the emergency to be too pressing to delay looking for his friends any longer. From some indications that were to be gathered from their gestures, however, he thought it probable that their enemies might follow down in the margin of the stream, but could not be certain. As the Pathfinder related these facts to his companions, the professional feelings of the 2 other white men came uppermost, and both naturally reverted to their habits in quest of the means of escape. "Let us run out the canoes at once," said Jasper eagerly. "The current is strong, and by using the paddles vigorously we shall soon be beyond the reach of these scoundrels." "And this poor flower, that first blossomed in the clearings, shall it wither in the forest?" objected his friend, with the poetry which he unconsciously imbibed by his long association with the Delawares. "We must all die first," answered the youth, a generous color mounting to his temples. "Mabel and Arrowhead's wife may lie down in the canoes, while we do our duty like men on our feet." "Ay, you are active at the paddle and the oar, Eau douce, I will allow, but an accursed Mingo is more active at his mischief. The canoes are swift, but a rifle bullet is swifter." "It is the business of men, engaged as we have been by a confiding father, to run this risk." "But it is not their business to overlook prudence." "Prudence! A man may carry his prudence so far as to forget his courage." The group was standing on the narrow strand, the Pathfinder leaning on his rifle, the butt of which rested on the gravelly beach, while both his hands clasped the barrel at the height of his own shoulders. As Jasper threw out this severe and unmerited imputation, the deep red of his comrade's face maintained its hue unchanged, though the young man perceived that the fingers grasped the iron of the gun with the tenacity of a vice. Here all betrayal of emotion ceased. "You are young and hot-headed," returned Pathfinder, with a dignity that impressed his listeners with a keen sense of his moral superiority. "But my life has been passed among dangers of this sort, and my experience and gifts are not to be mastered by the impatience of a boy. As for courage, Jasper, I will not send back an angry and unmeaning word to meet an angry and an unmeaning word, for I know that you are true in your station and according to your knowledge. But take the advice of one who faced the Mingos when you were a child, and know that their cunning is easier circumvented by prudence than outwitted by foolishness." "I ask your pardon, Pathfinder," said the repentant Jasper, eagerly grasping the hand that the other permitted him to seize. "I ask your pardon humbly and sincerely. 'Twas a foolish as well as wicked thing to hint of a man whose heart, in a good cause, is known to be as firm as the rocks on the lake shore." For the first time the color deepened on the cheek of the Pathfinder, and the solemn dignity which he had assumed, under a purely natural impulse, disappeared in the expression of the earnest simplicity inherent in all his feelings. He met the grasp of his young friend with a squeeze as cordial as if no cord had jarred between them, and a slight sternness that had gathered about his eye disappeared in a look of natural kindness. "'Tis well, Jasper," he answered, laughing. "I bear no ill will, nor shall any one on my behalf. My nature is that of a white man, and that is to bear no malice. It might have been ticklish work to have said half as much to the Sarpent here, though he is a Delaware. The color will have its way." A touch on his shoulder caused the speaker to cease. Mabel was standing erect in the canoe, her light but swelling form bent forward in an attitude of graceful earnestness, her finger on her lips, her head averted, her spirited eyes riveted on an opening in the bushes, and one arm extended with a fishing rod, the end of which had touched the Pathfinder. The latter bowed his head to a level with a lookout, near which he had intentionally kept himself, and then whispered to Jasper, "The accursed Mingos! Stand to your arms, my men, but lay quiet as the corpses of dead trees." Jasper advanced rapidly but noiselessly to the canoe, and with a gentle violence induced Mabel to place herself in such an attitude as concealed her entire body, though it would have probably exceeded his means to induce the girl so far to lower her head that she could not keep her gaze fastened on their enemies. He then took his own post near her, with his rifle cocked and poised, in readiness to fire. Arrowhead and Chingachgook crawled to the cover, and lay in wait like snakes, with their arms prepared for service, while the wife of the former bowed her head between her knees, covered it with her calico robe, and remained passive and immovable. Cap loosened both his pistols in their belt, but seemed quite at a loss what course to pursue. The Pathfinder did not stir. He had originally got a position where he might aim with deadly effect through the leaves, and where he could watch the movements of his enemies. He was far too steady to be disconcerted at a moment so critical. It was truly an alarming instant. Just as Mabel touched the shoulder of her guide, 3 of the Iroquois had appeared in the water, at the bend of the river within 100 yards of the cover, and halted to examine the stream below. They were all naked to the waist, armed for an expedition against their foes, and in their war paint. It was apparent that they were undecided as to the course they ought to pursue in order to find the fugitives. One pointed down the river, a second up the stream, and the third towards the opposite bank. They evidently doubted. End of chapter. Chapter 5 of the Pathfinder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Pathfinder by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 5. Death is here and death is there. Death is busy everywhere. Attributed to Shelley. It was a breathless moment. The only clue the fugitives possessed to the intentions of their pursuers was in their gestures and the indications which escaped them in the fury of disappointment. That a party had returned already, on their own footsteps, by land, was pretty certain, and all the benefit expected from the artifice of the fire was necessarily lost. But that consideration became of little moment just then, for the party was menaced with an immediate discovery by those who had kept on a level with the river. All the facts presented themselves clearly, and as it might be by intuition, to the mind of Pathfinder, who perceived the necessity of immediate decision and of being in readiness to act in concert. Without making any noise, therefore, he managed to get the 2 Indians and Jasper near him, when he opened his communications in a whisper. "We must be ready. We must be ready," he said. "There are but 3 of the scalping devils, and we are 4 of whom may be set down as manful warriors for such a scrimmage. O Deuce, do you take the fellow that is painted like death. Chingachgook, I give you the chief, and Arrowhead must keep his eye on the young one. There must be no mistake, for 2 bullets in the same body would be a sinful waste, with one like the sergeant's daughter in danger. I shall hold myself in reserve against accident, lest a 4th reptile appear, for one of your hands may prove unsteady. By no means fire until I give the word. We must not let the crack of the rifle be heard except in the last resort, since all the rest of the miscreants are still within hearing. Jasper, boy, in case of any movement behind us on the bank, I trust to you to run out the canoe with the sergeant's daughter, and to pull for the garrison, by God's leave."
The Pathfinder had no sooner given these directions than the near approach of their enemies rendered profound silence necessary. The Iroquois in the river were slowly descending the stream, keeping of necessity near the bushes which overhung the water, while the rustling of leaves and the snapping of twigs soon gave fearful evidence that another party was moving along the bank, at an equally graduated pace and directly abreast of them. In consequence of the distance between the bushes planted by the fugitives and the true shore, the two parties became visible to each other when opposite that precise point. Both stopped, and a conversation ensued that may be said to have passed directly over the heads of those who were concealed. Indeed, nothing sheltered the travelers but the branches and leaves of plants, so pliant that they yielded to every current of air, and which a puff of wind a little stronger than common would have blown away. Fortunately, the line of sight carried the eyes of the two parties of savages, whether they stood in the water or on the land, above the bushes, and the leaves appeared blended in a way to excite no suspicion. Perhaps the very boldness of the expedient alone prevented an immediate exposure. The conversation which took place was conducted earnestly, but in guarded tones, as if those who spoke wished to defeat the intentions of any listeners. It was in a dialect that both the Indian warriors beneath, as well as the Pathfinder, understood. Even Jasper comprehended a portion of what was said. "The trail is washed away by the water," said one from below, who stood so near the artificial cover of the fugitives that he might have been struck by the salmon spear that lay in the bottom of Jasper's canoe. "Water has washed it so clear that a Yankee's hound could not follow." "The palefaces have left the shore in their canoes," answered the speaker on the bank. "It cannot be. The rifles of our warriors below are certain." The Pathfinder gave a significant glance at Jasper, and he clinched his teeth in order to suppress the sound of his own breathing. "Let my young men look as if their eyes were eagles," said the eldest warrior among those who were wading in the river. "We have been a whole moon on the warpath, and have found but one scalp. There is a maiden among them, and some of our braves want wives." Happily, these words were lost on Mabel, but Jasper's frown became deeper, and his face fiercely flushed. The savages now ceased speaking, and the party which was concealed heard the slow and guarded movements of those who were on the bank, as they pushed the bushes aside in their wary progress. It was soon evident that the latter had passed the cover, but the group in the water still remained, scanning the shore with eyes that glared through their war paint like coals of living fire. After a pause of 2 or 3 minutes, these three began also to descend the stream, though it was step by step, as men move who look for an object that has been lost. In this manner they passed the artificial screen, and Pathfinder opened his mouth in that hearty but noiseless laugh that nature and habit had contributed to render a peculiarity of the man. His triumph, however, was premature, for the last of the retiring party, just at this moment casting a look behind him, suddenly stopped, and his fixed attitude and steady gaze at once betrayed the appalling fact that some neglected bush had awakened his suspicions. It was perhaps fortunate for the concealed that the warrior who manifested these fearful signs of distrust was young, and had still a reputation to acquire. He knew the importance of discretion and modesty in one of his years, and most of all did he dread the ridicule and contempt that would certainly follow a false alarm. Without recalling any of his companions, therefore, he turned on his own footsteps, and while the others continued to descend the river, he cautiously approached the bushes, on which his looks were still fastened as by a charm. Some of the leaves which were exposed to the sun had drooped a little, and this slight departure from the usual natural laws had caught the quick eyes of the Indian, for so practised and acute do the senses of the savage become, more especially when he is on the war-path, that trifles apparently of the most insignificant sort often prove to be clues to lead him to his object. The trifling nature of the change which had aroused the suspicion of this youth was an additional motive for not acquainting his companions with his discovery. Should he really detect anything, his glory would be the greater for being unshared, and should he not, he might hope to escape that derision which the young Indian so much dreads. Then there were the dangers of an ambush and a surprise, to which every warrior of the woods is keenly alive, to render his approach slow and cautious. In consequence of the delay that proceeded from these combined causes, the two parties had descended some 50 or 60 yards before the young savage was again near enough to the bushes of the Pathfinder to touch them with his hand. Notwithstanding their critical situation, the whole party behind the cover had their eyes fastened on the working countenance of the young Iroquois, who was agitated by conflicting feelings. First came the eager hope of obtaining success where some of the most experienced of his tribe had failed, and with it a degree of glory that had seldom fallen to the share of one of his years or a brave on his first war-path. Then followed doubts, as the drooping leaves seemed to rise again and to revive in the currents of air, and distrust of hidden danger led its exciting feeling to keep the eloquent features in play. So very slight, however, had been the alteration produced by the heat on the bushes, of which the stems were in the water, that when the Iroquois actually laid his hand on the leaves, he fancied that he had been deceived. As no man ever distrusts strongly without using all convenient means of satisfying his doubts, however, the young warrior cautiously pushed aside the branches, and advanced a step within the hiding-place, when the forms of the concealed party met his gaze, resembling so many breathless statues. The low exclamation, the slight start, and the glaring eye were hardly seen and heard before the arm of Chingachgook was raised, and the tomahawk of the Delaware descended on the shaven head of his foe. The Iroquois raised his hands frantically, bounded backward, and fell into the water, at a spot where the current swept the body away, the struggling limbs still tossing and writhing in the agony of death. The Delaware made a vigorous but unsuccessful attempt to seize an arm, with the hope of securing the scalp, but the blood-stained waters whirled down the current, carrying with them their quivering burden. All this passed in less than a minute, and the events were so sudden and unexpected that men less accustomed than the Pathfinder and his associates to forest warfare would have been at a loss how to act. "There is not a moment to lose," said Jasper, tearing aside the bushes as he spoke earnestly, but in a suppressed voice. "Do as I do, Master Cap, if you would save your niece, and you, Mabel, lie at your length in the canoe." The words were scarcely uttered when, seizing the bow of the light boat, he dragged it along the shore, wading himself, while Cap aided behind, keeping so near the bank as to avoid being seen by the savages below, and striving to gain the turn in the river above him which would effectually conceal the party from the enemy. The Pathfinder's canoe lay nearest to the bank, and was necessarily the last to quit the shore. The Delaware leaped on the narrow strand and plunged into the forest, it being his assigned duty to watch the foe in that quarter, while Arrowhead motioned to his white companion to seize the bow of the boat and to follow Jasper. All this was the work of an instant, but when the Pathfinder reached the current that was sweeping round the turn, he felt a sudden change in the weight he was dragging, and looking back, he found that both the Tuscarora and his wife had deserted him. The thought of treachery flashed upon his mind, but there was no time to pause, for the wailing shout that arose from the party below proclaimed that the body of the young Iroquois had floated as low as the spot reached by his friends. The report of a rifle followed, and then the guide saw that Jasper, having doubled the bend in the river, was crossing the stream, standing erect in the stern of the canoe, while Cap was seated forward, both propelling the light boat with vigorous strokes of the paddles. A glance, a thought, and an expedient followed each other quickly in one so trained in the vicissitudes of the frontier warfare. Springing into the stern of his own canoe, he urged it by a vigorous shove into the current, and commenced crossing the stream himself, at a point so much lower than that of his companions as to offer his own person for a target to the enemy, well knowing that their keen desire to secure a scalp would control all other feelings. "Keep well up the current, Jasper!" shouted the gallant guide, as he swept the paddle with long, steady, vigorous strokes of the paddle. "Keep well up the current, and pull for the alder bushes opposite. Preserve the sergeant's daughter before all things, and leave these Mingo knaves to the Sarpent and me." Jasper flourished his paddle as a signal of understanding, while shot succeeded shot in quick succession, all now being aimed at the solitary man in the nearest canoe. "Ay, empty your rifles like simpletons as you are," said the Pathfinder, who had acquired a habit of speaking when alone, from passing so much of his time in the solitude of the forest. "Empty your rifles with an unsteady aim, and give me time to put yard upon yard of river between us. I will not revile you like a Delaware or a Mohican, for my gifts are a white man's gifts, and not an Indian's, and boasting in battle is no part of a Christian warrior. But I may say here, all alone by myself, that you are little better than so many men from the town shooting at robins in the orchards." "That was well meant," throwing back his head, as a rifle bullet cut a lock of hair from his temple. "But the lead that misses by an inch is as useless as the lead that never quits the barrel. Bravely done, Jasper. The sergeant's sweet child must be saved, even if we go in without our own scalps." By this time the Pathfinder was in the center of the river, and almost abreast of his enemies, while the other canoe, impelled by the vigorous arms of Cap and Jasper, had nearly gained the opposite shore at the precise spot that had been pointed out to them. The old mariner now played his part manfully, for he was on his proper element, loved his niece sincerely, had a proper regard for his own person, and was not unused to fire, though his experience certainly lay in a very different species of warfare. A few strokes of the paddles were given, and the canoe shot into the bushes. Mabel was hurried to land by Jasper, and for the present all three of the fugitives were safe. Not so with the Pathfinder. His hearty self-devotion had brought him into a situation of unusual exposure, the hazards of which were much increased by the fact that, just as he drifted nearest to the enemy, the party on the shore rushed down the bank and joined their friends who still stood in the water. The Oswego was about a cable's length in width at this point, and the canoe being in the center, the object was only 100 yards from the rifles that were constantly discharged at it, or at the usual target distance for that weapon. In this extremity the steadiness and skill of the Pathfinder did him good service. He knew that his safety depended altogether on keeping in motion, for a stationary object at that distance would have been hit nearly every shot. Nor was motion of itself sufficient, for, accustomed to kill the bounding deer, his enemies probably knew how to vary the line of aim so as to strike him, should he continue to move in any one direction. He was consequently compelled to change the course of the canoe, at one moment shooting down with the current with the swiftness of an arrow, and at the next checking its progress in that direction, to glance athwart the stream. Luckily the Iroquois could not reload their pieces in the water, and the bushes that everywhere fringed the shore rendered it difficult to keep the fugitive in view when on the land. Aided by these circumstances, and having received the fire of all of his foes, the Pathfinder was gaining fast in distance, both downwards and across the current, when a new danger suddenly, if not unexpectedly, presented itself, by the appearance of the party that had been left in ambush below with a view to watch the river. These were the savages alluded to in the short dialogue already related. They were no less than 10 in number, and understanding all the advantages of their bloody occupation, they had posted themselves at a spot where the water dashed among rocks and over shallows, in a way to form a rapid which, in the language of the country, is called a rift. The Pathfinder saw that, if he entered this rift, he should be compelled to approach a point where the Iroquois had posted themselves, for the current was irresistible, and the rocks allowed no other safe passage, while death or captivity would be the probable result of the attempt. All his efforts, therefore, were turned toward reaching the western shore, the foe being all on the eastern side of the river, but the exploit surpassed human power, and to attempt to stem the stream would at once have so far diminished the motion of the canoe as to render aim certain. In this exigency the guide came to a decision with his usual cool promptitude, making his preparations accordingly. Instead of endeavoring to gain the channel, he steered towards the shallowest part of the stream, on reaching which he seized his rifle and pack, leaped into the water, and began to wade from rock to rock, taking the direction of the western shore. The canoe whirled about in the furious current, now rolling over some slippery stone, now filling and then emptying itself, until it lodged on the shore, within a few yards of the spot where the Iroquois had posted themselves.
In the meanwhile, the Pathfinder was far from being out of danger. For the first minute, admiration of his promptitude and daring, which are so high virtues in the mind of an Indian, kept his enemies motionless; but the desire of revenge and the cravings for the much prized trophy soon overcame this transient feeling and aroused them from their stupor. Rifle flashed after rifle, and the bullets whistled around the head of the fugitive, amid the roar of the waters. Still he proceeded like one who bore a charmed life, for while his rude frontier garments were more than once cut, his skin was not razed. As the Pathfinder in several instances was compelled to wade in water which rose nearly to his arms, while he kept his rifle and ammunition elevated above the raging current, the toil soon fatigued him, and he was glad to stop at a large stone, or a small rock, which rose so high above the river that its upper surface was dry. On this stone he placed his powder horn, getting behind it himself, so as to have the advantage of a partial cover for his body. The western shore was only 50 feet distant, but the quiet, swift, dark current that glanced through the interval sufficiently showed him that he would be compelled to swim. A short cessation in the firing now took place on the part of the Indians, who gathered about the canoe, and having found the paddles, were preparing to cross the river. "Pathfinder!" called a voice from among the bushes, at the point nearest to the person addressed, on the western shore. "What would you have, Jasper?" "Be of good heart. Friends are at hand, and not a single Mingo shall cross without suffering for his boldness. Had you not better leave the rifle on the rock and swim to us before the rascals can get afloat?" "A true woodsman never quits his piece when he has any powder in his horn or a bullet in his pouch. I have not drawn a trigger this day, O Deuce, and shouldn't relish the idea of parting with those reptiles without causing them to remember my name. A little water will not harm my legs, and I see that blackguard, Arrowhead, among the scamps, and wish to send him the wages he has so faithfully earned. You have not brought the sergeant's daughter down here in a range with her bullets, I hope, Jasper?" "She is safe for the present, at least, though all depends on our keeping the river between us and the enemy. They must know our weakness now, and should they cross, no doubt some of their party will be left on the other side." "This canoeing touches your gifts rather than mine, boy, though I will handle a paddle with the best Mingo that ever struck a salmon. If they cross below the rift, why can't we cross in the still water above, and keep playing at dodge and turn with the wolves?" "Because, as I have said, they will leave a party on the other shore, and then, Pathfinder, would you expose Mabel to the rifles of the Iroquois?" "The sergeant's daughter must be saved," returned the guide, with calm energy. "You're right, Jasper. She has no gift to authorize her in offering her sweet face and tender body to a Mingo rifle. What can be done, then? They must be kept from crossing for an hour or two, if possible, when we must do our best in the darkness." "I agree with you, Pathfinder, if it can be effected, but are we strong enough for such a purpose?" "The Lord is with us, boy, the Lord is with us, and it is unreasonable to suppose that one like the sergeant's daughter will be altogether abandoned by Providence in such a strait. There is not a boat between the falls and the garrison, except these 2 canoes, to my sartain knowledge, and I think it will go beyond red-skin gifts to cross in the face of 2 rifles like these of yours and mine. I will not vaunt, Jasper, but it is well known on all this frontier that killdeer seldom fails." "Your skill is admitted by all, far and near, Pathfinder, but a rifle takes time to be loaded, nor are you on the land, aided by a good cover, where you can work to the advantage you are used to. If you had our canoe, might you not pass to the shore with a dry rifle?" "Can an eagle fly, Jasper?" returned the other, laughing in his usual manner and looking back as he spoke. "But it would be unwise to expose yourself on the water, for them miscreants are beginning to bethink them again of powder and bullets." "It can be done without any such chances. Master Cap has gone up to the canoe, and will cast the branch of a tree into the river to try the current, which sets from the point above in the direction of your rock. See, there it comes already. If it float fairly, you must raise your arm, when the canoe will follow. At all events, if the boat should pass you, the eddy below will bring it up, and I can recover it." While Jasper was still speaking, the floating branch came in sight, and, quickening its progress with the increasing velocity of the current, it swept swiftly down towards the Pathfinder, who seized it as it was passing, and held it in the air as a sign of success. Cap understood the signal, and presently the canoe was launched into the stream, with a caution and an intelligence that the habits of the mariner had fitted him to observe. It floated in the same direction as the branch, and in a minute was arrested by the Pathfinder. "This has been done with a frontierman's judgment, Jasper," said the guide, laughing. "But you have your gifts, which incline most to the water, as mine incline to the woods. Now let them Mingo knaves cock their rifles and get rests, for this is the last chance they are likely to have at a man without a cover." "Nay, shove the canoe towards the shore, quartering the current, and throw yourself into it as it goes off," said Jasper eagerly. "There is little use in running any risk." "I love to stand up face to face with my enemies like a man, while they set me the example," returned the Pathfinder proudly. "I am not a redskin born, and it is more a white man's gifts to fight openly than to lie in ambushment." "And Mabel?" "True, boy, true. The sergeant's daughter must be saved, and, as you say, foolish risks only become boys. Think you that you can catch the canoe where you stand?" "There can be no doubt if you give a vigorous push." Pathfinder made the necessary effort. The light bark shot across the intervening space, and Jasper seized it as it came to land. To secure the canoe, and to take proper positions in the cover, occupied the friends but a moment, when they shook hands cordially, like those who had met after a long separation. "Now, Jasper, we shall see if a Mingo of them all dares cross the Oswego in the teeth of Killdeer. You are handier with the oar and the paddle and the sail than with the rifle, perhaps, but you have a stout heart and a steady hand, and them are things that count in a fight." "Mabel will find me between her and her enemies," said Jasper calmly. Yes, yes, the sergeant's daughter must be protected. I like you, boy, on your own account, but I like you all the better that you think of one so feeble at a moment when there is a need of all your manhood. See, Jasper, 3 of the knaves are actually getting into the canoe. They must believe we have fled, or they would not surely venture so much, directly in the very face of Killdeer." Sure enough, the Iroquois did appear bent on venturing across the stream, for, as the Pathfinder and his friends now kept their persons strictly concealed, their enemies began to think that the latter had taken to flight. Such a course was that which most white men would have followed, but Mabel was under the care of those who were too much well skilled in forest warfare to neglect to defend the only pass that, in truth, now offered even a probable chance for protection. As the Pathfinder had said, 3 warriors were in the canoe, 2 holding their rifles at a poise, as they knelt in readiness to aim the deadly weapons, and the others standing erect in the stern to wield the paddle. In this manner they left the shore, having had the precaution to haul the canoe, previously to entering it, so far up the stream as to have got into the comparatively still water above the rift. It was apparent at a glance that the savage who guided the boat was skilled in the art, for the long steady sweep of his paddle sent the light bark over the glassy surface of the tranquil river as if it were a feather floating in air. "Shall I fire?" demanded Jasper in a whisper, trembling with eagerness to engage. "Not yet, boy, not yet. There are but 3 of them, and if Master Cap yonder knows how to use the pop guns he carries in his belt, we may even let them land, and then we shall recover the canoe." "But Mabel?" "No fear for the sergeant's daughter. She is safe in the hollow stump, you say, with the opening judgmatically hid by the brambles. If what you tell me of the manner in which you concealed the trail be true, the sweet one might lie there a month and laugh at the Mingos." "We are never certain. I wish we had brought her nearer to our own cover." "What for, Eau douce? To place her pretty little head and leaping heart among flying bullets? No, no, she is better where she is, because she is safer." "We are never certain. We thought ourselves safe behind the bushes, and yet you saw that we were discovered." "And the Mingo imp paid for his curiosity, as these knaves are about to do." The Pathfinder ceased speaking, for at that instant the sharp report of a rifle was heard, when the Indian in the stern of the canoe leaped high into the air and fell into the water, holding the paddle in his hand. A small wreath of smoke floated out from among the bushes of the eastern shore, and was soon absorbed by the atmosphere. "That is the Sarpent hissing!" exclaimed the Pathfinder, exultingly. "A bolder or a truer heart never beat in the breast of a Delaware. I'm sorry that he interfered, but he could not have known our condition." The canoe had no sooner lost its guide than it floated with the stream, and was soon sucked into the rapids of the rift. Perfectly helpless, the two remaining savages gazed wildly about them, but could offer no resistance to the power of the element. It was perhaps fortunate for Chingachgook that the attention of most of the Iroquois were intently given to the situation of those in the boat, else would his escape have been to the last degree difficult, if not totally impracticable. But not a foe moved, except to conceal his person behind some cover, and every eye was riveted on the two remaining adventurers. In less time than has been necessary to record these occurrences, the canoe was whirling and tossing in the rift, while both the savages had stretched themselves in its bottom, as the only means of preserving the equilibrium. This natural expedient soon failed them, for, striking a rock, the light draught rolled over, and the two warriors were thrown into the river. The water is seldom deep on a rift, except in particular places where it may have worn channels, and there was little to be apprehended from drowning, though their arms were lost, and the two savages were fain to make the best of their way to the friendly shore, swimming and wading, as circumstances required. The canoe itself lodged on a rock in the center of the stream, where for the moment it became useless to both parties. "Now is our time, Pathfinder!" cried Jasper, as the two Iroquois exposed most of their persons while wading in the shallowest part of the rapids. "The fellow upstream is mine, and you can take the lower." So excited had the young man become by all the incidents of the stirring scene, that the bullet sped from his rifle as he spoke, but uselessly, as it would seem, for both the fugitives tossed their arms in disdain. The Pathfinder did not fire. "No, no, Eau douce," he answered. "I do not seek blood without a cause, and my bullet is well leathered and carefully driven down for the time of need. I love no Mingo, as is just, seeing how much I have consorted with the Delawares, who are their mortal and natural enemies. But I never pull trigger on one of the miscreants unless it be plain that his death will lead to some good end. The deer never leaped that fell by my hand wantonly. By living much alone with God in the wilderness, a man gets to feel the justice of such opinions. One life is sufficient for our present wants, and there may yet be occasion to use Killdeer on behalf of the Sarpent, who has done an untimorsome thing to let them rampant devils so plainly know that he is in their neighborhood. As I'm a wicked sinner, there is one of them prowling along the bank this very moment, like one of the boys of the garrison skulking behind a fallen tree to get a shot at a squirrel." As the Pathfinder pointed with his finger while speaking, the quick eye of Jasper soon caught the object towards which it was directed. One of the young warriors of the enemy, burning with a desire to distinguish himself, had stolen from his party towards the cover in which Chingachgook had concealed himself, and as the latter was deceived by the apparent apathy of his foes, as well as engaged in some further preparations of his own, he had evidently obtained a position where he got a sight of the Delaware. This circumstance was apparent by the arrangements the Iroquois was making to fire, for Chingachgook himself was not visible from the western side of the river. The rift was at a bend in the Oswego, and the sweep of the eastern shore formed a curve so wide that Chingachgook was quite near to his enemies in a straight direction, though separated by several hundred feet on the land, owing to which fact air lines brought both parties nearly equidistant from the Pathfinder and Jasper. The general width of the river being a little less than 200 yards, such necessarily was about the distance between his two observers and the skulking Iroquois. "The Sarpent must be thereabouts," observed Pathfinder, who never turned his eye for an instant from the young warrior, "and yet he must be strangely off his guard to allow a Mingo devil to get his stand so near, with manifest signs of bloodshed in his heart." "See," interrupted Jasper, "there is the body of the Indian the Delaware shot. It is drifted on a rock, and the current has forced his head and face above the water." "Quite likely, boy, quite likely. Human nature is little better than a log of driftwood, when the life that has been breathed into its nostrils is departed. That Iroquois will never harm any one more, but yonder skulking savage is bent on taking the scalp of my best and most tried friend." The Pathfinder suddenly interrupted himself by raising his rifle, a weapon of unusual length, with admirable precision, and firing the instant it had got its level. The Iroquois on the opposite shore was in the act of aiming when the fatal messenger from Killdeer arrived. His rifle was discharged, it is true, but it was with the muzzle in the air, while the man himself plunged into the bushes, quite evidently hurt, if not slain. "The skulking reptile brought it on himself," muttered Pathfinder sternly, as, dropping the butt of his rifle, he carefully commenced reloading it. "Chingachgook and I have consorted together since we were boys, and have fit in company on the Horican, the Mohawk, the Ontario, and all the other bloody passes between the country of the Frenchers and our own. And did the foolish knave believe that I would stand by and see my best friend cut off in an ambushment?"
"We have served the Sarpent as good a turn as he served us. Those rascals are troubled, Pathfinder, and are falling back into their covers, since they find we can reach them across the river."
"The shot is no great matter, Jasper, no great matter. Ask any of the 60th, and they can tell you what Killdeer can do, and has done, and that, too, when the bullets were flying about our heads like hailstones. No, no, this is no great matter, and the unthoughtful vagabond drew it down on himself."
"Is that a dog or a deer swimming towards this shore?" Pathfinder started, for sure enough an object was crossing the stream, above the rift, towards which, however, it was gradually setting by the force of the current. A second look satisfied both the observers that it was a man, and an Indian, though so concealed as at first to render it doubtful. Some stratagem was apprehended, and the closest attention was given to the movements of the stranger. "He is pushing something before him as he swims, and his head resembles a drifting bush," said Jasper. "'Tis Indian devilry, boy, but Christian honesty shall circumvent their arts." As the man slowly approached, the observers began to doubt the accuracy of their first impressions, and it was only when 2/3 of the stream were passed that the truth was really known. "The big Sarpent, as I live!" exclaimed Pathfinder, looking at his companion, and laughing until the tears came into his eyes with pure delight at the success of the artifice. "He has tied bushes to his head so as to hide it, put the horn on top, lashed the rifle to that bit of log he is pushing before him, and has come over to join his friends. Ah's me, the times and times that he and I have cut such pranks, right in the teeth of Mingos raging for our blood, in the great thoroughfare round and about Ty." "It may not be the Sarpent after all, Pathfinder. I can see no feature that I remember."
"Feature? Who looks for features in an Indian? No, no, boy, 'tis the paint that speaks, and none but a Delaware would wear that paint, them are his colors. Jasper, just as your craft on the lake wears St. George's cross, and the Frenchers set their tablecloths to fluttering in the wind with all the stains of fishbones and venison steaks upon them. Now, you see the eye, lad, and it is the eye of a chief. But, O Deuce, fierce as it is in battle, and glassy as it looks from among the leaves," here the Pathfinder laid his fingers lightly but impressively on his companion's arm, "I have seen it shed tears like rain. There is a soul and a heart under that red skin, rely on it, although they are a soul and a heart with gifts different from our own."
"No one who is acquainted with the chief ever doubted that."
"I know it," returned the other proudly, "for I have consorted with him in sorrow and in joy. In one I have found him a man, however stricken; in the other, a chief who knows that the women of his tribe are the most seemly in light merriment. But hist! It is too much like the people of the settlements to pour soft speeches into another's ear, and the Sarpent has keen senses. He knows I love him, and that I speak well of him behind his back, but a Delaware has modesty in his inmost nature, though he will brag like a sinner when tied to a stake." The Serpent now reached the shore, directly in front of his two comrades, with whose precise position he must have been acquainted before leaving the eastern side of the river, and rising from the water, he shook himself like a dog and made the usual exclamation, "Phew!" End of chapter.
Chapter 6 of The Pathfinder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Pathfinder by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 6. These as they change, Almighty Father, these are but the varied God. Attributed to Thompson. As the chief landed, he was met by the Pathfinder, who addressed him in the language of the warrior's people. "Was it well done, Chingachgook," said he reproachfully, "to ambush a dozen Mingos alone? Killdeer seldom fails me, it is true, but the Oswego makes a distant mark, and that miscreant showed little more than his head and shoulders above the bushes, and an unpractised hand and eye might have failed. You should have thought of this, chief, you should have thought of this." "The Great Serpent is a Mohican warrior. He sees only his enemies when he is on the war-path, and his fathers have struck the Mingos from behind, since the waters began to run. I know your gifts, and respect them, too. No man shall hear me complain that a redskin observed redskin nature, but prudence as much becomes a warrior as valor, and had not the Iroquois devils been looking after their friends who were in the water, a hot trail they would have made of yourn." "What is the Delaware about to do?" exclaimed Jasper, who observed at that moment that the chief had suddenly left the Pathfinder and advanced to the water's edge, apparently with an intention of again entering the river. "He will not be so mad as to return to the other shore for any trifle he may have forgotten." "Not he, not he. He is as prudent as he is brave, in the main, though so forgetful of himself in the late ambushment. Hark ye, Jasper," leading the other a little aside, just as they heard the Indians plunge into the water. "Hark ye, lad, Chingachgook is not a Christian white man, like ourselves, but a Mohican chief, who has his gifts and traditions to tell him what he ought to do, and he who consorts with them that are not strictly and altogether of his own kind had better leave nature and use to govern his comrades. A king's soldier will swear, and he will drink, and it is of little use to try to prevent him. A gentleman likes his delicacies, and a lady her feathers, and it does not avail much to struggle against either, whereas an Indian's nature and gifts are much stronger than these, and no doubt were bestowed by the Lord for wise ends, though neither you nor me can follow them in all their windings." "What does this mean? See, the Delaware is swimming towards the body that is lodged on the rock. Why does he risk this?" "For honor and glory and renown, as great gentlemen quit their quiet homes beyond seas, where, as they tell me, heart has nothing left to wish for, that is, such hearts as can be satisfied in a clearing, to come hither to live on game and fight the Frenchers." "I understand you. Your friend has gone to secure the scalp." "'Tis his gift, and let him enjoy it. We are white men, and cannot mangle a dead enemy, but it is honor in the eyes of a redskin to do so. It may seem singular to you, Eau douce, but I've known white men of great name and character manifest as remarkable idees consarning their honor, I have." "A savage will be a savage, Pathfinder. Let him keep what company he may." "It is well for us to say so, lad. But, as I tell you, white honor will not always conform to reason or to the will of God. I have passed days thinking of these matters, out in the silent woods, and have come to the opinion, boy, that, as Providence rules all things, no gift is bestowed without some wise and reasonable end." "The Serpent greatly exposes himself to the enemy in order to get his scalp. This may lose us the day." "Not in his mind, Jasper. That one scalp has more honor in it, according to the Sarpent's notions of warfare, than a field covered with slain, that kept the hair on their heads.
Now, there was the fine young captain of the 60th that threw away his life in trying to bring off a 3-pounder from among the Frenchers in the last scrimmage we had. He thought he was sarving honor, and I have known a young ensign wrap himself up in his colours and go to sleep in his blood, fancying that he was lying on something softer even than buffalo skins. Yes, one can understand the merit of not hauling down an ensign. And these are Chingachgook's colours. He will keep them to show his children's children. Here the Pathfinder interrupted himself, shook his head in melancholy, and slowly added, "Ah's me! No shoot of the old Mohican stem remains. He has no children to delight with his trophies, no tribe to honor by his deeds. He is a lone man in this world, and yet he stands true to his training and his gifts. There is something honest and respectable in these, you must allow, Jasper." Here a great outcry from the Iroquois was succeeded by the quick reports of their rifles, and so eager did the enemy become, in the desire to drive the Delaware back from his victim, that a dozen rushed into the river, several of whom even advanced near 100 feet into the foaming current, as if they actually meditated a serious sortie. But Chingachgook continued unmoved, as he remained unhurt by the missiles, accomplishing his task with the dexterity of long habit. Flourishing his reeking trophy, he gave the war whoop in its most frightful intonations, and for a minute the arches of the silent woods and the deep vista formed by the course of the river echoed with cries so terrific that Mabel bowed her head in irrepressible fear, while her uncle for a single instant actually meditated flight. "This surpasses all I have heard from the wretches," Jasper exclaimed, stopping his ears, equally in horror and disgust. "'Tis their music, boy, their drum and fife, their trumpets and clarions. No doubt they love those sounds, for they stir up in them fierce feelings and a desire for blood," returned the Pathfinder, totally unmoved. "I thought them rather frightful when a mere youngster, but they have become like the whistle of the whippoorwill, or the song of the catbird in my ear now. All the screeching reptiles that could stand between the falls and the garrison would have no effect on my nerves at this time of day. I say it not in boasting, Jasper, for the man that lets in cowardice through the ears must have but a weak heart at the best, sounds and outcries being more intended to alarm women and children than such as scout the forest and face the foe. I hope the Sarpent is now satisfied, for here he comes with a scalp at his belt." Jasper turned away his head as the Delaware rose from the river, in pure disgust at his late errand, but the Pathfinder regarded his friend with the philosophical indifference of one who had made up his mind to be indifferent to things he deemed immaterial. As the Delaware passed deeper into the bushes, with a view to wring his trifling calico dress and to prepare his rifle for service, he gave one glance of triumph at his companions, and then all emotion connected with the recent exploit seemed to cease. "Jasper," resumed the guide, "step down to the station of Master Cap and ask him to join us. We have little time for a council, and yet our plans must be laid quickly, for it will not be long before them Mingos will be plotting our ruin." The young man complied, and in a few minutes the four were assembled near the shore, completely concealed from the view of their enemies, while they kept a vigilant watch over the proceedings of the latter, in order to consult on their own future movements. By this time the day had so far advanced as to leave but a few minutes between the passing light and an obscurity that promised to be even deeper than common. The sun had already set, and the twilight of a low latitude would soon pass into the darkness of deep night. Most of the hopes of the party rested on this favorable circumstance, though it was not without its dangers also, as the very obscurity which would favor their escape would be as likely to conceal the movements of their wily enemies. "The moment is come, men," Pathfinder commenced, "when our plans must be coolly laid, in order that we may act together, and with a right understanding of our errand and gifts. In an hour's time these woods will be as dark as midnight, and if we are ever to gain the garrison, it must be done under favor of this advantage. What say you, Master Cap? for, though none of the most experienced in combats and retreats in the woods, your years entitle you to speak first in a matter like this and in a council." "Well, in my judgment, all we have to do is to go on board the canoe when it gets to be so dark the enemy's lookouts can't see us, and run for the haven, as wind and tide will allow." "That is easily said, but not so easily done," returned the guide. "We shall be more exposed in the river than by following the woods, and then there is the Oswego rift below us, and I am far from certain that Jasper himself can carry a boat safely through it in the dark. What say you, lad, as to your own skill and judgment?" "I am of Master Cap's opinion about using the canoe. Mabel is too tender to walk through swamps and among roots of trees in such a night as this promises to be, and then I always feel myself stouter of heart and truer of eye when afloat than when ashore." "Stout of heart you always be, lad, and I think tolerably true of eye for one who has lived so much in broad sunshine and so little in the woods. Ah's me, the Ontario has no trees, or it would be a plain to delight a hunter's heart. As to your opinion, friends, there is much for and much against it. For it, it may be said water leaves no trail." "What do you call the wake?" interrupted the pertinacious and dogmatical Cap. "Anan?" "Go on," said Jasper. "Master Cap thinks he's on the ocean. Water leaves no trail." "It leaves none, O deuce hereaway, though I do not pretend to say what it may leave on the sea. Then a canoe is both swift and easy when it floats with the current, and the tender limbs of the sergeant's daughter will be favored by its motion. But, on the other hand, the river will have no cover but the clouds in the heavens. The rift is a ticklish thing for boats to venture into, even by daylight, and it is 6 fairly measured miles by water from this spot to the garrison. Then a trail on land is not easy to be found in the dark. I am troubled, Jasper, to say which way we ought to counsel and advise." "If the Serpent and myself could swim into the river and bring off the other canoe," the young sailor replied, "it would seem to me that our safest course would be the water." "If, indeed! And yet it might easily be done, as soon as it is a little darker. Well, I am not sartain it will be the best, though were we only a party of men it would be like a hunt to the lusty and brave to play at hide and seek with yonder miscreants on the other shore, Jasper," continued the guide, into whose character there entered no ingredient which belonged to vain display or theatrical effect. "Will you undertake to bring in the canoe?" "I will undertake anything that will serve and protect Mabel, Pathfinder." "That is an upright feeling, and I suppose it is nature. The Sarpent, who is nearly naked already, can help you, and this will be cutting off one of the means of them devils to work their harm." This material point being settled, the different members of the party prepared themselves to put the project in execution. The shades of evening fell fast upon the forest, and by the time all was ready for the attempt, it was found impossible to discern objects on the opposite shore. Time now pressed, for Indian cunning could devise so many expedients for passing so narrow a stream, that the Pathfinder was getting impatient to quit the spot. While Jasper and his companion entered the river, armed with nothing but their knives and the Delaware's tomahawk, observing the greatest caution not to betray their movements, the guide brought Mabel from her place of concealment, and, bidding her and Cap proceed along the shore to the foot of the rapids, he got into the canoe that remained in his possession, in order to carry it to the same place. This was easily effected. The canoe was laid against the bank, and Mabel and her uncle entered it, taking their seats as usual, while the Pathfinder, erect in the stern, held by a bush, in order to prevent the swift stream from sweeping them down its current. Several minutes of intense and breathless expectation followed, while they awaited the results of the bold attempt of their comrades. It will be understood that the two adventurers were compelled to swim across a deep and rapid channel before they could reach a part of the rift that admitted of wading. This portion of the enterprise was soon effected, and Jasper and the Serpent,
struck the bottom side by side at the same instant. Having secured firm footing, they took hold of each other's hands, and waded slowly and with extreme caution in the supposed direction of the canoe. But the darkness was already so deep that they soon ascertained they were to be but little aided by the sense of sight, and that their search must be conducted on that species of instinct which enables the woodsman to find his way when the sun is hid, no stars appear, and all would seem chaos to one less accustomed to the mazes of the forest. Under these circumstances, Jasper submitted to be guided by the Delaware, whose habits best fitted him to take the lead. Still, it was no easy matter to wade amid the roaring element at that hour, and retain a clear recollection of the localities. By the time they believed themselves to be in the centre of the stream, the two shores were discernible merely by masses of obscurity denser than common, the outlines against the clouds being barely distinguishable by the ragged tops of the trees. Once or twice the wanderers altered their course, in the consequence of unexpectedly stepping into deep water, for they knew that the boat had lodged on the shallowest part of the rift. In short, with this fact for their compass, Jasper and his companion wandered about in the water for nearly a quarter of an hour, and at the end of that period, which began to appear interminable to the young man, they found themselves apparently no nearer the object of their search than they had been at its commencement. Just as the Delaware was about to stop, in order to inform his associate that they would do well to return to the land, in order to take a fresh departure, he saw the form of a man moving about in the water, almost within reach of his arm. Jasper was at his side, and he at once understood that the Iroquois were engaged on the same errand as he was himself. "Mingo," he uttered in Jasper's ear, "the serpent will show his brother how to be cunning." The young sailor caught a glimpse of the figure at that instant, and the startling truth also flashed on his mind. Understanding the necessity of trusting all to the Delaware chief, he kept back, while his friend moved cautiously in the direction in which the strange form had vanished. In another moment it was seen again, evidently moving towards themselves. The waters made such an uproar that little was to be apprehended from ordinary sounds, and the Indian, turning his head, hastily said, "Leave it to the cunning of the great serpent." "Phew!" exclaimed the strange savage, adding in the language of his people, "The canoe is found, but there were none to help me. Come, let us raise it from the rock." "Willingly," answered Chingachgook, who understood the dialect. "Lead, we will follow." The stranger, unable to distinguish between voices and accents amid the raging of the rapid, led the way in the necessary direction, and, the two others keeping close at his heels, all three speedily reached the canoe. The Iroquois laid hold of one end, Chingachgook placed himself in the centre, and Jasper went to the opposite extremity, as it was important that the stranger should not detect the presence of a pale face, a discovery that might be made by the parts of the dress the young man still wore, as well as by the general appearance of his head. "Lift," said the Iroquois in the sententious manner of his race, and by a trifling effort the canoe was raised from the rock, held a moment in the air to empty it, and then placed carefully on the water in its proper position. All three held it firmly, lest it should escape from their hands under the pressure of the violent current, while the Iroquois, who led, of course, being at the upper end of the boat, took the direction of the eastern shore, or towards the spot where his friends waited his return. As the Delaware and Jasper well knew there must be several more of the Iroquois on the rift, from the circumstance that their own appearance had occasioned no surprise in the individual they had met, both felt the necessity of extreme caution. Men less bold and determined would have thought they were incurring too great a risk by thus venturing into the midst of their enemies, but these hardy borderers were unacquainted with fear, were accustomed to hazards, and so well understood the necessity of at least preventing their foes from getting the boat, that they would have cheerfully encountered even greater risks to secure their object. So all important to the safety of Mabel, indeed,
did Jasper deem the possession or the destruction of this canoe, that he had drawn his knife and stood ready to rip up the bark, in order to render the boat temporarily unserviceable, should anything occur to compel the Delaware and himself to abandon their prize. In the meantime, the Iroquois, who led the way, proceeded slowly through the water in the direction of his own party, still grasping the canoe, and dragging his reluctant followers in his train. Once Chingachgook raised his tomahawk, and was about to bury it in the brain of his confiding and unsuspicious neighbor, but the probability that the death cry or the floating body might give the alarm induced that wary chief to change his purpose. At the next moment he regretted this indecision, for the three who clung to the canoe suddenly found themselves in the centre of a party of no less than 4 others who were in quest of it. After the usual brief characteristic exclamations of satisfaction, the savages eagerly laid hold of the canoe, for all seemed impressed with the necessity of securing this important boat, the one side in order to assail their foes, and the other to secure their retreat. The addition to the party, however, was so unlooked for, and so completely gave the enemy the superiority, that for a few moments the ingenuity and address of even the Delaware were at fault. The 5 Iroquois, who seemed perfectly to understand their errand, pressed forward towards their own shore, without pausing to converse, their object being in truth to obtain the paddles, which they had previously secured, and to embark 3 or 4 warriors, with all their rifles and powder horns, the want of which had alone prevented their crossing the river by swimming as soon as it was dark. In this manner the body of friends and foes, united, reached the margin of the eastern channel, where, as in the case of the western, the river was too deep to be waded. Here a short pause succeeded, it being necessary to determine the manner in which the canoe was to be carried across. One of the 4 who had just reached the boat was a chief, and the habitual deference which the American Indian pays to merit, experience, and station kept the others silent until this individual had spoken. The halt greatly added to the danger of discovering the presence of Jasper, in particular, who, however, had the precaution to throw the cap he wore in the bottom of the canoe. Being without his jacket and shirt, the outline of his figure, in the obscurity, would now be less likely to attract observation. His position, too, at the stern of the canoe a little favored his concealment, the Iroquois naturally keeping their looks directed the other way. Not so with Chingachgook. This warrior was literally in the midst of his most deadly foes, and he could scarcely move without touching one of them. Yet he was apparently unmoved, though he kept all his senses on the alert, in readiness to escape or to strike a blow at the proper moment. By carefully abstaining from looking towards those behind him, he lessened the chances of discovery, and waited with the indomitable patience of an Indian for the instant when he should be required to act. "Let all my young men but 2, one at each end of the canoe, cross and get their arms," said the Iroquois chief. "Let the 2 push over the boat." The Indians quietly obeyed, leaving Jasper at the stern, and the Iroquois who had found the canoe at the bow of the light craft, Chingachgook burying himself so deep in the river as to be passed by the others without detection. The splashing in the water, the tossing arms, and the calls of one to another, soon announced that the 4 who had last joined the party were already swimming. As soon as this fact was certain, the Delaware rose, resumed his former station, and began to think the moment for action was come. One less habitually under self-restraint than this warrior would probably have now aimed his meditated blow, but Chingachgook knew there were more Iroquois behind him on the rift, and he was a warrior much too trained and experienced to risk anything unnecessarily. He suffered the Indian at the bow of the canoe to push off into the deep water, and then all 3 were swimming in the direction of the eastern shore. Instead, however, of helping the canoe across the swift current, no sooner did the Delaware and Jasper find themselves within the influence of its greatest force than both began to swim in a way to check their farther progress across the stream. Nor was this done suddenly,
or in the incautious manner in which a civilized man would have been apt to attempt the artifice, but warily, and so gradually that the Iroquois at the bow fancied at first he was merely struggling against the strength of the current. Of course, while acted on by these opposing efforts, the canoe drifted downstream, and in about a minute it was floating in still deeper water at the foot of the rift. Here, however, the Iroquois was not slow in finding that something unusual retarded their advance, and looking back, he first learned that he was resisted by the efforts of his companions. That second nature which grows up through habit instantly told the young Iroquois that he was alone with enemies. Dashing the water aside, he sprang at the throat of Chingachgook, and the two Indians, relinquishing their hold of the canoe, seized each other like tigers. In the midst of the darkness of that gloomy night, and floating in an element so dangerous to man when engaged in deadly strife, they appeared to forget everything but their fell animosity and their mutual desire to conquer. Jasper had now complete command of the canoe, which flew off like a feather impelled by the breath, under the violent reaction of the struggles of the two combatants. The first impulse of the youth was to swim to the aid of the Delaware, but the importance of securing the boat presented itself with tenfold force, while he listened to the heavy breathings of the warriors as they throttled each other, and he proceeded as fast as possible towards the western shore. This he soon reached, and after a short search he succeeded in discovering the remainder of the party and in procuring his clothes. A few words sufficed to explain the situation in which he had left the Delaware and the manner in which the canoe had been obtained. When those who had been left behind had heard the explanations of Jasper, a profound stillness reigned among them, each listening intently in the vain hope of catching some clue to the result of the fearful struggle that had just taken place, if it were not still going on in the water. Nothing was audible beyond the steady roar of the rushing river, it being a part of the policy of their enemies on the opposite shore to observe the most death-like stillness. "Take this paddle, Jasper," said Pathfinder calmly, though the listeners thought his voice sounded more melancholy than usual, "and follow with your own canoe. It is unsafe for us to remain here longer."
"But the serpent?"
"The Great Sarpent is in the hands of his own deity, and will live or die according to the intentions of Providence. We can do him no good, and may risk too much by remaining here in idleness, like women talking over their distresses. This darkness is very precious." A loud, long, piercing yell came from the shore, and cut short the words of the guide. "What is the meaning of that uproar, Master Pathfinder?" demanded Cap. "It sounds more like the outcries of devils than anything that can come from the throats of Christians and men." "Christians they are not, and do not pretend to be, and do not wish to be, and in calling them devils you have scarcely misnamed them. That yell is one of rejoicing, and it is as conquerors they have given it. The body of the Sarpent, no doubt, dead or alive, is in their power."
"And we,"
exclaimed Jasper, who felt a pang of generous regret, as the idea that he might have averted the calamity presented itself to his mind, had he not deserted his comrade. "We can do the chief no good, lad, and must quit this spot as fast as possible."
"Without one attempt to rescue him, without even knowing whether he be dead or living?" "Jasper is right," said Mabel, who could speak, though her voice sounded huskily and smothered. "I have no fears, uncle, and will stay here until we know what has become of our friend."
"That seems reasonable, Pathfinder," put in Cap. "Your true seaman cannot well desert a messmate, and I am glad to find that motives so correct exist among those freshwater people."
"Tut, tut!" returned the impatient guide, forcing the canoe into the stream as he spoke. "You know nothing, and you fear nothing. If you value your lives, think of reaching the garrison, and leave the Delaware in the hands of Providence. Ah's me, the deer that goes too often to the lick meets the hunter at last." End of chapter. Chapter 7 of the Pathfinder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Pathfinder by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 7. And is this Yarrow? This the stream of which my fancy cherished? So faithfully a waking dream, an image that hath perished? Oh, that some minstrel's harp were near, to utter notes of gladness, and chase this silence from the air that fills my heart with sadness. Attributed to Wordsworth. The scene was not without its sublimity, and the ardent, generous-minded Mabel felt her blood thrill in her veins and her cheeks flush as the canoe shot into the strength of the stream to quit the spot. The darkness of the night had lessened by the dispersion of the clouds, but the overhanging woods rendered the shore so obscure that the boats floated down the current in a belt of gloom that effectually secured them from detection. Still, there was necessarily a strong feeling of insecurity in all aboard them, and even Jasper, who by this time began to tremble, on behalf of the girl, at every unusual sound that arose from the forest, kept casting uneasy glances around him as he drifted on in company. The paddle was used lightly, and only with exceeding care, for the slightest sound in the breathing stillness of that hour and place might apprise the watchful ears of the Iroquois of their position. All these accessories added to the impressive grandeur of her situation, and contributed to render the moment much the most exciting which had ever occurred in the brief existence of Mabel Dunham. Spirited, accustomed to self-reliance, and sustained by the pride of considering herself a soldier's daughter, she could hardly be said to be under the influence of fear, yet her heart often beat quicker than common, her fine blue eye lighted with an exhibition of a resolution that was wasted in the darkness, and her quickened feelings came in aid of the real sublimity that belonged to the scene and to the incidents of the night. "Mabel," said the suppressed voice of Jasper, as the two canoes floated so near each other that the hand of the young man held them together, "you have no dread? You trust freely to our care and willingness to protect you?" "I am a soldier's daughter, as you know, Jasper Western, and ought to be ashamed to confess fear." "Rely on me, on us all. Your uncle, Pathfinder, the Delaware, were the poor fellow here, I myself will risk everything rather than harm should reach you." "I believe you, Jasper," returned the girl, her hand unconsciously playing in the water. "I know that my uncle loves me, and will never think of himself until he has first thought of me, and I believe you are all my father's friends, and would willingly assist his child. But I am not so feeble and weak-minded as you may think, for, though only a girl from the towns, and like most of that class, a little disposed to see danger where there is none, I promise you, Jasper, no foolish fears of mine shall stand in the way of your doing your duty." "The sergeant's daughter is right, and she is worthy of being honest Thomas Dunham's child," put in the Pathfinder. "Ah's me, pretty one, many is the time that your father and I have scouted and marched together on the flanks and rear of the enemy, in nights darker than this, and that, too, when we did not know but the next moment would lead us into a bloody ambushment. I was at his side when he got the wound in his shoulder, and the honest fellow will tell you, when you meet, the manner in which we contrived to cross the river which lay in our rear, in order to save his scalp." "He has told me," said Mabel, with more energy perhaps than her situation rendered prudent. "I have his letters, in which he has mentioned all that, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart for the service. God will remember it, Pathfinder, and there is no gratitude that you can ask of the daughter which she will not cheerfully repay for her father's life." "Ay, that is the way with all your gentle and pure-hearted creatures. I have seen some of you before, and have heard of others. The sergeant himself has talked to me of his own young days, and of your mother, and of the manner in which he courted her,
and of all the crossings and disappointments, until he succeeded at last. "My mother did not live long to repay him for what he did to win her," said Mabel, with a trembling lip. "So he tells me. The honest sergeant has kept nothing back, for being so many years my senior, he has looked on me, in our many scoutings together, as a sort of son." "Perhaps, Pathfinder," observed Jasper, with a huskiness in his voice that defeated the attempt at pleasantry, "he would be glad to have you for one in reality." "And if he did, Eau douce, where would be the sin of it? He knows what I am on a trail or a scout, and he has seen me often face to face with the Frenchers. I have sometimes thought, lad, that we all ought to seek for wives, for the man that lives altogether in the woods, and in company with his enemies, or his prey, gets to lose some of the feeling of kind in the end. It is not easy to dwell always in the presence of God, and not feel the power of his goodness. I have attended church service in the garrisons, and tried hard, as becomes a true soldier, to join in the prayers; for, though no enlisted servant of the king, I fight his battles and sarve his cause, and so I have endeavored to worship garrison fashion, but never could raise within me the solemn feelings and true affection that I feel when alone with God in the forest. There I seem to stand face to face with my Master. All around me is fresh and beautiful, as it came from his hand, and there is no nicety or doctrine to chill the feelings. No, no, the woods are the true temple after all, for there the thoughts are free to mount higher even than the clouds." "You speak the truth, Master Pathfinder," said Cap, "and a truth that all who live much in solitude know. What, for instance, is the reason that seafaring men in general are so religious and conscientious in all they do, but the fact that they are so often alone with Providence, and have so little to do with the wickedness of the land? Many and many is the time that I have stood my watch, under the equator perhaps, or in the southern ocean, when the nights are lighted up with the fires of heaven, and that is a time, I can tell you, my hearties, to bring a man to his bearings in the way of his sins. I have rattled down mine again and again under such circumstances, until the shrouds and lanyards of conscience have fairly creaked with the strain. I agree with you, Master Pathfinder, therefore, in saying, if you want a truly religious man, go to sea or go into the woods." "Uncle, I thought seamen had little credit generally for their respect for religion?" "All damned slander, girl. For all the essentials of Christianity the seaman beats the landsman hand over hand." "I will not answer for all this, Master Cap," returned Pathfinder, "but I dare say some of it may be true. I want no thunder and lightning to remind me of my God, nor am I as apt to bethink on most of all his goodness in trouble and tribulations, as on a calm, solemn, quiet day in a forest, when his voice is heard in the creaking of a dead branch, or in the song of a bird, as much in my ears, at least, as it is ever heard in uproars and gales. How is it with you, Eau douce? You face the tempest as well as Master Cap, and ought to know something of the feelings of storms." "I fear that I am much too young and too inexperienced to be able to say much on such a subject," modestly answered Jasper. "But you have your feelings," said Mabel quickly. "You cannot, no one can live among such scenes without feeling how much they ought to trust in God." "I shall not belie my training so much as to say I do not sometimes think of these things, but I fear it is not so often or as much as I ought." "Fresh water," returned Cap pithily. "You are not to expect too much of the young man, Mabel. I think they call you sometimes by a name that would insinuate all this. Eau de vie, is it not?" "Eau douce," quietly replied Jasper, who from sailing on the lake had acquired a knowledge of French, as well as of several of the Indian dialects. "It is a name the Iroquois have given me to distinguish me from some of my companions who once sailed upon the sea, and are fond of filling the ears of the natives with stories of their great salt-water lakes."
"And why shouldn't they? I dare say they do the savages no harm." "Ay, Eau douce, that must mean the white brandy, which may well enough be called the deuce, for deuced stuff it is."
"The signification of eau douce is sweet water, and it is the manner in which the French express fresh water," rejoined Jasper, a little nettled.
"And how the devil do they make water out of eau in deuce, when it means brandy and eau de vie? Besides, among seamen, eau always means brandy, and eau de vie brandy of a high proof. I think nothing of your ignorance, young man, for it is natural to your situation and cannot be helped. If you will return with me, and make a voyage or two on the Atlantic, it will serve you a good turn in the remainder of your days, and Mabel there, and all the other young women near the coast, will think all the better of you should you live to be as old as one of the trees in this forest."
"Nay, nay," interrupted the single-hearted and generous guide. "Jasper wants not for friends in this region, I can assure you; and though seeing the world, according to his habits, may do him good as well as another, we shall think none the worse of him if he never quits us. Eau douce or eau de vie, he is a brave, true-hearted youth, and I always sleep as soundly when he is on the watch as if I was up and stirring myself. Ay, and for that matter, sounder too. The sergeant's daughter here doesn't believe it necessary for the lad to go to sea in order to make a man of him, or one who is worthy to be respected and esteemed." Mabel made no reply to this appeal, and she even looked towards the western shore, although the darkness rendered the natural movements unnecessary to conceal her face. But Jasper felt that there was a necessity for his saying something, the pride of youth and manhood revolting at the idea of his being in a condition not to command the respect of his fellows or the smiles of his equals of the other sex. Still, he was unwilling to utter aught that might be considered harsh to the uncle of Mabel, and his self-command was perhaps more creditable than his modesty and spirit. "I pretend not to things I don't possess," he said, "and lay no claim to any knowledge of the ocean or of navigation. We steer by the stars and the compass on these lakes, running from headland to headland, and having little need of figures and calculations, make no use of them. But we have our claims notwithstanding, as I have often heard from those who have passed years on the ocean. In the first place, we have always the land aboard, and much of the time on a lee shore, and that I have frequently heard makes hardy sailors. Our gales are sudden and severe, and we are compelled to run for our ports at all hours." "You have your leads," interrupted Cap. "They are of little use, and are seldom cast." "The deep seas." "I have heard of such things, but confess I never saw one." "Oh, deuce with a vengeance! A trader and no deep sea! Why, boy, you cannot pretend to be anything of a mariner. Who the devil ever heard of a seaman without his deep sea?" "I do not pretend to any particular skill, Master Cap." "Except in shooting falls, Jasper, except in shooting falls and rifts," said Pathfinder, coming to the rescue, "in which business even you, Master Cap, must allow he has some handiness. In my judgment, every man is to be esteemed or condemned according to his gifts, and if Master Cap is useless in running the Oswego Falls, I try to remember that he is useful when out of sight of land, and if Jasper be useless when out of sight of land, I do not forget that he has a true eye and steady hand when running the falls." "But Jasper is not useless, would not be useless when out of sight of land," said Mabel, with a spirit and energy that caused her clear, sweet voice to be startling amid the solemn stillness of that extraordinary scene. "No one can be useless there who can do so much here, is what I mean, though, I dare say, he is not as well acquainted with ships as my uncle." "Ay, bolster each other up in your ignorance," returned Cap with a sneer. "We seamen are so much outnumbered when ashore that it is seldom we get our dues.
But when you want to be defended, or trade is to be carried on, there is outcry enough for us."
"But, uncle, landsmen do not come to attack our coasts, so that seamen only meet seamen."
"So much for ignorance. Where are all the enemies that have landed in this country, French and English, let me inquire, niece?" "Sure enough, where are they?" ejaculated Pathfinder. "None can tell better than we who dwell in the woods, Master Cap. I have often followed their line of march by bones bleaching in the rain, and have found their trail by graves, years after they and their pride have vanished together. Generals and privates, they lay scattered throughout the land, so many proofs of what men are when led on by their love of great names and the wish to be more than their fellows." "I must say, Master Pathfinder, that you sometimes utter opinions that are a little remarkable for a man who lives by the rifle, seldom snuffing the air but he smells gunpowder, or turning out of his berth but to bear down on an enemy." "If you think I pass my days in warfare against my kind, you know neither me nor my history. The man that lives in the woods and on the frontiers must take the chances of the things among which he dwells. For this I am not accountable, being but an humble and powerless hunter and scout and guide. My real calling is to hunt for the army, on its marches and in times of peace, although I am more especially engaged in the service of one officer, who is now absent in the settlements, where I never follow him. No, no, bloodshed and warfare are not my real gifts, but peace and mercy. Still, I must face the enemy as well as another, and as for a Mingo, I look upon him as man looks on a snake, a creature to be put beneath the heel whenever a fitting occasion offers." "Well, well, I have mistaken your calling, which I had thought as regularly warlike as that of a ship's gunner. There is my brother-in-law now, he has been a soldier since he was 16, and he looks upon his trade as every way as respectable as that of a seafaring man, a point I hardly think is worth while to dispute with him."
"My father has been taught to believe that it is honorable to carry arms," said Mabel, "for his father was a soldier before him."
"Yes, yes," resumed the guide. "Most of the sergeant's gifts are martial, and he looks at most things in this world over the barrel of his musket. One of his notions now is to prefer a king's piece to a regular double-sided long-barreled rifle. Such conceits will come over men from long habit, and prejudice is, perhaps, the commonest failing of a human nature." While the desultory conversation just related had been carried on in subdued voices, the canoes were dropping slowly down with the current within the deep shadows of the western shore, the paddles being used merely to preserve the desired direction and proper positions. The strength of the stream varied materially, the water being seemingly still in places, while in other reaches it flowed at a rate exceeding 2 or even 3 miles in the hour. On the rifts it even dashed forward with a velocity that was appalling to the unpractised eye. Jasper was of the opinion that they might drift down with the current to the mouth of the river in 2 hours from the time they left the shore, and he and the Pathfinder had agreed on the expediency of suffering the canoes to float of themselves for a time, or at least until they had passed the first dangers of their new movement. The dialogue had been carried on in voices, too, guardedly low, for though the quiet of deep solitude reigned in that vast and nearly boundless forest, Nature was speaking with her 1,000 tongues in the eloquent language of night in a wilderness. The air sighed through 10,000 trees, the water rippled, and at places even roared along the shores, and now and then was heard the creaking of a branch or a trunk as it rubbed against some object similar to itself, under the vibrations of a nicely balanced body. All living sounds had ceased. Once, it is true, the Pathfinder fancied he heard the howl of a distant wolf, of which a few prowled through these woods, but it was a transient and doubtful cry that might possibly have been attributed to the imagination. When he desired his companions, however, to cease talking,
His vigilant ear had caught the peculiar sound which is made by the parting of a dried branch of a tree, and which, if his senses did not deceive him, came from the western shore. All who are accustomed to that particular sound will understand how readily the ear receives it, and how easy it is to distinguish the tread which breaks the branch from every other noise of the forest. "There is the footstep of a man on the bank," said Pathfinder to Jasper, speaking in neither a whisper nor yet in a voice loud enough to be heard at any distance. "Can the accursed Iroquois have crossed the river already, with their arms and without a boat?" "It may be the Delaware. He would follow us, of course, down this bank, and would know where to look for us. Let me draw closer into the shore and reconnoitre." "Go, boy, but be light with the paddle, and on no account venture ashore on an uncertainty." "Is this prudent?" demanded Mabel, with an impetuosity that rendered her incautious in modulating her sweet voice. "Very imprudent, if you speak so loud, fair one. I like your voice, which is soft and pleasing, after the listening so long to the tones of men, but it must not be heard too much or too freely just now. Your father, the honest sergeant, will tell you when you meet him, that silence is a double virtue on a trail. Go, Jasper, and do justice to your own character for prudence." 10 anxious minutes succeeded the disappearance of the canoe of Jasper, which glided away from that of the Pathfinder so noiselessly that it had been swallowed up in the gloom before Mabel allowed herself to believe the young man would really venture alone on a service which struck her imagination as singularly dangerous. During this time the party continued to float with the current, no one speaking, and it might almost be said, no one breathing, so strong was the general desire to catch the minutest sound that should come from the shore. But the same solemn, we might indeed say sublime, quiet reigned as before, the washing of the water as it piled up against some slight obstruction, and the sighing of the trees alone interrupting the slumbers of the forest. At the end of the period mentioned, the snapping of the dried branches was again faintly heard, and the Pathfinder fancied that the sound of smothered voices reached him. "I may be mistaken," he said, "for the thoughts often fancy what the heart wishes, but these were notes like the low tones of the Delaware." "Do the dead of the savages ever walk?" demanded Cap. "Ay, and run too in their happy hunting grounds, but nowhere else. A redskin finishes with the earth, after the breath quits the body. It is not one of his gifts to linger around his wigwam when his hour has passed." "I see some object on the water," whispered Mabel, whose eye had not ceased to dwell on the body of gloom, with close intensity, since the disappearance of Jasper. "It is the canoe," returned the guide, greatly relieved. "All must be safe, or we should have heard from the lad." In another minute the two canoes, which became visible to those they carried only as they drew near each other, again floated side by side, and the form of Jasper was recognized at the stern of his own boat. The figure of a second man was seated in the bow, and as the young sailor so wielded his paddle as to bring the face of his companion near the eyes of the Pathfinder and Mabel, they both recognized the person of the Delaware. "Chingachgook, my brother!" said the guide, in the dialect of the other's people, a tremor shaking his voice that betrayed the strength of his feelings. "Chief of the Mohicans, my heart is very glad. Often have we passed through blood and strife together, but I was afraid it was never to be so again." "Humph! The Mingos are squaws. 3 of their scalps hang at my girdle. They do not know how to strike the great serpent of the Delawares. Their hearts have no blood, and their thoughts are on their return path across the waters of the Great Lake." "Have you been among them, chief? And what has become of the warrior who was in the river?" "He has turned into a fish, and lies at the bottom with the eels. Let his brothers bait their hooks for him. Pathfinder, I have counted the enemy,
and have touched their rifles." "Ah, I thought he would be venturesome," exclaimed the guide in English. "The risky fellow has been in the midst of them, and has brought us back their whole history. Speak, Chingachgook, and I will make our friends as knowing as ourselves." The Delaware now related in a low, earnest manner the substance of all his discoveries, since he was last seen struggling with his foe in the river. Of the fate of his antagonist he said no more, it not being usual for a warrior to boast in his more direct and useful narratives. As soon as he had conquered in that fearful strife, however, he swam to the eastern shore, landed with caution, and wound his way in among the Iroquois, concealed by the darkness, undetected, and in the main even unsuspected. Once, indeed, he had been questioned, but answering that he was Arrowhead, no further inquiries were made. By the passing remarks he soon ascertained that the party was out expressly to intercept Mabel and her uncle, concerning whose rank, however, they had evidently been deceived. He also ascertained enough to justify the suspicion that Arrowhead had betrayed them to their enemies, for some motive that it was now not easy to reach, as he had not yet received the reward of his services. Pathfinder communicated no more of his intelligence to his companions than he thought might relieve their apprehensions, intimating at the same time that now was the moment for exertion, the Iroquois not having yet entirely recovered from the confusion created by their losses. "We shall find them at the rift, I make no manner of doubt," continued he, "and there it will be our fate to pass them, or to fall into their hands. The distance to the garrison will then be so short, that I have been thinking of a plan of landing with Mabel myself, that I may take her in by some of the byways, and leave the canoes to their chances in the rapids."
"It will never succeed, Pathfinder," eagerly interrupted Jasper. "Mabel is not strong enough to tramp in the woods in a night like this. Put her in my skiff, and I will lose my life, or carry her through the rift safely, dark as it is."
"No doubt you will, lad. No one doubts your willingness to do anything to serve the Sergeant's daughter; but it must be the eye of Providence, and not your own, that will take you safely through the Oswego rift in a night like this."
"And who will lead her safely to the garrison if she land? Is not the night as dark on shore as on the water? Or do you think I know less of my calling than you know of yours?"
"Spiritedly said, lad. But if I should lose my way in the dark, and I believe no man can say truly that such a thing ever yet happened to me, but if I should lose my way, no other harm would come of it than to pass a night in the forest, whereas a false turn of the paddle or a broad sheer of the canoe would put you and the young woman into the river, out of which it is more than probable the Sergeant's daughter would never come alive."
"I will leave it to Mabel herself. I am certain that she will feel more secure in the canoe." "I have great confidence in you both," answered the girl, "and have no doubts that either will do all he can to prove to my father how much he values him. But I confess I should not like to quit the canoe, with the certainty we have of there being enemies like those we have seen in the forest. But my uncle can decide for me in this matter."
"I have no liking for the woods," said Cap, "while one has a clear drift like this on the river. Besides, Master Pathfinder, to say nothing of the savages, you overlook the sharks." "Sharks! Who ever heard of sharks in the wilderness?" "Ay, sharks, or bears, or wolves, no matter what you call a thing, so it has the mind and power to bite. Lord, Lord, man, do you dread any creature that is to be found in the American forest? A catamount is a skeary animal, I will allow, but then it is nothing in the hands of a practised hunter. Talk of the Mingos and their deviltries if you will, but do not raise a false alarm about bears and wolves." "Ay, ay, Master Pathfinder, this is all well enough for you, who probably know the name of every creature you would meet. Use is everything, and it makes a man bold when he might otherwise be bashful. I have known seamen in the low latitudes swim for hours at a time among sharks 15 or 20 feet long." "This is extraordinary!" exclaimed Jasper, who had not yet acquired that material part of his trade, the ability to spin a yarn. "I have always heard that it was certain death to venture in the water among sharks." "I forgot to say that the lads always took capstan bars, or gunners' handspikes, or crows with them, to rap the beasts over the noses if they got to be troublesome. No, I have no liking for bears or wolves, though a whale, in my eye, is very much the same sort of fish as a red herring after it is dried and salted. Mabel and I had better stick to the canoe."
"Mabel would do well to change canoes," added Jasper. "This of mine is empty, and even Pathfinder will allow that my eye is surer than his own on the water."
"That I will, cheerfully, boy. The water belongs to your gifts, and no one will deny that you have improved them to the utmost. You are right enough in believing that the Sergeant's daughter will be safer in your canoe than in this, and though I would gladly keep near her myself, I have her welfare too much at heart not to give her honest advice. Bring your canoe close alongside, Jasper, and I will give you what you must consider as a precious treasure."
"I do so consider it,"
returned the youth, not losing a moment in complying with the request, when Mabel passed from one canoe to the other, taking her seat on the effects which had hitherto composed its sole cargo. As soon as this arrangement was made, the canoes separated a short distance, and the paddles were used, though with great care, to avoid making any noise. The conversation gradually ceased, and as the dreaded rift was approached, all became impressed with the gravity of the moment. That their enemies would endeavour to reach this point before them was almost certain, and it seemed so little probable any one should attempt to pass it, in the profound obscurity which reigned, that Pathfinder was confident parties were on both sides of the river, in the hope of intercepting them when they might land. He would not have made the proposal he did had he not felt sure of his own ability to convert this very anticipation of success into a means of defeating the plans of the Iroquois. As the arrangement now stood, however, everything depended on the skill of those who guided the canoes, for should either hit a rock, if not split asunder, it would almost certainly be upset, and then would come not only all the hazards of the river itself, but, for Mabel, the certainty of falling into the hands of her pursuers. The utmost circumspection consequently became necessary, and each one was too much engrossed with his own thoughts to feel a disposition to utter more than was called for by the exigencies of the case. As the canoes stole silently along, the roar of the rift became audible, and it required all the fortitude of Cap to keep his seat while these boding sounds were approached, amid a darkness which scarcely permitted a view of the outlines of the wooded shore and of the gloomy vault above his head. He retained a vivid impression of the falls, and his imagination was not now idle in swelling the dangers of the rift to a level with those of the headlong descent he had that day made, and even to increase them under the influence of doubt and uncertainty. In this, however, the old mariner was mistaken, for the Oswego Rift and the Oswego Falls are very different in their characters and violence, the former being no more than a rapid that glances among shallows and rocks, while the latter really deserved the name it bore, as has been already shown. Mabel certainly felt distrust and apprehension, but her entire situation was so novel, and her reliance on her guide so great, that she retained a self-command which might not have existed had she clearer perceptions of the truth, or been better acquainted with the helplessness of men when placed in opposition to the power and majesty of nature. "Is that the spot you have mentioned?" she said to Jasper, when the roar of the rift first came distinctly on her ears. "It is, and I beg you to have confidence in me. We are not old acquaintances, Mabel, but we live many days in one in this wilderness. I think already that I have known you years." "And I do not feel as if you were a stranger to me, Jasper. I have every reliance on your skill, as well as on your disposition to serve me." We shall see.
Pathfinder is striking the rapids too near the center of the river. The bed of the water is closer to the eastern shore, but I cannot make him hear me now. Hold firmly to the canoe, Mabel, and fear nothing." At the next moment the swift current had sucked them into the rift, and for 3 or 4 minutes the awestruck, rather than the alarmed girl, saw nothing around her but sheets of glancing foam, heard nothing but the roar of waters. 20 times did the canoe appear about to dash against some curling and bright wave that showed itself even amid that obscurity, and as often did it glide away again unharmed, impelled by the vigorous arm of him who governed its movements. Once, and once only, did Jasper seem to lose command of his frail bark, during which brief space it fairly whirled entirely round, but by a desperate effort he brought it again under control, recovered the lost channel, and was soon rewarded for all his anxiety by finding himself floating quietly in the deep water below the rapids, secure from every danger, and without having taken in enough of the element to serve for a draught. "All is over, Mabel," the young man cried cheerfully. "The danger is past, and you may now indeed hope to meet your father this very night." "God be praised! Jasper, we shall owe this great happiness to you. The Pathfinder may claim a full share in the merit, but what has become of the other canoe?" "I see something near us on the water. Is it not the boat of our friends?" A few strokes of the paddle brought Jasper to the side of the object in question. It was the other canoe, empty and bottom upwards. No sooner did the young man ascertain this fact than he began to search for the swimmers, and, to his great joy, Cap was soon discovered drifting down with the current, the old seaman preferring the chances of drowning to those of landing among savages. He was hauled into the canoe, though not without difficulty, and then the search ended, for Jasper was persuaded that the Pathfinder would wade to the shore, the water being shallow, in preference to abandoning his beloved rifle. The remainder of the passage was short, though made amid darkness and doubt. After a short pause a dull roaring sound was heard, which at times resembled the mutterings of distant thunder, and then again brought with it the washing of waters. Jasper announced to his companions that they now heard the surf of the lake. Low curved spits of land lay before them, into the bay formed by one of which the canoe glided, and then it shot up noiselessly upon a gravelly beach. The transition that followed was so hurried and great that Mabel scarcely knew what passed. In the course of a few minutes, however, sentinels had been passed, a gate was opened, and the agitated girl found herself in the arms of a parent who was almost a stranger to her. End of chapter. Chapter 8 of The Pathfinder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Pathfinder by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 8. A land of love and a land of light, withouten sun or moon or night, where the rivers swallowed a living stream, and the light a pure celestial beam, the land of vision it would seem, a still, an everlasting dream. From The Queen's Wake. The rest that succeeds fatigue, and which attends a newly awakened sense of security, is generally sweet and deep. Such was the fact with Mabel, who did not rise from her humble pallet, such a bed as a sergeant's daughter might claim in a remote frontier post, until long after the garrison had obeyed the usual summons of the drums, and had assembled at the morning parade. Sergeant Dunham, on whose shoulders fell the task of attending to these ordinary and daily duties, had got through all his morning avocations, and was beginning to think of his breakfast, before his child left her room, and came into the fresh air, equally bewildered, delighted, and grateful, at the novelty and security of her new situation. At the time of which we are writing, Oswego was one of the extreme frontier posts of the British possessions on this continent. It had not long been occupied, and was garrisoned by a battalion of a regiment which had been originally Scotch, but into which many Americans had been received since its arrival in this country, all innovation that had led the way to Mabel's father filling the humble but responsible situation of the oldest sergeant. A few young officers also, who were natives of the colonies, were to be found in the corps. The fort itself, like most works of that character, was better adapted to resist an attack of savages than to withstand a regular siege, but the great difficulty of transporting heavy artillery and other necessaries rendered the occurrence of the latter a probability so remote as scarcely to enter into the estimate of the engineers who had planned the defences. There were bastions of earth and logs, a dry ditch, a stockade, a parade of considerable extent, and barracks of logs that answered the double purpose of dwellings and fortifications. A few light field pieces stood in the area of the fort, ready to be conveyed to any point where they might be wanted, and one or two heavy iron guns looked out from the summits of the advanced angles, as so many admonitions to the audacious to respect their power. When Mabel, quitting the convenient but comparatively retired hut where her father had been permitted to place her, issued into the pure air of the morning, she found herself at the foot of a bastion, which lay invitingly before her, with a promise of giving a coup d'oeil of all that had been concealed in the darkness of the preceding night. Tripping up the grassy ascent, the light-hearted as well as light-footed girl found herself at once on a point where the sight, at a few varying glances, could take in all the external novelties of her new situation. To the southward lay the forest, through which she had been journeying so many weary days, and which had proved so full of dangers. It was separated from the stockade by a belt of open land that had been principally cleared of its woods to form the martial constructions around her. This glacis, for such in fact was its military use, might have covered 100 acres, but with it every sign of civilization ceased. All beyond was forest, that dense, interminable forest which Mabel could now picture to herself through her recollections, with its hidden glassy lakes, its dark rolling stream, and its world of nature. Turning from this view, our heroine felt her cheek fanned by a fresh and grateful breeze, such as she had not experienced since quitting the far distant coast. Here a new scene presented itself. Although expected, it was not without a start, and a low exclamation indicative of pleasure, that the eagle eyes of the girl drank in its beauties. To the north and east and west, in every direction, in short, over one entire half of the novel panorama, lay a field of rolling waters. The element was neither of that glassy green which distinguishes the American waters in general, nor yet of the deep blue of the ocean, the color being of a slightly amber hue, which scarcely affected its limpidity. No land was to be seen, with the exception of the adjacent coast, which stretched to the right and left in an unbroken outline of forest, with wide bays and low headlands of points. Still, much of the shore was rocky, and into its caverns the sluggish waters occasionally rolled, producing a hollow sound, which resembled the concussions of a distant gun. No sail whitened the surface, no whale or other fish gambolled on its bosom, no sign of use or service rewarded the longest and most minute gaze at its boundless expanse. It was a scene, on one side, of apparently endless forests, while a waste of seemingly interminable water spread itself on the other. Nature appeared to have delighted in producing grand effects, by setting two of her principal agents in bold relief to each other, neglecting details. The eye turned from the broad carpet of leaves to the still broader field of fluid, from the endless but gentle heavings of the lake to the holy calm and poetical solitude of the forest, with wonder and delight.
Mabel Dunham, though unsophisticated, like most of her countrywomen of that period, and ingenuous and frank as any warm-hearted and sincere-minded girl well could be, was not altogether without a feeling for the poetry of this beautiful earth of ours. Although she could scarcely be said to be educated at all, for few of her sex at that day and in this country received much more than the rudiments of plain English instruction, still she had been taught much more than was usual for young women in her own station in life, and, in one sense certainly, she did credit to her teaching. The widow of a field officer, who formerly belonged to the same regiment as her father, had taken the girl in charge at the death of its mother, and under the care of this lady Mabel had acquired some taste and many ideas which otherwise might always have remained strangers to her. Her situation in the family had been less that of a domestic than of a humble companion, and the results were quite apparent in her attire, her language, her sentiments, and even in her feelings, though neither, perhaps, rose to the level of those that would probably characterize a lady. She had lost the less refined habits and manners of one in her original position, without having quite reached a point that disqualified her for the situation in life that the accidents of birth and fortune would probably compel her to fill. All else that was distinctive and peculiar in her belonged to natural character. With such antecedents it will occasion the reader no wonder if he learns that Mabel viewed the novel scene before her with a pleasure far superior to that produced by vulgar surprise. She felt its ordinary beauties as most would have felt them, but she had also a feeling for its sublimity, for that softened solitude, that calm grandeur and eloquent repose, which ever pervades broad views of natural objects, yet undisturbed by the labors and struggles of man. "How beautiful!" she exclaimed, unconscious of speaking, as she stood on the solitary bastion, facing the air from the lake, and experiencing the genial influence of its freshness pervading both her body and her mind. "How very beautiful, and yet how singular!" The words and the train of her ideas were interrupted by a touch of a finger on her shoulder, and turning, in the expectation of seeing her father, Mabel found Pathfinder at her side. He was leaning quietly on his long rifle, and laughing in his quiet manner, while, with an outstretched arm, he swept over the whole panorama of land and water. "Here you have both our domains," said he, "Jasper's and mine. The lake is for him, and the woods are for me. The lad sometimes boasts of the breadth of his dominions, but I tell him my trees make as broad a plain on the face of this 'arth as all his water. Well, Mabel, you are fit for either, but I do not see that fear of the Mingos or night marches can destroy your pretty looks." "It is a new character for the Pathfinder to appear in, to compliment a silly girl." "Not silly, Mabel; no, not in the least silly. The sergeant's daughter would do discredit to her worthy father, were she to do or say anything that could be called silly." "Then she must take care, and not put too much faith in treacherous, flattering words. But, Pathfinder, I rejoice to see you among us again; for, though Jasper did not seem to feel much uneasiness, I was afraid some accident might have happened to you and your friend on that frightful rift." "The lad knows us both, and was sartain that we should not drown, which is scarcely one of my gifts. It would have been hard swimming of a sartainty with a long-barreled rifle in the hand, and what between the game, and the savages and the French, Killdeer and I have gone through too much in company to part very easily. No, we waded ashore, the rift being shallow enough for that, with small exceptions, and we landed with our arms in our hands. We had to take our time for it, on account of the Iroquois, I will own. But, as soon as the skulking vagabonds saw the lights that the sergeant sent down to your canoe, we well understood they would decamp, since a visit might have been expected from some of the garrison. So it was only sitting patiently on the stones for an hour, and all the danger was over. Patience is the greatest of virtues in a woodsman."
"I rejoice to hear this, for fatigue itself would scarcely make me sleep, for thinking of what might befall you."
"Lord bless your tender little heart, Mabel! But this is the way with all you gentle ones. I must say, on my part, however, that I was right glad to see the lanterns come down to the water side, which I knew to be a sure sign of your safety. We hunters and guides are rude beings, but we have our feelings and our ideas, as well as any general in the army. Both Jasper and I would have died before you should have come to harm. We would."
"I thank you for all you did for me, Pathfinder. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you, and, depend on it, my father shall know it. I have already told him much, but have still a duty to perform on this subject."
"Tush, Mabel! The Sergeant knows what the woods be, and what men, true red men, be too. There is little need to tell him anything about it. Well, now you have met your father, do you find the honest old soldier the sort of person you expected to find?"
"He is my own dear father, and received me as a soldier and a father should receive a child. Have you known him long, Pathfinder?"
"That is as people count time. I was just 12 when the Sergeant took me on my first scouting, and that is now more than 20 years ago. We had a tramping time of it. And, as it was before your day, you should have had no father, had not the rifle been one of my natural gifts."
"Explain yourself."
"It is too simple for many words. We were ambushed, and the Sergeant got a bad hurt, and would have lost his scalp, but for a sort of inbred turn I took to the weapon. We brought him off, however, and a handsomer head of hair, for his time of life, is not to be found in the regiment than the Sergeant carries about with him this blessed day."
"You saved my father's life, Pathfinder!" exclaimed Mabel, unconsciously, though warmly, taking one of his hard, sinewy hands into both her own. "God bless you for this, too, among your other good acts."
"Nay, I did not say that much, though I believe I did save his scalp. A man might live without a scalp, and so I cannot say I saved his life. Jasper may say that much consarning you, but without his eye and arm the canoe would never have passed the rift in safety on a night like the last. The gifts of the lad are for the water, while mine are for the hunt and the trail. He is yonder, in the cove there, looking after the canoes, and keeping his eye on his beloved little craft. To my eye, there is no likelier youth in these parts than Jasper Western." For the first time since she had left her room, Mabel now turned her eyes beneath her, and got a view of what might be called the foreground of the remarkable picture she had been studying with so much pleasure. The Oswego threw its dark waters into the lake, between banks of some height, that on the eastern side being bolder and projecting farther north than that on its western. The fort was on the latter, and immediately beneath it were a few huts of logs, which, as they could not interfere with the defence of the place, had been erected along the strand for the purpose of receiving and containing such stores as were landed, or were intended to be embarked, in the communications between the different ports on the shores of Ontario. Two low, curved, gravelly points had been formed with surprising regularity by the counteracting forces of the northerly winds and the swift current, and, inclining from the storms of the lake, formed two coves within the river. That on the western side was the most deeply indented, and, as it also had the most water, it formed a sort of picturesque little port for the post. It was along the narrow strand that lay between the low height of the fort and the water of this cove that the rude buildings just mentioned had been erected. Several skiffs, bateaux, and canoes were hauled up on the shore, and in the cove itself lay the little craft from which Jasper obtained his claim to be considered a sailor. She was cutter rigged, might have been of 40 tons burthen, was so neatly constructed and painted as to have something of the air of a vessel of war, though entirely without quarters, and rigged and sparred with so scrupulous a regard to proportions and beauty, as well as fitness and judgment, as to give her an appearance that even Mabel at once distinguished to be gallant and trim. Her mould was admirable, for a wright of great skill had sent her drafts from England, at the express request of the officer who had caused her to be constructed. Her paint dark, warlike, and neat, and the long coach-whip pennant that she wore at once proclaimed her to be the property of the king. Her name was the Scud. "That, then, is the vessel of Jasper," said Mabel, who associated the master of the little craft very naturally with the cutter itself. "Are there many others on this lake?" "The Frenchers have 3, one of which they tell me is a real ship, such as are used on the ocean, another a brig, and a third is a cutter, like the Scud here, which they call the Squirrel, in their own tongue, however, and which seems to have a natural hatred of our own pretty boat, for Jasper seldom goes out that the Squirrel is not at his heels." "And is Jasper one to run from a Frenchman, though he appears in the shape of a squirrel, and that, too, on the water?" "Of what use would valor be without the means of turning it to account? Jasper is a brave boy, as all on this frontier know, but he has no gun except a little howitzer, and then his crew consists only of 2 men besides himself, and a boy. I was with him in one of his trampooses, and the youngster was risky enough, for he brought us so near the enemy that rifles began to talk. But the Frenchers carry cannon and ports, and never show their faces outside of Frontenac, without having some 20 men, besides their Squirrel, in their cutter. No, this Scud was built for flying, and the Major says he will not put her in a fighting humor by giving her men and arms, lest she should take him at his word, and get her wings clipped. I know little of these things, for my gifts are not at all in that way, but I see the reason of the thing. I see its reason, though Jasper does not." "Ah, here is my uncle, none the worse for his swim, come to look at this inland sea." Sure enough, Cap, who had announced his approach by a couple of lusty hems, now made his appearance on the bastion, where, after a nodding to his niece and her companion, he made a deliberate survey of the expanse of water before him. In order to effect this at his ease, the mariner mounted on one of the old iron guns, folded his arms across his breast, and balanced his body as if he felt the motion of a vessel. To complete the picture, he had a short pipe in his mouth. "Well, Master Cap," asked the Pathfinder innocently, for he did not detect the expression of contempt that was gradually settling on the features of the other, "is it not a beautiful sheet, and fit to be named a sea?" "This, then, is what you call your lake?" demanded Cap, sweeping the northern horizon with his pipe. "I say, is this really your lake?" "Sartain, and if the judgment of one who has lived on the shores of many others can be taken, a very good lake it is." "Just as I expected. A pond in dimensions, and a scuttle-butt in taste. It is all in vain to travel inland, in the hope of seeing anything either full-grown or useful. I knew it would turn out just in this way." "What is the matter with Ontario, Master Cap? It is large and fair to look at, and pleasant enough to drink for those who can't get at the water of the springs." "Do you call this large?" asked Cap, again sweeping the air with the pipe. "I will just ask you what there is large about it. Didn't Jasper himself confess that it was only some 20 leagues from shore to shore?" "But, uncle," interposed Mabel, "no land is to be seen, except here on our own coast. To me it looks exactly like the ocean." "This bit of pond look like the ocean! Well, Magnet, that from a girl who has had real seamen in her family is downright nonsense. What is there about it, pray, that has even the outline of a sea on it?"
Why, there is water, 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 nothing but water, from miles on miles, far as the eye can see."
"And isn't there water, 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 nothing but water from miles on miles in your rivers, that you have been canoeing through too? Ay, and as far as the eye can see in the bargain?"
"Yes, uncle, but the rivers have their banks, and there are trees along them, and they are narrow."
"And isn't this a bank where we stand? Don't these soldiers call this the bank of the lake? And aren't there trees in thousands? And aren't 20 leagues narrow enough of all conscience? Who the devil ever heard of the banks of the ocean, unless it might be the banks that are under water?"
"But, uncle, we cannot see across this lake, as we can see across a river."
"There you are out, Magnet. Aren't the Amazon and Orinoco and La Plata rivers, and can you see across them? Hark you, Pathfinder, I very much doubt if this stripe of water here be even a lake, for to me it appears to be only a river. You are by no means particular about your geography, I find, up here in the woods." "There you are out, Master Cap. There is the river, and a noble one, too, at each end of it. But this is old Ontario before you, and, though it is not my gift to live on a lake, to my judgment there are few better than this."
"And, uncle, if we stood on the beach at Rockaway, what more should we see than we now behold? There is a shore on one side, or banks there, and trees too, as well as those which are here."
"This is perverseness, Magnet, and young girls should steer clear of anything like obstinacy. In the first place, the ocean has coasts, but no banks, except the Grand Banks, as I tell you, which are out of sight of land, and you will not pretend that this bank is out of sight of land, or even under water."
As Mabel could not very plausibly set up this extravagant opinion, Cap pursued the subject, his countenance beginning to discover the triumph of a successful disputant.
"And then them trees bear no comparison to these trees. The coasts of the ocean have farms and cities and country seats, and in some parts of the world castles and monasteries and lighthouses. Ay, lighthouses in particular, on them. Not one of all which things is to be seen here. No, Master Pathfinder, I have never heard of an ocean that hasn't more or less lighthouses on it, whereas hereaway there is not even a beacon. There is what is better, a forest and noble trees, a fit temple of God." "Ay, your forest may do for a lake, but of what use would an ocean be if the earth all around it were forest? Ships would be unnecessary, as timber might be floated in rafts, and there would be an end of trade, and what would a world be without trade? I am of that philosopher's opinion which says human nature was invented for the purposes of trade. Magnet, I am astonished that you should think this water even looks like sea water. Now, I dare say that there isn't such a thing as a whale in all your lake, Master Pathfinder." "I never heard of one, I will confess, but I am no judge of animals that live in the water, unless it be the fishes of the rivers and the brooks." "Nor a grampus, nor a porpoise even? Not so much as a poor devil of a shark?" "I will not take it on myself to say there is either. My gifts are not in that way, I tell you, Master Cap." "Nor herring, nor albatross, nor flying fish?" continued Cap, who kept his eye fastened on the guide, in order to see how far he might venture. "No such thing as a fish that can fly, I dare say." "A fish that can fly? Master Cap, do not think, because we are mere borderers, that we have no ideas of nature, and what she has been pleased to do. I know there are squirrels that can fly." "A squirrel fly? The devil, Master Pathfinder! Do you suppose that you have got a boy on his first voyage up here among you?" "I know nothing of your voyages, Master Cap, though I suppose them to have been many, for as for what belongs to nature in the woods, what I have seen I may tell, and not fear the face of man." And do you wish me to understand that you have seen a squirrel fly?" "If you wish to understand the power of God, Master Cap, you will do well to believe that, and many other things of a like nature, for you may be quite sartain it is true."
"And yet, Pathfinder," said Mabel, looking so prettily and sweetly, even while she played with the guide's infirmity, that he forgave her in his heart, "you, who speak so reverently of the power of the Deity, appear to doubt that a fish can fly."
"I have not said it. I have not said it. And if Master Cap is ready to testify to the fact, unlikely as it seems, I am willing to try to think it true. I think it every man's duty to believe in the power of God, however difficult it may be." "And why isn't my fish as likely to have wings as your squirrel?" demanded Cap, with more logic than was his wont. "That fishes do and can fly is as true as it is reasonable." "Nay, that is the only difficulty in believing the story," rejoined the guide. "It seems unreasonable to give an animal that lives in the water wings, which seemingly can be of no use to it." "And do you suppose that the fishes are such asses as to fly about under water, when they are once fairly fitted out with wings?" "Nay, I know nothing of the matter, but that fish should fly in the air seems more contrary to nature still, than that they should fly in their own element, that in which they were born and brought up, as one might say." "So much for contracted ideas, Magnet. The fish fly out of water to run away from their enemies in the water, and there you see not only the fact but the reason for it."
"Then I suppose it must be true," said the guide quietly. "How long are their flights?"
"Not quite as far as those of pigeons, perhaps, but far enough to make an offing. As for those squirrels of yours, we'll say no more about them, friend Pathfinder, as I suppose they were mentioned just as a make-weight to the fish, in favor of the woods. But what is this thing anchored here under the hill?"
"That is the cutter of Jasper, uncle," said Mabel hurriedly, "and a very pretty vessel I think it is. Its name, too, is the Scud."
"Ay, it will do well enough for a lake, perhaps, but it's no great affair. The lad has got a standing bowsprit, and who ever saw a cutter with a standing bowsprit before?"
"But may there not be some good reason for it on a lake like this, uncle?"
"Sure enough. I must remember, this is not the ocean, though it does look so much like it."
"Ah, uncle, then Ontario does look like the ocean, after all?"
"In your eyes, I mean, and those of Pathfinder, not in the least in mine, Magnet. Now you might set me down out yonder in the middle of this bit of a pond, and that too in the darkest night that ever fell from the heavens, and in the smallest canoe, and I could tell you it was only a lake. For that matter, the Dorothy," the name of his vessel, "would find it out as quick as I could myself. I do not believe that brig would make more than a couple of short stretches at the most, before she would perceive the difference between Ontario and the old Atlantic. I once took her down into one of the large South American bays, and she behaved herself as awkwardly as a booby would in a church with the congregation in a hurry. And Jasper sails that boat? I must have a cruise with the lad, Magnet, before I quit you, just for the name of the thing. It would never do to say I got in sight of this pond and went away without taking a trip on it." "Well, well, you needn't wait long for that," returned Pathfinder, "for the Sergeant is about to embark with a party to relieve a post among the Thousand Islands, and as I heard him say he intended that Mabel should go along, you can join the company too. Is this true, Magnet?"
"I believe it is," returned the girl, a flush so imperceptible as to escape the observation of her companions glowing on her cheeks, "though I have had so little opportunity to talk with my dear father that I am not quite certain. Here he comes, however, and you can inquire of himself." Notwithstanding his humble rank, there was something in the mien and character of Sergeant Dunham that commanded respect.
of a tall, imposing figure, grave and saturnine disposition, and accurate and precise in his acts and manner of thinking, even Cap, dogmatical and supercilious as he usually was with landsmen, did not presume to take the same liberties with the old soldier as he did with his other friends. It was often remarked that Sergeant Dunham receives more true respect from Duncan of Lundy, the Scotch laird who commanded the post, than most of the subalterns, for experience and tried services were of quite as much value in the eyes of the veteran major as birth and money. While the sergeant never even hoped to rise any higher, he so far respected himself and his present station as always to act in a way to command attention, and the habit of mixing so much with inferiors, whose passions and dispositions he felt it necessary to restrain by distance and dignity, had so far colored his whole deportment that few were altogether free from its influence. While the captains treated him kindly and as an old comrade, the lieutenants seldom ventured to dissent from his military opinions, and the ensigns, it was remarked, actually manifested a species of respect that amounted to something very like deference. It is no wonder, then, that the announcement of Mabel put a sudden termination to the singular dialogue we have just related, though it had been often observed that the Pathfinder was the only man on that frontier, beneath the condition of a gentleman, who presumed to treat the sergeant at all as an equal, or even with the cordial familiarity of a friend. "Good morrow, brother Cap," said the sergeant, giving the military salute as he walked, in a grave stately manner, on the bastion. "My morning duty has made me seem forgetful of you and Mabel, but we have now an hour or two to spare, and to get acquainted. Do you not perceive, brother, a strong likeness on the girl to her we have so long lost?" "Mabel is the image of her mother, Sergeant, as I have always said, with a little of your firmer figure, though, for that matter, the Caps were never wanting in spring and activity." Mabel cast a timid glance at the stern, rigid countenance of her father, of whom she had ever thought, as the warm-hearted dwell on the affection of their absent parents; and, as she saw that the muscles of his face were working, notwithstanding the stiffness and method of his manner, her very heart yearned to throw herself on his bosom and to weep at will. But he was so much colder in externals, so much more formal and distant than she had expected to find him, that she would not have dared to hazard the freedom, even had they been alone. "You have taken a long and troublesome journey, brother, on my account, and we will try to make you comfortable while you stay among us." "I hear you are likely to receive orders to lift your anchor, Sergeant, and to shift your berth into a part of the world where they say there are 1,000 islands." "Pathfinder, this is some of your forgetfulness." "Nay, nay, Sergeant, I forgot nothing, but it did not seem to me necessary to hide your intentions so very closely from your own flesh and blood." "All military movements ought to be made with as little conversation as possible," returned the sergeant, tapping the guide soldier in a friendly but reproachful manner. "You have passed too much of your life in front of the French not to know the value of silence. But no matter, the thing must soon be known, and there is no great use in trying now to conceal it. We shall embark a relief party shortly for a post on the lake, though I do not say it is for the 1,000 islands, and I may have to go with it, in which case I intend to take Mabel to make my broth for me, and I hope, brother, you will not despise a soldier's fare for a month or so." "That will depend on the matter of marching. I have no love for woods and swamps." "We shall sail in the Scud, and indeed the whole service, which is no stranger to us, is likely enough to please one accustomed to the water." "Ay, to salt water if you will, but not to lake water. If you have no person to handle that bit of a cutter for you, I have no objection to ship for the voyage, notwithstanding, though I shall look on the whole affair as so much time thrown away, for I consider it an imposition to call sailing about this pond going to sea."
Jasper is every way able to manage the Scud, brother Cap, and in that light I cannot say that we have need of your services, though we shall be glad of your company. You cannot return to the settlement until a party is sent in, and that is not likely to happen until after my return. Well, Pathfinder, this is the first time I ever knew men on the trail of the Mingos, and you not at their head."
"To be honest with you, Sergeant," returned the guide, not without a little awkwardness of manner, and a perceptible difference in the hue of a face that had become so uniformly red by exposure, "I have not felt that it was my gift this morning. In the first place, I very well know that the soldiers of the 55th are not the lads to overtake Iroquois in the woods, and the knaves did not wait to be surrounded when they knew that Jasper had reached the garrison. Then a man may take a little rest, after a summer of hard work, and no impeachment of his good will. Besides, the Sarpent is out with them, and if the miscreants are to be found at all, you may trust to his enmity and sight, the first being stronger, and the last nearly, if not quite as good as my own. He loves the skulking vagabonds as little as myself, and, for that matter, I may say that my own feelings towards a Mingo are not much more than the gifts of a Delaware grafted on a Christian stock. No, I thought I would leave the honor this time, if honor there is to be, to the young ensign that commands, who, if he don't lose his scalp, may boast of his campaign in his letters to his mother when he gets in. I thought I would play idler once in my life."
"And no one has a better right, if long and faithful service entitles a man to a furlough," returned the Sergeant kindly. "Mabel will not think the worse of you for preferring her company to the trail of the savages, and, I dare say, will be happy to give you a part of her breakfast if you are inclined to eat. You must not think, girl, however, that the Pathfinder is in the habit of letting prowlers around the fort beat a retreat without hearing the crack of his rifle."
"If I thought she did, Sergeant, though not much given to showy and parade evolutions, I would shoulder Killdeer and quit the garrison before her pretty eyes had time to frown. No, Mabel knows me better, though we are but new acquaintances, for there has been no want of Mingos to enliven the short march we have already made in company." "It would need a great deal of testimony, Pathfinder, to make me think ill of you in any way, and more than all in the way you mention," returned Mabel, coloring with a sincere earnestness, with which she endeavored to remove any suspicion to the contrary from his mind. "Both father and daughter, I believe, owe you their lives, and believe me, that neither will ever forget it." "Thank you, Mabel, thank you with all my heart. But I will not take advantage of your ignorance neither, girl, and therefore shall say, I do not think the Mingos would have hurt a hair of your head, had they succeeded by their deviltries and contrivances in getting you into their hands. My scalp, and Jasper's, and Master Cap's there, and the Sarpent's too, would certainly have been smoked; but as for the Sergeant's daughter, I do not think they would have hurt a hair of her head." "And why should I suppose that enemies, known to spare neither women nor children, would have shown more mercy to me than to another? I feel, Pathfinder, that I owe you my life." "I say nay, Mabel, they wouldn't have had the heart to hurt you. No, not even a fiery Mingo devil would have had the heart to hurt a hair of your head. Bad as I suspected the vampires to be, I do not suspect them of anything so wicked as that. They might have wished you, nay, forced you to become the wife of one of their chiefs, and that would be torment enough to a Christian young woman; but beyond that I do not think even the Mingos themselves would have gone." "Well, then, I shall owe my escape from this great misfortune to you," said Mabel, taking his hard hand into her own frankly and cordially, and certainly in a way to delight the honest guide. "To me it would be a lighter evil to be killed than to become the wife of an Indian." "That is her gift, Sergeant," exclaimed Pathfinder, turning to his old comrade with gratification written on every lineament of his honest countenance, "and it will have its way.
I tell the Sarpent that no Christianizing will ever make even a Delaware a white man, nor any whooping and yelling convert a paleface into a redskin. That is the gift of a young woman born of Christian parents, and it ought to be maintained." "You are right, Pathfinder, and so far as Mabel Dunham is concerned, it shall be maintained. But it is time to break your fasts, and if you will follow me, brother Cap, I will show you how we poor soldiers live here on a distant frontier." End of chapter. Chapter 9 of the Pathfinder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Pathfinder by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 9. Now, my co-mates and partners in exile, hath not old custom made this light more sweet than that of painted pomp? Are not these woods more free from peril than the envious court? Here feel we but the penalty of Adam. Taken from As You Like It. Sergeant Dunham made no empty vaunt when he gave the promise conveyed in the closing words of the last chapter. Notwithstanding the remote frontier position of the post, they who lived at it enjoyed a table that, in many respects, kings and princes might have envied. At the period of our tale, and indeed for half a century later, the whole of that vast region which has been called the West, or the new countries since the War of the Revolution, lay a comparatively unpeopled desert, teeming with all the living productions of nature that properly belong to the climate, man and the domestic animals excepted. The few Indians that roamed the forests then could produce no visible effects on the abundance of the game, and the scattered garrisons or occasional hunters that here and there were to be met with on that vast surface had no other influence than the bee on the buckwheat field, or the humming-bird on the flower. The marvels that have descended to our own times, in the way of tradition, concerning the quantities of beasts, birds, and fishes that were then to be met with, on the shores of the great lakes in particular, are known to be sustained by the experience of living men, else might we hesitate about relating them. But having been eye-witnesses of some of these prodigies, our office shall be discharged with the confidence that certainty can impart. Oswego was particularly well placed to keep the larder of an epicure amply supplied. Fish of various sorts abounded in its river, and the sportsman had only to cast his line to haul in a bass or some other member of the finny tribe, which then peopled the waters, as the air above the swamps of this fruitful latitude are known to be filled with insects. Among others was the salmon of the lakes, a variety of that well-known species that is scarcely inferior to the delicious salmon of northern Europe. Of the different migratory birds that frequent forests and waters, there was the same affluence, hundreds of acres of geese and ducks being often seen at a time in the great bays that indent the shores of the lake. Deer, bears, rabbits, and squirrels, with divers other quadrupeds, among which was sometimes included the elk or moose, helped to complete the sum of the natural supplies on which the post depended, more or less, to relieve the unavoidable privations of their remote frontier positions. In a place where viands that would elsewhere be deemed great luxuries were so abundant, no one was excluded from their enjoyment. The meanest individual at Oswego habitually feasted on game that would have formed the boast of a Parisian table, and it was no more than a healthy commentary on the caprices of taste and of the waywardness of human desires, that the very diet which in other scenes would have been deemed the subject of envy and repinings got to pall on the appetite. The coarse and regular food of the army, which it became necessary to husband on account of the difficulty of transportation,
rose in the estimation of the common soldier, and at any time he would cheerfully desert his venison and ducks and pigeons and salmon to banquet on the sweets of pickled pork, stringy turnips, and half-cooked cabbage. The table of Sergeant Dunham, as a matter of course, partook of the abundance and luxuries of the frontier, as well as of its privations. A delicious broiled salmon smoked on a homely platter, hot venison steaks sent up their appetizing odors, and several dishes of cold meats, all of which were composed of game, had been set before the guests, in honor of the newly arrived visitors, and in vindication of the old soldier's hospitality. "You do not seem to be on short allowance in this quarter of the world, Sergeant," said Cap, after he had got fairly initiated into the mysteries of the different dishes. "Your salmon might satisfy a Scotsman."
It fails to do it, notwithstanding, brother Cap, for among 200 or 300 of the fellows that we have in this garrison, there are not a half a dozen who will not swear that the fish is unfit to be eaten. Even some of the lads, who never tasted venison except as poachers at home, turn up their noses at the fattest haunches that we get here.
"Ay, that is Christian nature," put in Pathfinder, "and I must say it is none to its credit. Now, a redskin never repines, but is always thankful for the food he gets, whether it be fat or lean, venison or bear, wild turkey's breast or wild goose's wing. To the shame of us white men be it said, that we look upon blessings without satisfaction, and consider trifling evils as matters of great account."
It is so with the 55th, as I can answer, though I cannot say as much for their Christianity," returned the sergeant. "Even the major himself, old Duncan of Lundie, will sometimes swear that an oatmeal cake is better fare than the Oswego bass, and sigh for a swallow of Highland water, when, if so minded, he has the whole of Ontario to quench his thirst in."
"Has Major Duncan a wife and children?"
asked Mabel, whose thoughts naturally turned towards her own sex in her new situation.
"Not he, girl, though they do say that he has a betrothed at home. The lady, it seems, is willing to wait, rather than to suffer the hardships of service in this wild region, all of which, brother Cap, is not according to my notions of a woman's duties. Your sister thought differently." "I hope, Sergeant, you do not think of Mabel for a soldier's wife," returned Cap gravely. "Our family has done its share in that way already, and it's high time that the sea was again remembered." "I do not think of finding a husband for the girl in the 55th, or any other regiment, I can promise you, brother, though I do think it getting to be time that the child were respectably married."
"Father!"
"'Tis not their gift, Sergeant, to talk of these matters in so open a manner," said the guide, "for I've seen it verified by experience, that he who would follow the trail of a virgin's good will must not go shouting out his thoughts behind her. So, if you please, we will talk of something else."
"Well, then, brother Cap, I hope that bit of a cold roasted pig is to your mind. You seem to fancy the food."
"Ay, ay, give me civilized grub if I must eat," returned the pertinacious seaman. "Venison is well enough for your inland sailors, but we of the ocean like a little of that which we understand." Here Pathfinder laid down his knife and fork, and indulged in a hearty laugh, though in his always silent manner. Then he asked, with a little curiosity in his manner, "Don't you miss the skin, Master Cap? Don't you miss the skin?" "It would have been better for its jacket, I think myself, Pathfinder, but I suppose it is a fashion of the woods to serve up shoats in this style. Well, well, a man may go around the 'arth and not know everything. If you had had the skinning of that pig, Master Cap, it would have left you sore hands. The creature is a hedgehog." "Blast me, if I thought it wholesome natural pork either," returned Cap. "But then I believed even a pig might lose some of its good qualities up here away in the woods."
"If the skinning of it, brother, does not fall to my duty, Pathfinder, I hope you didn't find Mabel disobedient on the march." "Not she, not she. If Mabel is only half as well satisfied with Jasper and Pathfinder as the Pathfinder and Jasper are satisfied with her, Sergeant, we shall be friends for the remainder of our days." As the guide spoke, he turned his eyes toward the blushing girl, with a sort of innocent desire to know her opinion, and then, with an inborn delicacy, which proved he was far superior to the vulgar desire to invade the sanctity of feminine feeling, he looked at his plate, and seemed to regret his own boldness. "Well, well, we must remember that women are not men, my friend," resumed the Sergeant, "and make proper allowance for nature and education. A recruit is not a veteran. Any man knows that it takes longer to make a good soldier than it takes to make anything else." "This is new doctrine, Sergeant," said Cap with some spirit. "We old seamen are apt to think that 6 soldiers, ay, and capital soldiers too, might be made while one sailor is getting his education." "Ay, brother Cap, I've seen something of the opinions which seafaring men have of themselves," returned the brother-in-law, with a smile as bland as comported with his saturnine features, "for I was many years one of the garrison in a seaport. You and I have conversed on the subject before, and I'm afraid we shall never agree. But if you wish to know what the difference is between a real soldier and man in what I should call a state of nature, you have only to look at a battalion of the 55th on parade this afternoon, and then, when you get back to York, examine one of the militia regiments making its greatest efforts." "Well, to my eye, Sergeant, there is very little difference, not more than you'll find between a brig and a snow. To me, they seem all alike, all scarlet and feathers and powder and pipe clay." "So much, sir, for the judgment of a sailor," returned the Sergeant with dignity. "But perhaps you are not aware that it requires a year to teach a true soldier how to eat?" "So much the worse for him. The militia know how to eat at starting, for I have often heard that, on their marches, they commonly eat all before them, even if they do nothing else." "They have their gifts, I suppose, like other men," observed Pathfinder, with a view to preserve the peace, which was evidently in some danger of being broken by the obstinate predilection of each of the disputants in favor of his own calling. "And when a man has his gift from Providence, it is commonly idle to endeavor to bear up against it. The 55th, Sergeant, is a judicious regiment in the way of eating, as I know from having been so long in its company, though I dare say militia corps could be found that would outdo them in feats of that nature too."
"Uncle," said Mabel, "if you have not breakfasted, I will thank you to go out upon the bastion with me again. We have neither of us half seen the lake, and it would be hardly seemly for a young woman to be walking about the fort, the first day of her arrival, quite alone." Cap understood the motive of Mabel, and having, at the bottom, a hearty friendship for his brother-in-law, he was willing enough to defer the argument until they had been longer together, for the idea of abandoning it altogether never crossed the mind of one so dogmatical and obstinate. He accordingly accompanied his niece, leaving Sergeant Dunham and his friend, the Pathfinder, alone together. As soon as his adversary had beat a retreat, the Sergeant, who did not quite so well understand the maneuver of his daughter, turned to his companion, and with a smile which was not without triumph, he remarked, "The army, Pathfinder, has never done itself justice in the way of asserting its rights, and though modesty becomes a man, whether he is in a red coat or a black one, or, for that matter, in his shirt-sleeves, I don't like to let a good opportunity slip of saying a word in its behalf. Well, my friend," laying his own hand on one of the Pathfinders, and giving it a hearty squeeze, "how do you like the girl?" "You have reason to be proud of her, Sergeant. I have seen many of her sex, and some that were great and beautiful, but never before did I meet with one in whom I thought Providence had so well balanced the different gifts." "And the good opinion, I can tell you, Pathfinder, is mutual. She told me last night all about your coolness and spirit and kindness, particularly the last,
for kindness counts for more than half with females, my friend. And the first inspection seems to give satisfaction on both sides. Brush up the uniform, and pay a little more attention to the outside, Pathfinder, and you will have the girl heart in hand." Nay, Sergeant, I forgot nothing that you have told me, and grudge no reasonable gains to make myself as pleasant in the eyes of Mabel as she is getting to be in mine. I cleaned and brightened up Killdeer this morning as soon as the sun rose, and in my judgment the piece never looked better than it does at this very moment. "That is according to your hunting notions, Pathfinder, but firearms should sparkle and glitter in the sun, and I never yet could see any beauty in a clouded barrel."
"Lord Howe thought otherwise, Sergeant, and he was accounted a good soldier."
"Very true. His lordship had all the barrels of his regiment darkened, and what good came of it? You can see his scutcheon hanging in the English church at Albany. No, my worthy friend. A soldier should be a soldier, and at no time ought he to be ashamed or afraid to carry about him the signs and symbols of his honorable trade. Had you much discourse with Mabel, Pathfinder, as you came along in the canoe?"
"There was not much opportunity, Sergeant, and then I found myself so much beneath her in ideas that I was afraid to speak of much beyond what belonged to my own gifts."
"Therein you are partly right and partly wrong, my friend. Women love trifling discourse, though they like to have most of it to themselves. Now you know I'm a man that do not loosen my tongue at every giddy thought, and yet there were days when I could see that Mabel's mother thought none the worse of me because I descended a little from my manhood. It is true I was 22 years younger then than I am today, and, moreover, instead of being the oldest sergeant in the regiment, I was the youngest. Dignity is commanding and useful, and there is no getting on without it, as respects the men. But if you would be thoroughly esteemed by a woman, it is necessary to condescend a little on occasions."
"Ah's me, Sergeant, I sometimes fear it will never do."
"Why do you think so discouragingly of a matter in which I thought both our minds were made up?"
"We did agree. If Mabel should prove what you told me she was, and if the girl could fancy a rude hunter and guide, that I should quit some of my wandering ways and try to humanize my mind down to a wife and children. But since I have seen the girl, I will own that many misgivings have come over me."
"How's this?" interrupted the sergeant sternly. "Did I not understand you to say that you were pleased? And is Mabel a young woman to disappoint expectation?"
"Ah, Sergeant, it is not Mabel that I distrust, but myself. I am but a poor ignorant woodsman, after all, and perhaps I'm not, in truth, as good as even you and I may think me."
"If you doubt your own judgment of yourself, Pathfinder, I beg you will not doubt mine. Am I not accustomed to judge men's character? And am I often deceived? Ask Major Duncan, sir, if you desire any assurances on this particular."
"But, Sergeant, we have long been friends, have fit side by side a dozen times, and have done each other many services. When this is the case, men are apt to think over kindly of each other, and I fear me that the daughter may not be so likely to view a plain ignorant hunter as favorably as the father does."
"Tut, tut, Pathfinder! You don't know yourself, man, and may put all faith in my judgment. In the first place, you have experience, and, as all girls must want that, no prudent young woman would overlook such a qualification. Then you are not one of the coxcombs that strut about when they first join a regiment, but a man who has seen the service, and who carries the marks of it on his person and countenance. I dare say you have been under fire some 30 or 40 times, counting all the skirmishes and ambushes that you've seen."
"All of that, Sergeant, all of that. But what will it avail in gaining the goodwill of a tender-hearted young female?"
"It will gain the day. Experience in the field is as good in love as in war. but you are as honest-hearted and as loyal a subject as the king can boast of. God bless him!"
"That may be too, but I'm afeard I'm too rude, and too old and too wild-like to suit the fancy of such a young and delicate girl as Mabel, who has been unused to our wilderness ways, and may think the settlements better suited to her gifts and inclinations."
"These are new misgivings for you, my friend, and I wonder they were never paraded before."
"Because I never knew my own worthlessness, perhaps, until I saw Mabel. I have travelled with some as fair, and have guided them through the forest, and seen them in their perils and in their gladness, but they were always too much above me to make me think of them as more than so many feeble ones I was bound to protect and defend. The case is now different. Mabel and I are so nearly alike, that I feel weighed down with a load that is hard to bear, at finding us so unlike. I do wish, Sergeant, that I was 10 years younger, more comely to look at, and better suited to please a handsome young woman's fancy."
"Cheer up, my brave friend, and trust to a father's knowledge of womankind. Mabel half loves you already, and a fortnight's intercourse and kindness, down among the islands yonder, will close ranks with the other half. The girl as much as told me this herself last night."
"Can this be so, Sergeant?" said the guide, whose meek and modest nature shrank from viewing himself in colours so favourable. "Can this be truly so? I am but a poor hunter, and Mabel, I see, is fit to be an officer's lady. Do you think the girl will consent to quit all her beloved settlement usages, and her visitings and church-goings, to dwell with a plain guide and hunter up here away in the woods? Will she not in the end crave her old ways and a better man?"
"A better man, Pathfinder, would be hard to find," returned the father. "As for town usages, they are soon forgotten in the freedom of the forest, and Mabel has just spirit enough to dwell on a frontier. I've not planned this marriage, my friend, without thinking it over, as a general does his campaign. At first, I thought of bringing you into the regiment, that you might succeed me when I retire, which must be sooner or later, but on reflection, Pathfinder, I think you are scarcely fitted for the office. Still, if not a soldier in all the meanings of the word, you are a soldier in the best meaning, and I know that you have the goodwill of every officer in the corps. As long as I live, Mabel can dwell with me, and you will always have a home when you return from your scoutings and marches."
"This is very pleasant to think of, Sergeant, if the girl can only come into our wishes with goodwill. But, ahs me, it does not seem that one like myself can ever be agreeable in her handsome eyes. If I were younger, and more comely now, as Jasper Western is, for instance, there might be a chance. Yes, then, indeed, there might be some chance."
"That for Jasper Eau douce, and every younker of them in or about the fort," returned the sergeant, snapping his fingers. "If not actually a younger, you are a younger looking, ay, and a better looking man than the Scud's master."
"Anan?" said Pathfinder, looking up at his companion with an expression of doubt, as if he did not understand his meaning.
"I say, if not actually younger in days and years, you look more hardy and like whipcord than Jasper, or any of them, and there will be more of you 30 years hence than of all of them put together. A good conscience will keep one like you a mere boy all his life."
"Jasper has as clear a conscience as any youth I know, Sergeant, and is as likely to wear on that account as any in the colony."
"Then you are my friend," squeezing the other's hand, "my tried, sworn, and constant friend."
"Yes, we have been friends, Sergeant, near 20 years before Mabel was born."
"True enough, before Mabel was born, we were well-tried friends, and the hussy would never dream of refusing to marry a man who was her father's friend before she was born."
"We don't know, Sergeant, we don't know. Like loves like. The young prefer the young for companions, and the old the old."
"Not for wives, Pathfinder. I never knew an old man now who had an objection to a young wife. Then you are respected and esteemed by every officer in the fort, as I have said already, and it will please her fancy to like a man that every one else likes." "I hope I have no enemies but the Mingos," returned the guide, stroking down his hair meekly and speaking thoughtfully. "I've tried to do right, and that ought to make friends, though it sometimes fails." "And you may be said to keep the best company, for even old Duncan of Lundie is glad to see you, and you pass hours in his society. Of all the guides, he confides most in you." "Ay, even greater than he is, have marched by my side for days, and have conversed with me as if I were their brother. But, Sergeant, I have never been puffed up by their company, for I know that the woods often bring men to a level who would not be so in the settlements." "And you are known to be the greatest rifle shot that ever pulled trigger in all this region." "If Mabel could fancy a man for that, I might have no great reason to despair. And yet, Sergeant, I sometimes think that it is all as much owing to Killdeer as to any skill of my own. It is certainly a wonderful piece, and might do as much in the hands of another." "That is your own humble opinion of yourself, Pathfinder, but we have seen too many fail with the same weapon, and you succeed too often with the rifles of other men, to allow me to agree with you. We will get up a shooting match in a day or two, when you can show your skill, and when Mabel will form some judgment concerning your true character."
"Will that be fair, Sergeant? Everybody knows that Killdeer seldom misses, and ought we to make a trial of this sort when we all know what must be the result?"
"Tut, tut, man. I foresee I must do half this courting for you. For one who is always inside of the smoke in a skirmish, you are the faintest-hearted suitor I ever met with. Remember, Mabel comes of a bold stock, and the girl will be as likely to admire a man as her mother was before her."
Here the sergeant arose, and proceeded to attend to his never-ceasing duties, without apology, the terms on which the guide stood with all in the garrison rendering this freedom quite a matter of course. The reader will have gathered from the conversation just related one of the plans that Sergeant Dunham had in view in causing his daughter to be brought to the frontier. Although necessarily much weaned from the caresses and blandishments that had rendered his child so dear to him during the first year or two of his widowhood, he had still a strong but somewhat latent love for her. Accustomed to command and to obey, without being questioned himself or questioning others, concerning the reasonableness of the mandates, he was perhaps too much disposed to believe that his daughter would marry the man he might select, while he was far from being disposed to do violence to her wishes. The fact was, few knew the Pathfinder intimately without secretly believing him to be one of extraordinary qualities. Ever the same, simple-minded, faithful, utterly without fear, and yet prudent, foremost in all warrantable enterprises, or what the opinion of the day considered as such, and never engaged in anything to call a blush to his cheek or a censure on his acts, it was not possible to live much with this being and not feel respect and admiration for him, which had no reference to his position in life. The most surprising peculiarity about the man himself was the entire indifference with which he regarded all distinctions which did not depend on personal merit. He was respectful to his superiors from habit, but had often been known to correct their mistakes and to reprove their vices with a fearlessness that proved how essentially he regarded the more material points, and with a natural discrimination that appeared to set education at defiance. In short, a disbeliever in the ability of man to distinguish between good and evil without the aid of instruction would have been staggered by the character of this extraordinary inhabitant of the frontier. His feelings appeared to possess the freshness and nature of the forest in which he passed so much of his time, and no casuist would have made clearer decisions in matters relating to right and wrong, and yet he was not without his prejudices, which, though few, and colored by the character and usages of the individual, were deep-rooted,
and almost formed a part of his nature. But the most striking feature about the moral organization of Pathfinder was his beautiful and unerring sense of justice. This noble trait, and without it no man can be truly great, with it no man other than respectable, probably had its unseen influence on all who associated with him, for the common and unprincipled brawler of the camp had been known to return from an expedition made in his company, rebuked by his sentiments, softened by his language, and improved by his example. As might have been expected, with so elevated a quality his fidelity was like the immovable rock. Treachery in him was classed among the things which are impossible, and as he seldom retired before his enemies, so was he never known, under any circumstances that admitted of an alternative, to abandon a friend. The affinities of such a character were, as a matter of course, those of like for like. His associates and intimates, though more or less determined by chance, were generally of the highest order as to moral propensities, for he appeared to possess a species of instinctive discrimination, which led him, insensibly to himself, most probably, to cling closest to those whose characters would best reward his friendship. In short, it was said of the Pathfinder, by one accustomed to study his fellows, that he was a fair example of what a just-minded and pure man might be, while untempted by unruly or ambitious desires, and left to follow the bias of his feelings, amid the solitary grandeur and ennobling influences of a sublime nature, neither led aside by the inducements which influence all to do evil, amid the incentives of civilization, nor forgetful of the Almighty Being whose spirit pervades the wilderness as well as the towns. Such was the man whom Sergeant Dunham had selected as the husband of Mabel. In making this choice, he had not been as much governed by a clear and judicious view of the merits of the individual, perhaps, as by his own likings. Still no one knew the Pathfinder so intimately as himself, without always conceding to the honest guide a high place in his esteem on account of those very virtues. That his daughter could find any serious objections to the match the old soldier did not apprehend, while, on the other hand, he saw many advantages to himself in dim perspective, connected with the decline of his days, and an evening of life passed among descendants who were equally dear to him through both parents. He had first made the proposition to his friend, who had listened to it kindly, but who, the Sergeant was now pleased to find, already betrayed a willingness to come into his own views that was proportioned to the doubts and misgivings proceeding from his humble distrust of himself. End of chapter. Chapter 10 of the Pathfinder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Pathfinder by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 10. Think not I love him, though I ask for him. 'Tis but a peevish boy, yet he talks well. But what care I for words? Unattributed. A week passed in the usual routine of a garrison. Mabel was becoming used to a situation that, at first, she had found not only novel, but a little irksome, and the officers and men in their turn, gradually familiarized to the presence of a young and blooming girl, whose attire and carriage had that air of modest gentility about them which she had obtained in the family of her patroness, annoyed her less by their ill-concealed admiration, while they gratified her by the respect which, she was fain to think, they paid her on account of her father, but which in truth was more to be attributed to her own modest but spirited deportment than to any deference to the worthy sergeant. Acquaintances made in a forest, or in any circumstances of unusual excitement, soon attain their limits, Mabel found 1 week's residence at Oswego sufficient to determine her as to those with whom she might be intimate and those whom she ought to avoid. The sort of neutral position occupied by her father, who was not an officer, while he was so much more than a common soldier, by keeping her aloof from the two great classes of military life, lessened the number of those whom she was compelled to know, and made the duty of decision comparatively easy. Still, she soon discovered that there were a few, even among those that could aspire to a seat at the commandant's table, who were disposed to overlook the halbert, for the novelty of a well-turned figure and of a pretty, winning face, and by the end of the first 2 or 3 days she had admirers even among the gentlemen. The quartermaster, in particular, a middle-aged soldier, who had more than once tried the blessings of matrimony already, but was now a widower, was evidently disposed to increase his intimacy with the sergeant, though his duties often brought them together, and the youngsters among his messmates did not fail to note that this man of method, who was a Scotsman of the name of Muir, was much more frequent in his visits to the quarters of his subordinate than had formerly been his wont. A laugh or a joke, in honor of the sergeant's daughter, however, limited their strictures, though Mabel Dunham was soon a toast that even the ensign or the lieutenant did not disdain to give. At the end of the week, Duncan of Lundy sent for Sergeant Dunham, after evening roll call, on business of a nature that, it was understood, required a personal conference. The old veteran dwelt in a movable hut, which, being placed on trucks, he could order to be wheeled about at pleasure, sometimes living in one part of the area within the fort, and sometimes in another. On the present occasion he had made a halt near the centre, and there he was found by his subordinate, who was admitted to his presence without any delay or dancing attendance in an antechamber. In point of fact, there was very little difference in the quality of the accommodations allowed to the officers and those allowed to the men, the former being merely granted the most room. "Walk in, Sergeant, walk in, my good friend," said old Lundy heartily, as his inferior stood in a respectful attitude at the door of a sort of library and bedroom into which he had been ushered. "Walk in and take a seat on that stool. I have sent for you, man, to discuss anything but rosters and pay rolls this evening. It is now many years since we have been comrades, and auld lang syne should count for something, even between a major and his orderly, a Scot and a Yankee. Sit you down, man, and just put yourself at your ease. It has been a fine day, Sergeant." "It has indeed, Major Duncan," returned the other, who, though he complied so far as to take the seat, was much too practised not to understand the degree of respect it was necessary to maintain in his manner. "A very fine day, sir, it has been, and we may look for more of them at this season." "I hope so with all my heart. The crops look well as it is, man, and you'll be finding that the 55th make almost as good farmers as soldiers. I never saw better potatoes in Scotland than we are likely to have in that new patch of ours." "They promise a good yield, Major Duncan, and, in that light, a more comfortable winter than the last." "Life is progressive, Sergeant, in its comforts as well as its need of them. We grow old, and I begin to think it time to retire and settle in life. I feel that my working days are nearly over." "The king, God bless him, sir, has much good service in your honor yet." "It may be so, Sergeant Dunham, especially if it should happen to have a spare lieutenant colonelcy left." "The 55th will be honored the day that commission is given to Duncan of Lundy, sir." "And Duncan of Lundy will be honored the day he receives it. But, Sergeant, if you have never had a lieutenant colonelcy, you have had a good wife, and that is the next thing to rank in making a man happy." "I have been married, Major Duncan, but it is now a long time since I have had no drawback on the love I bear his Majesty and my duty." "What, man? Not even the love you bear that active little round-limbed, rosy-cheeked daughter that I have seen in the fort these last few days? Out upon you, Sergeant! Old fellow as I am, I could almost love that little lassie myself, and send the lieutenant colonelcy to the devil."
We all know where Major Duncan's heart is, and that is in Scotland, where a beautiful lady is ready and willing to make him happy as soon as his own sense of duty shall permit." "Ay, hope is ever a far-off thing, Sergeant," returned the superior, a shade of melancholy passing over his hard Scottish features as he spoke. "And bonnie Scotland is a far-off country. Well, if we have no heather and oatmeal in this region, we have venison for the killing of it, and salmon as plenty as in Berwick upon Tweed. Is it true, Sergeant, that the men complain of having been over-venisoned and over-pigeoned of late?" "Not for some weeks, Major Duncan, for neither deer nor birds are so plenty at this season as they have been. They begin to throw their remarks about concerning the salmon, but I trust we shall get through the summer without any serious disturbance on the score of food. The Scotch in the battalion do, indeed, talk more than is prudent of their want of oatmeal, grumbling occasionally of our wheaten bread." "Ah, that is human nature, Sergeant, pure, unadulterated Scotch human nature. A cake, man, to say the truth, is an agreeable morsel, and I often see the time when I pine for a bite myself." "If the feeling gets to be troublesome, Major Duncan, in the men I mean, sir, for I would not think of saying so disrespectful a thing to your honor, but if the men ever pine seriously for their natural food, I would humbly recommend that some oatmeal be imported, or prepared in this country for them, and I think we shall hear no more of it. A very little would answer for a cure, sir." "Ha ha ha! You are a wag, Sergeant, but hang me if I'm sure you are not right. There may be sweeter things in this world, after all, than oatmeal. You have a sweet daughter, Dunham, for one." "The girl is like her mother, Major Duncan, and will pass inspection," said the Sergeant proudly. "Neither was brought up on anything better than good American flour. The girl will pass inspection, sir." "That would she, I'll answer for it. Well, I may as well come to the point at once, man, and bring up my reserve into the front of the battle. Here is Davy Muir, the quartermaster, disposed to make your daughter his wife, and he has just got me to open the matter to you, being fearful of compromising his own dignity, and I may as well add that half the youngsters in the fort toast her, and talk of her from morning till night." "She is much honored, sir," returned the father stiffly, "but I trust the gentlemen will find something more worthy of them to talk about ere long. I hope to see her the wife of an honest man before many weeks, sir." "Yes, Davy is an honest man, and that is more than can be said for all in the quartermaster's department, I'm thinking, Sergeant," returned Lundie, with a slight smile. "Well, then may I tell the Cupid-stricken youth that the matter is as good as settled?" "I thank your honor, but Mabel is betrothed to another." "The devil she is! That will produce a stir in the fort, though I'm not sorry to hear it either, for, to be frank with you, Sergeant, I'm no great admirer of unequal matches." "I think with your honor, and have no desire to see my daughter an officer's lady. If she can get as high as her mother was before her, it ought to satisfy any reasonable woman." "And may I ask, Sergeant, who is the lucky man that you intend to call son-in-law?" "The Pathfinder, your honor." "Pathfinder!" "The same, Major Duncan, and in naming him to you, I give you his whole history. No one is better known on this frontier than my honest, brave, true-hearted friend." "Ah, all that is true enough. But is he, after all, the sort of person to make a girl of 20 happy?" "Why not, your honor? The man is at the head of his calling. There is no other guide or scout connected with the army who has half the reputation of Pathfinder, or who deserves to have it half as well." "Very true, Sergeant. But is the reputation of a scout exactly the sort of renown to captivate a girl's fancy?" "Talking of girls' fancies, sir, is, in my humble opinion, much like talking of a recruit's judgment. If we were to take the movements of the awkward squad, sir, as a guide, we should never form a decent line in battalion, Major Duncan." "But your daughter has nothing awkward about her, for a genteeler girl of her class could not be found in old Albion itself. Is she of your way of thinking in this matter?" though I suppose she must be, as you say she is betrothed." "We have not yet conversed on the subject, your honor, but I consider her mind as good as made up, from several little circumstances which might be named."
"And what are those circumstances, Sergeant?" asked the Major, who began to take more interest than he had at first felt on the subject. "I confess a little curiosity to know something about a woman's mind, being, as you know, a bachelor myself."
"Why, your honor, when I speak of the Pathfinder to the girl, she always looks me full in the face, chimes in with everything I say in his favor, and has a frank, open way with her, which says as much as if she half considered him already as a husband."
And these signs, you think, Dunham, are faithful tokens of your daughter's feelings?"
"I do, your honor, for they strike me as natural. When I find a man, sir, who looks me full in the face, while he praises an officer, for, begging your honor's pardon, the men will sometimes pass their strictures on their betters, and when I find a man looking me in the eyes as he praises his captain, I always set it down that the fellow is honest and means what he says."
"Is there not some material difference in the age of the intended bridegroom and that of his pretty bride, Sergeant?"
"You are quite right, sir. Pathfinder is well advanced towards 40, and Mabel has every prospect of happiness that a young woman can derive from the certainty of possessing an experienced husband. I was quite 40 myself, your honor, when I married her mother."
"But will your daughter be as likely to admire a green hunting shirt, such as that our worthy guide wears, with a foxskin cap, as the smart uniform of the 55th?
"Perhaps not, sir, and therefore she will have the merit of self-denial, which always makes a young woman wiser and better."
"And are you not afraid that she may be left a widow while still a young woman? What between wild beasts and wilder savages, Pathfinder may be said to carry his life in his hand."
"Every bullet has its billet, Lundy," for so the Major was fond of being called in his moments of condescension, and when not engaged in military affairs; "and no man in the 55th can call himself beyond or above the chances of sudden death. In that particular, Mabel would gain nothing by a change. Besides, sir, if I may speak freely on such a subject, I much doubt if ever Pathfinder dies in battle, or by any of the sudden chances of the wilderness."
"And why so, Sergeant?" asked the Major. "He is a soldier, so far as danger is concerned, and one that is much more than usually exposed; and, being free of his person, why should he expect to escape when others do not?"
"I do not believe, your honor, that the Pathfinder considers his own chances better than any one's else, but the man will never die by a bullet. I have seen him so often handling his rifle with as much composure as if it were a shepherd's crook in the midst of the heaviest showers of bullets, and under so many extraordinary circumstances, that I do not think Providence means he should ever fall in that manner. And yet, if there be a man in his Majesty's dominions who really deserves such a death, it is Pathfinder."
"We never know, Sergeant," returned Lundy, with a countenance grave with thought, "and the less we say about it, perhaps, the better. But will your daughter, Mabel I think you call her, will Mabel be as willing to accept one who, after all, is a mere hanger-on of the army, as to take one from the service itself? There is no hope of promotion for the guide, Sergeant."
"He is at the head of his corps already, your honor. In short, Mabel has made up her mind on this subject, and, as your honor has had the condescension to speak to me about Mr. Muir, I trust you will be kind enough to say that the girl is as good as billeted for life."
Well, this is your own matter, and now, Sergeant Dunham."
"Your honor," said the other, rising and giving the customary salute.
"You have been told it is my intention to send you down among the Thousand Islands for the next month. All the old subalterns have had their tours of duty in that quarter, all that I like to trust at least, and it has at length come to your turn. Lieutenant Muir, it is true, claims his right, but being quartermaster, I do not like to break up well-established arrangements. Are the men drafted?"
Everything is ready, your honor. The draft is made, and I understood that the canoe which got in last night brought a message to say that the party already below is looking out for the relief. It did, and you may sail the day after tomorrow, if not tomorrow night. It will be wise, perhaps, to sail in the dark. So Jasper thinks, Major Duncan, and I know no one more to be depended on in such an affair than young Jasper Western. Young Jasper Eau Douce, said Lundy, a slight smile gathering around his usually stern mouth. Will that lad be of your party, Sergeant? Your honor will remember that the Scud never quits port without him. True, but all general rules have their exceptions. Have I not seen a seafaring person about the fort within the last few days? No doubt, your honor. It is Master Cap, a brother-in-law of mine, who brought my daughter from below. Why not put him in the Scud for this cruise, Sergeant, and leave Jasper behind? Your brother-in-law would like the variety of a freshwater cruise, and you would enjoy more of his company. I intended to ask your honor's permission to take him along, but he must go as a volunteer. Jasper is too brave a lad to be turned out of his command without a reason, Major Duncan, and I'm afraid Brother Cap despises fresh water too much to do duty on it. Quite right, Sergeant, and I leave all this to your own discretion. Eau Douce must retain his command, on second thoughts. You intend that Pathfinder shall also be of the party? If your honor approves of it, there will be service for both the guides, the Indian as well as the white man. I think you are right. Well, Sergeant, I wish you luck in the enterprise, and remember the post is to be destroyed and abandoned when your command is withdrawn. It will have done its work by that time, or we shall have failed entirely, and it is too ticklish a position to be maintained unnecessarily. You can retire. Sergeant Dunham gave the customary salute, turned on his heels as if they had been pivots, and had got the door nearly drawn to after him when he was suddenly recalled. I had forgotten, Sergeant. The younger officers have begged for a shooting match, and tomorrow has been named for the day. All competitors will be admitted, and the prizes will be a silver-mounted powder horn, a leathern flask ditto, reading from a piece of paper, as I see by the professional jargon of this bill, and a silk calash for a lady. The latter is to enable the victor to show his gallantry by making an offering of it to her he best loves. All very agreeable, your honor, at least to him that succeeds. Is the Pathfinder to be permitted to enter? I do not well see how he can be excluded, if he choose to come forward. Latterly, I have observed that he takes no share in these sports, probably from a conviction of his own unequalled skill. That's it, Major Duncan. The honest fellow knows there is not a man on the frontier who can equal him, and he does not wish to spoil the pleasure of others. I think we may trust to his delicacy in anything, sir. Perhaps it may be as well to let him have his own way? In this instance we must, Sergeant. Whether he will be as successful in all others remains to be seen. I wish you good evening, Dunham. The Sergeant now withdrew, leaving Duncan of Lundy to his own thoughts. That they were not altogether disagreeable was to be inferred from the smiles which occasionally covered a countenance hard and martial in its usual expression, though there were moments in which all its severe sobriety prevailed. Half an hour might have passed, when a tap at the door was answered by a direction to enter. A middle-aged man, in the dress of an officer, but whose uniform wanted the usual smartness of the profession, made his appearance, and was saluted as Mr. Muir. I have come at your bidding to know my fortune, said the quartermaster in a strong Scotch accent, as soon as he had taken the seat which was proffered to him. To say the truth to you, Major Duncan, this girl is making as much havoc in the garrison as the French did before Ty. I never witnessed so general a rout in so short a time. Surely, Davy, you don't mean to persuade me that your young and unsophisticated heart is in such a flame after 1 week's ignition? Why, man, this is worse than the affair in Scotland, where it was said the heat within was so intense that it just burnt a hole through your own precious body and left a place for all the lassies to peer in at, to see what the combustible material was worth. You'll have your own way, Major Duncan, and your father and mother would have theirs before you, even if the enemy were in the camp. I see nothing so extraordinary in young people following the bent of their inclinations and wishes. But you've followed yours so often, Davy, that I should think by this time it had lost the edge of novelty. Including that informal affair in Scotland, when you were a lad, you've been married 4 times already. Only 3, Major, as I hope to get another wife. I've not yet had my number. No, only 3. I'm thinking, Davy, you don't include the first affair I mentioned, that in which there was no parson. And why should I, Major? The courts decided it was no marriage, and what more could a man want? The woman took advantage of a slight amorous propensity that may be a weakness in my disposition, perhaps, and inveigled me into a contract which was found to be illegal. If I remember right, Muir, there were thought to be 2 sides to that question in the time of it. It would be but an indifferent question, my dear Major, that hadn't 2 sides to it, and I've known many that had 3. But the poor woman's dead, and there was no issue, so nothing came of it after all. Then I was particularly unfortunate with my second wife. I say second, Major, out of deference to you, and on the mere supposition that the first was a marriage at all. But first or second, I was particularly unfortunate with Jeannie Graham, who died in the first lustrum, leaving neither chick nor chiel behind her. I do think if Jeannie had survived, I never should have had turned my thoughts towards another wife. But as she did not, you married twice after her death, and are desirous of doing so a 3rd time. The truth can never justly be gainsaid, Major Duncan, and I am always ready to avow it. I'm thinking, Lundy, you are melancholy this fine evening? No, Muir, not melancholy absolutely, but a little thoughtful, I confess. I was looking back to my own boyish days, when I, the laird's son, and you, the parson's, roamed about our native hills, happy and careless boys, taking little heed to the future, and then have followed some thoughts that may be a little painful concerning that future as it has turned out to be. Surely, Lundy, you do not complain of your portion of it. You've risen to be a major, and will soon be a lieutenant colonel, if letters tell the truth, while I am just 1 step higher than when your honoured father gave me my first commission, and a poor devil of a quartermaster. And the 4 wives? 3, Lundy. 3 only that were legal, even under our own liberal and sanctified laws. Well, then, let it be 3. You know, Davy, said Major Duncan, insensibly dropping into the pronunciation and dialect of his youth, as is much the practice with educated Scotchmen as they warm with a subject that comes near the heart. You know, Davy, that my own choice has long been made, and in how anxious and hope-wearied a manner I've waited for that happy hour when I can call the woman I've so long loved a wife. And here have you, without fortune, name, birth, or merit, I mean particular merit. Na, dinna say that, Lundy. The Muirs are good blood. Well, then, without aught but blood, you've wived 4 times. I tell ye it's but thrice, Lundy. You'll weaken old friendship if you call it 4. Put it at your own number, Davy, and it's far more than your share. Our lives have been very different, on the score of matrimony at least, you must allow that, my old friend. In which do you think has been the gainer, Major, speaking as frankly together as we did when lads? Nay, I've nothing to conceal. My days have passed in hope deferred, while yours have passed in— Not in hope realized, I give you mine honour, Major Duncan, interrupted the quartermaster. Each new experiment I have thought might prove an advantage, but disappointment seems the lot of man. Ah, this is a vain world of ours, Lundy, it must be owned, and in nothing vainer than in matrimony. And yet you are ready to put your neck into the noose for the 5th time? I desire to say it will be but the 4th, Major Duncan, said the quartermaster positively. Then, instantly changing the expression of his face to one of boyish rapture, he added, "But this Mabel Dunham is a rara avis. Our Scotch lassies are fair and pleasant,
but it must be owned these colonials are of surpassing comeliness." "You will do well to recollect your commission in blood, Davy. I believe all 4 of your wives. I wish, my dear Lundie, that you be more accurate in your arithmetic. 3 times 1 make 3. All 3, then, were what might be termed gentlewomen?" "That's just it, Major. 3 were gentlewomen, as you say, and the connections were suitable." "And the 4th being the daughter of my father's gardener, the connection was unsuitable. But have you no fear that marrying the child of a non-commissioned officer, who is in the same corps with yourself, will have the effect to lessen your consequence in the regiment?" "That's just been my weakness through life, Major Duncan, for I've always married without regard to consequences. Every man has his besetting sin, and matrimony, I fear, is mine. And now that we have discussed what may be called the principles of the connection, I will just ask if you did me the favor to speak to the Sergeant on the trifling affair." "I did, David, and am sorry to say, for your hopes, that I see no great chance of your succeeding." "Not succeeding! An officer and a quartermaster in the bargain, and not succeed with the Sergeant's daughter?" "It's just that, Davy." "And why not, Lundie? Will you have the goodness to answer just that?" "The girl is betrothed. Hand plighted, word passed, love pledged. No, hang me if I believe that either, but she is betrothed." "Well, that's an obstacle, it must be avowed, Major, though it counts for little if the heart is free." "Quite true, and I think it probable the heart is free in this case, for the intended husband appears to be the choice of the father rather than of the daughter." "And who may it be, Major?" asked the quartermaster, who viewed the whole matter with the philosophy and coolness acquired by use. "I do not recollect any plausible suitor that is likely to stand in my way." "No, you are the only plausible suitor on the frontier, Davy. The happy man is Pathfinder." "Pathfinder, Major Duncan!" "No more, nor any less, David Muir. Pathfinder is the man, but it may relieve your jealousy a little to know that, in my judgment at least, it is a match of the father's rather than of the daughter's seeking." "I thought as much," exclaimed the quartermaster, drawing a long breath, like one who felt relieved. "It's quite impossible that with my experience in human nature—" "Particularly woman's nature, David. You will have your joke, Lundie. Let who will suffer. But I did not think it possible I could be deceived as to the young woman's inclinations, which I think I may boldly pronounce to be altogether above the condition of Pathfinder. As for the individual himself, why, time will show." "Now tell me frankly, Davy Muir," said Lundie, stepping short in his walk, and looking the other earnestly in the face with a comical expression of surprise, that rendered the veteran's countenance ridiculously earnest. "Do you really suppose a girl like the daughter of Sergeant Dunham can take a serious fancy to a man of your years and appearance, and experience, I might add?" "Hoot awa, Lundie, you dinna know the Sax, and that's the reason you're unmarried in your 45th year. It's a fearful time you've been a bachelor, Major." "And what may be your age, Lieutenant Muir, if I may presume to ask so delicate a question?" 47, I no deny it, Lundie, and if I get Mabel, there'll be just a wife for every twa lustrums. But I dinna think Sergeant Dunham would be so humble-minded as to dream of giving that sweet lass of his to one like the Pathfinder." "There's no dream about it, Davy. The man is as serious as a soldier about to be flogged." "Well, well, Major, we are old friends." Both ran into the Scotch, or avoided it, as they approached or drew away from their younger days in the dialogue, "and ought to know how to take and give a joke off duty. It is possible the worthy man has not understood my hints, or he never would have thought of such a thing. The difference between an officer's consort and a guide's woman is as vast as that between the antiquity of Scotland and the antiquity of America. I'm old blood too, Lundie." "Take my word for it, Davy, your antiquity would do you no good in this affair. And as for your blood, it is not older than your bones. Well, well, man, you know the Sergeant's answer, and so you perceive that my influence, on which you counted so much, can do naught for you. Let us take a glass together, Davy, for auld acquaintance' sake, and then you'll be doing well to remember the party that marches the morrow, and to forget Mabel Dunham as fast as ever you can." "Ah, Major, I have always found it easier to forget a wife than to forget a sweetheart. When a couple are fairly married, all is settled but the death, as one may say, which must finally part us all, and it seems to me awfully irreverent to disturb the departed, whereas there is no much anxiety and hope and felicity and expectation like, with the lassie, that it keeps thought alive." "That is just my idea of your situation, Davy, for I never supposed you'd expected any more felicity with either of your wives. Now, I've heard of fellows who were so stupid as to look forward to happiness with their wives even beyond the grave. I drink to your success, or to your speedy recovery from this attack, Lieutenant, and I admonish you to be more cautious in future, as some of these violent cases may yet carry you off." "Many thanks, dear Major, and a speedy termination to an old courtship, of which I know something. This is real mountain dew, Lundy, and it warms the heart like a gleam of bonny Scotland. As for the men you've just mentioned, they could have had but one wife apiece, for where there are several, the deeds of the women themselves may carry them different ways. I think a reasonable husband ought to be satisfied with passing his allotted time with any particular wife in this world, and not to go about moping for things unattainable. I'm infinitely obliged to you, Major Duncan, for this and all your other acts of friendship, and if you could but add another, I should think you had not altogether forgotten the playfellow of your boyhood." "Well, Davy, if the request be reasonable, and such as a superior ought to grant, out with it, man." "If you could only contrive a little service for me, down among the Thousand Isles, for a fortnight or so, I think this matter might be settled to the satisfaction of all parties. Just remember, Lundy, the lassie is the only marriageable white female on this frontier. There is always duty for one in your line at a post, however small, but this below can be done by the sergeant as well as by the quartermaster general, and better too." "But not better than by a regimental officer. There is great waste in common among the orderlies." "I'll think of it, Muir," said the Major, laughing, "and you shall have my answer in the morning. Here will be a fine occasion, man, the morrow, to show yourself off before the lady. You are our expert with a rifle, and prizes are to be won. Make up your mind to display your skill, and who knows what may yet happen before the Scud sails." "I'm thinking most of the young men will try their hands in this sport, Major." "That they will, and some of the old ones too, if you appear. To keep you in countenance, I'll try a shot or two myself, Davy, and you know I have some name that way." "It might indeed do good. The female heart, Major Duncan, is susceptible in many different modes, and sometimes in a way that the rules of philosophy might reject. Some require a suitor to sit down before them, as it might be, in a regular siege, and only capitulate when the place can hold out no longer. Others, again, like to be carried by storm, while there are hussies who can only be caught by leading them into an ambush. The first is the most creditable and officer-like process, perhaps, but I must say I think the last the most pleasing." "An opinion formed from experience, out of all question. And what of the storming parties?" "They may do for our younger men, Lundy," returned the quartermaster, rising and winking, a liberty that he often took with the commanding officer on the score of a long intimacy. "Every period of life has its necessities, and at 47 it's just as well to trust a little to the head. I wish you a very good even, Major Duncan, and freedom from gout, with a sweet and refreshing sleep." "The same to yourself, Mr. Muir, with many thanks. Remember the passage of arms for the morrow." The quartermaster withdrew, leaving Lundy in his library to reflect on what had just passed. Use had so accustomed Major Duncan to Lieutenant Muir and all his traits and humors,
that the conduct of the latter did not strike the former with the same force as it will probably the reader. In truth, while all men act under one common law that is termed nature, the varieties in their dispositions, modes of judging, feelings, and selfishness are infinite. End of chapter.
Chapter 11 of the Pathfinder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Pathfinder by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 11. Compel the hawk to sit that is unmanned, or make the hound untaught to draw the deer, or bring the free against his will in band, or move the sad a pleasant tale to hear. Your time is lost, and you no whit the near. So love ne'er learns, of force the heart to knit, she serves but those that feel sweet fancies fit. From Mirror for Magistrates. It is not often that hope is rewarded by fruition so completely as the wishes of the young men of the garrison were met by the state of the weather on the succeeding day. The heats of summer were little felt at Oswego at the period of which we are writing, for the shade of the forest, added to the refreshing breezes from the lake, so far reduced the influence of the sun as to render the nights always cool and the days seldom oppressive. It was now September, a month in which the strong gales of the coast often appear to force themselves across the country as far as the Great Lakes, where the inland sailor sometimes feels that genial influence which characterizes the winds of the ocean invigorating its frame, cheering his spirits, and arousing his moral force. Such a day was that on which the garrison of Oswego assembled to witness what its commander had jocularly called a passage of arms. Lundy was a scholar in military matters at least, and it was one of his sources of honest pride to direct the reading and thoughts of the young men under his orders to the more intellectual parts of their profession. For one in his situation, his library was both good and extensive, and its books were freely lent to all who desired to use them. Among other whims that had found their way into the garrison through these means, was a relish for the sort of amusement in which it was now about to indulge, and around which some chronicles of the days of chivalry had induced them to throw a parade and romance not unsuited to the characters and habits of soldiers, or to the insulated and wild post occupied by this particular garrison. While so earnestly bent on pleasure, however, they on whom that duty devolved did not neglect the safety of the garrison. One standing on the ramparts of the fort, and gazing on the waste of glittering water that bounded the view all along the northern horizon, and on the slumbering and seemingly boundless forest which filled the other half of the panorama, would have fancied the spot the very abode of peacefulness and security. But Duncan of Lundy too well knew that the woods might, at any moment, give up their hundreds, bent on the destruction of the fort and all it contained, and that even the treacherous lake offered a highway of easy approach by which his more civilized and scarcely less wily foes, the French, could come upon him at an unguarded moment. Parties were sent out under old and vigilant officers, men who cared little for the sports of the day, to scour the forest, and one entire company held the fort under arms, with orders to maintain a vigilance as strict as if an enemy of superior force was known to be near. With these precautions, the remainder of the officers and men abandoned themselves without apprehension to the business of the morning. The spot selected for the sports was a sort of esplanade, a little west of the fort, and on the immediate bank of the lake. It had been cleared of its trees and stumps, that it might answer the purpose of a parade ground, as it possessed the advantages of having its rear protected by the water, and one of its flanks by the works. Men drilling on it could be attacked, consequently, on two sides only,
and as the cleared space beyond it, in the direction of the west and south, was large, any assailants would be compelled to quit the cover of the woods before they could make an approach sufficiently near to render them dangerous. Although the regular arms of the regiment were muskets, some 50 rifles were produced on the present occasion. Every officer had one as a part of his private provision for amusement. Many belonged to the scouts and friendly Indians, of whom more or less were always hanging about the fort, and there was a public provision of them for the use of those who followed the game with the express object of obtaining supplies. Among those who carried the weapon were some 5 or 6, who had the reputation for knowing how to use it particularly well, so well indeed as to have given them a celebrity on the frontier. Twice that number who were believed to be much better than common, and many who would have been thought expert in almost any situation but the precise one in which they now happened to be placed. The distance was 100 yards, and the weapon was to be used without a rest. The target, a board, with the customary circular lines in white paint, having the bull's-eye in the center. The first trials in skill commenced with challenges among the more ignoble of the competitors to display their steadiness and dexterity in idle competition. None but the common men engaged in this strife, which had little to interest the spectators, among whom no officer had yet appeared. Most of the soldiers were Scotch, the regiment having been raised at Stirling and its vicinity not many years before, though, as in the case of Sergeant Dunham, many Americans had joined it since its arrival in the colonies. As a matter of course, the provincials were generally the most expert marksmen, and after a desultory trial of half an hour it was necessarily conceded that a youth who had been born in the colony of New York, and who, coming of Dutch extraction, was the most expert of all who had yet tried their skill. It was just as this opinion prevailed that the oldest captain, accompanied by most of the gentlemen and ladies of the fort, appeared on the parade. A train of some 20 females of humbler condition followed, among whom was seen the well-turned form, intelligent, blooming, animated countenance, and neat, becoming attire of Mabel Dunham. Of females who were officially recognized as belonging to the class of ladies, there were but 3 in the fort, all of whom were officers' wives, Mabel being strictly, as has been stated by the quartermaster, the only real candidate for matrimony among her sex. Some little preparation had been made for the proper reception of the females, who were placed on a low staging of planks near the immediate bank of the lake. In this vicinity the prizes were suspended from a post. Great care was taken to reserve the front seat of the stage for the 3 ladies and their children, while Mabel and those who belonged to the non-commissioned officers of the regiment occupied the second. The wives and daughters of the privates were huddled together in the rear, some standing and some sitting as they could find room. Mabel, who had already been admitted to the society of the officers' wives, on the footing of a humble companion, was a good deal noticed by the ladies in front, who had a proper appreciation of modest self-respect and gentle refinement, though they were all fully aware of the value of rank, more particularly in a garrison. As soon as this important portion of the spectators had got into their places, Lundy gave orders for the trial of skill to proceed in the manner that had been prescribed in his previous orders. Some 8 or 10 of the best marksmen of the garrison now took possession of the stand, and began to fire in succession. Among them were officers and men indiscriminately placed, nor were the casual visitors in the fort excluded from the competition. As might have been expected of men whose amusements and comfortable subsistence equally depended on skill in the use of their weapons, it was soon found that they were all sufficiently expert to hit the bull's-eye, or the white spot in the center of the target. Others who succeeded them, it is true, were less sure, their bullets striking in the different circles that surrounded the center of the target without touching it. According to the rules of the day, none could proceed to the second trial who had failed in the first, and the adjutant of the place, who acted as master of the ceremonies, or marshal of the day, called upon the successful adventurers by name to get ready for the next effort, while he gave notice that those who failed to present themselves for the shot at the bull's eye would necessarily be excluded from all the higher trials. Just at this moment Lundy, the quartermaster, and Jasper Eau douce appeared in the group at the stand, while the Pathfinder walked leisurely on the ground without his beloved rifle, for him a measure so unusual as to be understood by all present as a proof that he did not consider himself a competitor for the honors of the day. All made way for Major Duncan, who, as he approached the stand in a good-humored way, took his station, levelled his rifle carelessly, and fired. The bullet missed the required mark by several inches. "Major Duncan is excluded from the other trials," proclaimed the adjutant, in a voice so strong and confident that all the elder officers and the sergeants well understood that this failure was preconcerted, while all the younger gentlemen and the privates felt new encouragement to proceed on account of the evident impartiality with which the laws of the sports were administered. "Now, Mr. Eau douce, comes your turn," said Muir, "and if you do not meet the Major, I shall say that your hand is better skilled with the oar than with the rifle." Jasper's handsome face flushed. He stepped upon the stand, cast a hasty glance at Mabel, whose pretty form he ascertained was bending eagerly forward as if to note the result, dropped the barrel of his rifle with but little apparent care into the palm of his left hand, raised the muzzle for a single instant with exceeding steadiness, and fired. The bullet passed directly through the center of the bull's eye, much the best shot of the morning, since the others had merely touched the paint. "Well performed, Master Jasper," said Muir, as soon as the result was declared, "in a shot that might have done credit to an older head in a more experienced eye. I'm thinking, notwithstanding, there was some of a youngster's luck in it, for you were no particular in the aim you took. You may be quick, Eau douce, in the movement, but not your philosophic nor scientific in your management of the weapon. Now, Sergeant Dunham, I'll thank you to request the ladies to give it closer attention than common, for I'm about to make that use of the rifle which may be called the intellectual. Jasper would have killed, I allow, but then there would not have been half the satisfaction in receiving such a shot as in receiving one that is discharged scientifically." All this time the quartermaster was preparing himself for the scientific trial, but he delayed his aim until he saw that the eye of Mabel, in common with those of her companions, were fastened on him in curiosity. As the others left him room, out of respect to his rank, no one stood near the competitor but his commanding officer, to whom he now said in his familiar manner, "You see, Lundy, that something is to be gained by exciting a female's curiosity. It's an active sentiment is curiosity, and properly improved may lead to gentler innovations in the end." "Very true, Davy, but you keep us all waiting while you make your preparations, and here is Pathfinder drawing near to catch a lesson from your greater experience." "Well, Pathfinder, and so you have come to get an idea, too, concerning the philosophy of shooting? I do not wish to hide my light under a bushel, and you're welcome to all you learn. Do you not mean to try a shot yourself, man?" "Why should I, Quartermaster? Why should I? I want none of the prizes, and as for honor, I have had enough of that, if it's any honor to shoot better than yourself. I'm not a woman to wear a calash." "Very true, but you might find a woman that is precious in your eyes to wear it for you, as—" "Come, Davy," interrupted the Major. "Your shot or a retreat? The adjutant is getting impatient." "The quartermaster's department and the adjutant's department are seldom compliable, Lundy, but I'm ready. Stand a little aside, Pathfinder, and give the ladies an opportunity." Lieutenant Muir now took his attitude with a good deal of studied elegance, raised his rifle slowly, lowered it, raised it again, repeated the maneuvers, and fired. "Missed the target altogether!" shouted the man whose duty it was to mark the bullets, and who had little relish for the quartermaster's tedious science. "Missed the target!" "It cannot be!" cried Muir, his face flushing equally with indignation and shame. It cannot be, Adjutant, for I never did so awkward a thing in my life. I appeal to the ladies for a juster judgment." "The ladies shut their eyes when you fired," exclaimed the regimental wags. "Your preparations alarmed them." "I would not believe such calumny of the leddies, nor such a reproach for my own skill," returned the Quartermaster, growing more and more Scotch as he warmed with his feelings. "It's a conspiracy to rob a meritorious man of his dues." "It's a dead miss, Muir," said the laughing Lundie, "and you'll just sit down quietly with the disgrace." "No, no, Major," Pathfinder at length observed. "The Quartermaster is a good shot for a slow one and a measured distance, though nothing extraordinary for real service. He has covered Jasper's bullet, as will be seen, if any one will take the trouble to examine the target." The respect for Pathfinder's skill, and for his quickness and accuracy of sight, was so profound and general, that, the instant he made this declaration, the spectators began to distrust their own opinions, and a dozen rushed to the target in order to ascertain the fact. There, sure enough, it was found that the Quartermaster's bullet had gone through the hole made by Jasper's, and that, too, so accurately as to require a minute examination to be certain of the circumstance, which, however, was soon clearly established by discovering one bullet over the other in the stump against which the target was placed. "I told you, ladies, you were about to witness the influence of science on gunnery," said the Quartermaster, advancing towards the staging occupied by the females. "Major Duncan derides the idea of mathematics entering into target shooting, but I tell him philosophy colors and enlarges and improves and dilates and explains everything that belongs to human life, whether it be a shooting match or a sermon. In a word, philosophy is philosophy, and that is saying all that the subject requires." "I trust you exclude love from the catalogue," observed the wife of a captain who knew the history of the Quartermaster's marriages, and who had a woman's malice against the monopolizer of her sex. "It seems that philosophy has little in common with love." "You wouldn't say that, madam, if your heart had experienced many trials. It's the man or the woman that has had many occasions to improve the affections that can best speak of such matters; and believe me, of all love, philosophical is the most lasting, as it is the most rational." "You would then recommend experience as an improvement on the passion?" "Your quick mind has conceived the idea at a glance. The happiest marriages are those in which youth and beauty and confidence on one side rely on the sagacity, moderation, and prudence of years. Middle age, I mean, madam, for I'll no deny that there is such a thing as husbands being too old for a wife. Here is Sergeant Dunham's charming daughter now, to approve of such sentiments, I'm certain, her character for discretion being already well established in the garrison, short as has been her residence among us."
"Sergeant Dunham's daughter is scarcely a fitting interlocutor in a discourse between you and me, Lieutenant Muir," rejoined the captain's lady, with careful respect for her own dignity; "and yonder is the Pathfinder about to take his chance, by way of changing the subject."
"I protest, Major Duncan, I protest!" cried Muir, hurrying back towards the stand, with both arms elevated by means of enforcing his words. "I protest in the strongest terms, gentlemen, against Pathfinders being admitted into these sports with killdeer, which is a piece, to say nothing of long habit, that is altogether out of proportion for a trial of skill against government rifles." "Killdeer is taking its rest, Quartermaster," returned Pathfinder calmly, "and no one here thinks of disturbing it. I did not think myself of pulling a trigger today, but Sergeant Dunham has been persuading me that I shall not do proper honor to his handsome daughter, who came in under my care, if I am backward on such an occasion. I'm using Jasper's rifle, Quartermaster, as you may see, and that is no better than your own." Lieutenant Muir was now obliged to acquiesce, and every eye turned towards the Pathfinder as he took the required station. The air and attitude of this celebrated guide and hunter were extremely fine, and as he raised his tall form and levelled the piece, showing perfect self-command, and a thorough knowledge of the power of the human frame as well as the weapon. Pathfinder was not what is usually termed a handsome man, though his appearance excited so much confidence and commanded respect. Tall, and even muscular, his frame might have been esteemed nearly perfect, were it not for the total absence of everything like flesh. Whipcord was scarcely more rigid than his arms and legs, or, at need, more pliable, but the outlines of his person were rather too angular for the proportion that the eye most approves. Still, his motions, being natural, were graceful, and being calm and regulated, they gave him an air and dignity that associated well with the idea, that was so prevalent, of his services and peculiar merits. His honest, open features were burnt to a bright red, that comported well with the notion of exposure and hardships, while his sinewy hands denoted force, and a species of use removed from the stiffening and deforming effects of labor. Although no one perceived any of those gentler or more insinuating qualities which are apt to win upon a woman's affections, as he raised his rifle, not a female eye was fastened on him without a silent approbation of the freedom of his movements and the manliness of his air. Thought was scarcely quicker than his aim, and as the smoke floated above his head, the butt end of the rifle was seen on the ground, the hand of the Pathfinder was leaning on the barrel, and his honest countenance was illuminated by his usual silent, hearty laugh. "If one dared to hint at such a thing," cried Major Duncan, "I should say that the Pathfinder had also missed the target." "No, no, Major," returned the guide confidently. "That would be a risky declaration. I didn't load the piece, and can't say what was in it, but if it was lead, you will find the bullet driving down those of the Quartermaster and Jasper, else is not my name Pathfinder." A shout from the target announced the truth of this assertion. "That's not all, boys," called out the guide, who was now slowly advancing towards the stage occupied by the females. "If you find the target touched at all, I'll own to a miss. The Quartermaster cut the wood, but you'll find no wood cut by that last messenger." "Very true, Pathfinder, very true," answered Muir, who was lingering near Mabel, though ashamed to address her particularly in the presence of the officers' wives. "The Quartermaster did cut the wood, and by that means he opened a passage for your bullet, which went through the hole he had made. Well, Quartermaster, there goes the nail, and we'll see who can drive it closer, you or I, for though I did not think of showing what a rifle can do today, now my hand is in, I'll turn my back to no man that carries King George's commission. Chingachgook is outlying, or he might force me into some of the niceties of the art. But as for you, Quartermaster, if the nail don't stop you, the potato will."
"You're over boastful this morning, Pathfinder, but you'll find you've no green boy fresh from the settlements and the towns to deal with, I will assure you." "I know that well, Quartermaster, I know that well, and shall not deny your experience. You lived many years on the frontiers, and I've heard of you in the colonies, and among the Indians, too, quite a human life ago." "Na, na," interrupted Muir in his broadest Scotch. "This is injustice, man. I've no lived so very long, neither."
"I'll do you justice, Lieutenant, even if you get the best in the potato trial. I say you've passed a good human life, for a soldier, in places where the rifle is daily used, and I know you are a creditable and ingenious marksman, but then you are not a true rifle shooter. As for boasting, I hope I'm not a vain talker about my own exploits, but a man's gifts are his gifts, and it's flying in the face of Providence to deny them. The sergeant's daughter here shall judge between us, if you have the stomach to submit to so pretty a judge." The Pathfinder had named Mabel as the arbiter because he admired her, and because, in his eyes, rank had little or no value; but Lieutenant Muir shrank at such a reference in the presence of the wives of the officers. He would gladly keep himself constantly before the eyes and the imagination of the object of his wishes, but he was still too much under the influence of old prejudices, and perhaps too wary, to appear openly as her suitor, unless he saw something very like a certainty of success. On the discretion of Major Duncan he had a full reliance, and he apprehended no betrayal from that quarter; but he was quite aware, should it ever get abroad that he had been refused by the child of a non-commissioned officer, he would find great difficulty in making his approaches to any other woman of a condition to which he might reasonably aspire. Notwithstanding these doubts and misgivings, Mabel looked so prettily, blushed so charmingly, smiled so sweetly, and altogether presented so winning a picture of youth, spirit, modesty, and beauty, that he found it exceedingly tempting to be kept so prominently before her imagination, and to be able to address her freely. "You shall have it your own way, Pathfinder," he answered, as soon as his doubts had settled down into determination. "Let the Sergeant's daughter, his charming daughter, I should have termed her, be the umpire then, and to her we will both dedicate the prize, that one or the other must certainly win. Pathfinder must be humoured, ladies, as you perceive, else, no doubt, we should have had the honour to submit ourselves to one of your charming society." A call for the competitors now drew the Quartermaster and his adversary away, and in a few moments the second trial of skill commenced. A common wrought nail was driven lightly into the target, its head having been first touched with paint, and the marksman was required to hit it, or he lost his chances in the succeeding trials. No one was permitted to enter, on this occasion, who had already failed in the essay against the bull's-eye. There might have been half a dozen aspirants for the honors of this trial, one or two who had barely succeeded in touching the spot of paint in the previous strife, preferring to rest their reputations there, feeling certain that they could not succeed in the greater effort that was now exacted of them. The first three adventurers failed, all coming very near the mark, but neither touching it. The fourth person who presented himself was the Quartermaster, who, after going through his usual attitudes, so far succeeded as to carry away a small portion of the head of the nail, planting his bullet by the side of its point. This was not considered an extraordinary shot, though it brought the adventurer within the category. "You've saved your bacon, Quartermaster, as they say in the settlements of their creatures," cried Pathfinder, laughing; "but it would take a long time to build a house with a hammer no better than yours. Jasper here will show you how a nail is to be started, or the lad has lost some of his steadiness of hand and sartainty of eye. You would have done better yourself, Lieutenant, had you not been so much bent on soldierizing your figure. Shooting is a natural gift, and is to be exercised in a natural way." "We shall see, Pathfinder. I call that a pretty attempt at a nail, and I doubt if the 55th has another hammer, as you call it, that can do just the same thing over again." "Jasper is not in the 55th, but there goes his rap." As the Pathfinder spoke, the bullet of Eau douce hit the nail square, and drove it into the target, within an inch of the head. "Be all ready to clench it, boys!" cried out Pathfinder, stepping into his friend's tracks the instant they were vacant. "Never mind a new nail. I can see that, though the paint is gone, and what I can see I can hit at 100 yards, though it were only a mosquito's eye. Be ready to clench." The rifle cracked, the bullet sped its way, and the head of the nail was buried in the wood, covered by the piece of flattened lead. "Well, Jasper, lad," continued Pathfinder, dropping the butt end of his rifle to the ground, and resuming the discourse, as if he thought nothing of his own exploit, "you improve daily. A few more tramps on land in my company, and the best marksman on the frontiers will have occasion to look keenly when he takes his stand ag'in you. The Quartermaster is respectable, but he will never get any farther, whereas you, Jasper, have the gift, and may one day defy any who pull trigger." "Hoot, hoot!" exclaimed Muir. "Do you call hitting the head of the nail respectable only, when it's the perfection of the art? Any one the least refined and elevated in sentiment knows that the delicate touches denote the master, whereas your sledge-hammer blows come from the rude and uninstructed. If a miss is as good as a mile, a hit ought to be better, Pathfinder, whether it wound or kill." "The surest way of settling this rivalry will be to make another trial," observed Lundie, "and that will be of the potato. You're Scotch, Mr. Muir, and might fare better were it a cake or a thistle, but frontier law has declared for the American fruit, and the potato it shall be." As Major Duncan manifested some impatience of manner, Muir had too much tact to delay the sports any longer with his discursive remarks, but judiciously prepared himself for the next appeal. To say the truth, the Quartermaster had little or no faith in his own success in the trial of skill that was to follow, nor would he have been so free in presenting himself as a competitor at all, had he anticipated it would have been made; but Major Duncan, who was somewhat of a humorist in his own quiet Scotch way, had secretly ordered it to be introduced expressly to mortify him, for, a laird himself, Lundie did not relish the notion that one who might claim to be a gentleman should bring a discredit on his caste by forming an unequal alliance. As soon as everything was prepared, Muir was summoned to the stand, and the potato was held in readiness to be thrown. As the sort of feat we are about to offer to the reader, however, may be new to him, a word in explanation will render the matter more clear. A potato of large size was selected, and given to one who stood at the distance of 20 yards from the stand. At the word "heave," which was given by the marksman, the vegetable was thrown with a gentle toss into the air, and it was the business of the adventurer to cause a ball to pass through it before it touched the ground. The Quartermaster, in 100 experiments, had once succeeded in accomplishing this difficult feat, but he now essayed to perform it again, with a sort of blind hope that was fated to be disappointed. The potato was thrown in the usual manner, the rifle was discharged, but the flying target was untouched.
"To the right about and fall out, Quartermaster," said Lundie, smiling at the success of the artifice. "The honor of the silken calash will lie between Jasper Eau douce and Pathfinder." "And how is the trial to end, Major?" inquired the latter. "Are we to have 2 potato trial, or is it to be settled by centre and skin?" "By centre and skin, if there is any perceptible difference; otherwise, the double shot must follow."
"This is an awful moment to me, Pathfinder," observed Jasper as he moved towards the stand, his face actually losing its color and intensity of feeling. Pathfinder gazed earnestly at the young man, and then, begging Major Duncan to have patience for a moment, he led his friend out of the hearing of all near him before he spoke. "You seem to take this matter to heart, Jasper," the hunter remarked, keeping his eyes fastened on those of the youth. "I must own, Pathfinder, that my feelings were never before so much bound up in success." "And do you so much crave to outdo me, an old and tried friend? And that, as it might be, in my own way? Shooting is my gift, boy, and no common hand can equal mine." I know it, Pathfinder, but yet—" "But what, Jasper, boy? Speak freely, you talk to a friend." The young man compressed his lips, dashed a hand across his eye, and flushed and paled alternately, like a girl confessing her love. Then, squeezing the other's hand, he said calmly, like one whose manhood has overcome all other sensations, "I would lose an arm, Pathfinder, to be able to make an offering of that calash to Mabel Dunham." The hunter dropped his eyes to the ground, and as he walked slowly back towards the stand, he seemed to ponder deeply on what he had just heard. "You never could succeed in the double trial, Jasper," he suddenly remarked. "Of that I am certain, and it troubles me." "What a creature is mortal man! He pines for things which are not of his gift, and treats the bounties of Providence lightly. No matter, no matter. Take your station, Jasper, for the Major is waiting; and hearken, lad, I must touch the skin, for I could not show my face in the garrison with less than that." "I suppose I must submit to my fate," returned Jasper, flushing and losing his color as before. "But I will make the effort, if I die." "What a thing is mortal man!" repeated Pathfinder, falling back to allow his friend room to take his aim. "He overlooks his own gifts, and craves those of another." The potato was thrown,
Jasper fired, and the shout that followed preceded the announcement of the fact that he had driven his bullet through its centre, or so nearly so as to merit that award. "Here is a competitor worthy of you, Pathfinder!" cried Major Duncan with delight, as the former took his station, "and we may look to some fine shooting in the double trial." "What a thing is mortal man!" repeated the hunter, scarcely seeming to notice what was passing around him, so much were his thoughts absorbed in his own reflections. "Toss!" The potato was tossed, the rifle cracked. It was remarked just as the little black ball seemed stationary in the air, for the marksman evidently took unusual heed to his aim, and then a look of disappointment and wonder succeeded among those who had caught the falling target. "Two holes in one?" called out the Major. "The skin! The skin!" was the answer. "Only the skin!" "How's that, Pathfinder? Is Jasper Eau douce to carry off the honors of the day?" "The calash is his," returned the other, shaking his head and walking quietly away from the stand. What a creature is mortal man! Never satisfied with his own gifts, but forever craving that which Providence denies. As Pathfinder had not buried his bullet in the potato, but had cut through the skin, the prize was immediately adjudged to Jasper. The calash was in the hands of the latter when the quartermaster approached, and with a polite air of cordiality he wished his successful rival joy of his victory. "But now you've got the calash, lad, it's of no use to you," he added. "It will never make a sail, nor even an ensign. I'm thinking, Eau douce, you'll not be sorry to see its value in good siller of the king." "Money cannot buy it, Lieutenant," returned Jasper, whose eye lighted with all the fire of success and joy. "I would rather have won this calash than have obtained 50 new suits of sails for the Scud." "Hoot, hoot, lad! You're going mad, like all the rest of them. I'd even venture to offer half a guinea for the trifle, rather than it should lie kicking about in the cabin of your cutter, and in the end become an ornament for the head of a squaw." Although Jasper did not know that the wary quartermaster had not offered half the actual cost of the prize, he heard the proposition with indifference. Shaking his head in the negative, he advanced towards the stage, where his approach excited a little commotion, the officers' ladies, one and all, having determined to accept the present, should the gallantry of the young sailor induce him to offer it. But Jasper's diffidence, no less than admiration for another, would have prevented him from aspiring to the honor of complimenting any whom he thought so much his superiors. "Mabel," said he, "this prize is for you, unless—" "Unless what, Jasper?" answered the girl, losing her own bashfulness in the natural and generous wish to relieve his embarrassment, though both reddened in a way to betray strong feeling. "Unless you think too indifferently of it, because it is offered by one who may have no right to believe his gift will be accepted." "I do accept it, Jasper, and it shall be a sign of the danger I have passed in your company, and of the gratitude I feel for your care of me, your care, and that of the Pathfinder." Never mind me, exclaimed the latter. "This is Jasper's luck, and Jasper's gift. Give him full credit for both. My turn may come another day, mine and the quartermaster's, who seems to grudge the boy the calash, though what he can want of it I cannot understand, for he has no wife." "And has Jasper Eau douce a wife? Or have you a wife yourself, Pathfinder? I may want it to help to get a wife, or as a memorial that I have had a wife, or as proof how much I admire the sex, or because it is a female garment, or for some other equally respectable motive. It's not the unreflecting that are the most prized by the thoughtful, and there is no surer sign that a man made a good husband to his first consort, let me tell you all, than to see him speedily looking round for a competent successor. The affections are good gifts from Providence, and they that have loved one faithfully proved how much of this bounty has been lavished upon them by loving another as soon as possible." "It may be so, it may be so. I am no practitioner in such things, and cannot gainsay it. But Mabel here, the sergeant's daughter, will give you full credit for the words. Come, Jasper,
although our hands are out, let us see what the other lads can do with the rifle."
Pathfinder and his companions retired, for the sports were about to proceed. The ladies, however, were not so much engrossed with rifle shooting as to neglect the calash. It passed from hand to hand, the silk was felt, the fashion criticized, and the work examined, and divers opinions were privately ventured concerning the fitness of so handsome a thing passing into the possession of a non-commissioned officer's child. "Perhaps you will be disposed to sell that calash, Mabel, when it has been a short time in your possession?" inquired the captain's lady. "Wear it, I should think, you never can." "I may not wear it, madam," returned our heroine modestly, "but I should not like to part with it either." "I dare say Sergeant Dunham keeps you above the necessity of selling your clothes, child, but at the same time it is money thrown away to keep an article of dress you can never wear." "I should be unwilling to part with the gift of a friend." "But the young man himself will think all the better of you for your prudence after the triumph of the day is forgotten. It is a pretty and a becoming calash, and ought not to be thrown away." "I've no intention to throw it away, ma'am, and, if you please, would rather keep it." "As you will, child. Girls of your age often overlook the real advantages. Remember, however, if you do determine to dispose of the thing, that it is bespoke, and that I will not take it if you ever even put it on your own head." "Yes, ma'am," said Mabel, in the meekest voice imaginable, though her eyes looked like diamonds, and her cheeks reddened to the tints of two roses, as she placed the forbidden garment over her well-turned shoulders, where she kept it a minute, as if to try its fitness, and then quietly removed it again. The remainder of the sports offered nothing of interest. The shooting was reasonably good, but the trials were all of a scale lower than those related, and the competitors were soon left to themselves. The ladies and most of the officers withdrew, and the remainder of the females soon followed their example. Mabel was returning along the low flat rocks that lined the shore of the lake, dangling her pretty calash from a prettier finger, when Pathfinder met her. He carried the rifle which he had used that day, but his manner had less of the frank ease of the hunter about it than usual, while his eye seemed roving and uneasy. After a few unmeaning words concerning the noble sheet of water before them, he turned towards his companion with strong interest in his countenance, and said, "Jasper earned that calash for you, Mabel, without much trial of his gifts." "It was fairly done, Pathfinder." "No doubt, no doubt. The bullet passed neatly through the potato, and no man could have done more, though others might have done as much." "But no one did as much!" exclaimed Mabel, with an animation that she instantly regretted, for she saw by the pained look of the guide that he was mortified equally by the remark and by the feeling with which it was uttered. It is true, Mabel, no one did as much then, but yet there is no reason I should deny my gifts which come from Providence. Yes, no one did as much there, but you shall know what can be done here. Do you observe the gulls that are flying over our heads?" "Certainly, Pathfinder. There are too many to escape notice." "Here, where they cross each other in sailing about," he added, cocking and raising his rifle. The two. Now look!" The piece was presented quick as thought, as two of the birds came in a line, though distant from each other many yards. The report followed, and the bullet passed through the bodies of both victims. No sooner had the gulls fallen into the lake than Pathfinder dropped the butt end of the rifle, and laughed in his own peculiar manner, every shade of dissatisfaction and mortified pride having left his honest face. "That is something, Mabel, that is something, although I have no calash to give you. But ask Jasper himself. I'll leave it all to Jasper, for a truer tongue and heart are not in America." "Then it was not Jasper's fault that he gained the prize?" "Not it. He did his best, and he did well. For one that has water gifts, rather than land gifts, Jasper is uncommonly expert, and a better backer no one need wish, ashore or afloat. But it was my fault, Mabel, that he got the calash,
though it makes no difference. It makes no difference, for the thing has gone to the right person."
"I believe I understand you, Pathfinder," said Mabel, blushing in spite of herself, "and I look upon the calash as the joint gift of yourself and Jasper."
"That would not be doing justice to the lad, neither. He won the garment, and had a right to give it away. The most you may think, Mabel, is to believe that, had I won it, it would have gone to the same person."
"I will remember that, Pathfinder, and take care that others know your skill, as has been proved upon the poor gulls in my presence."
"Lord bless you, Mabel! There is no more need of your talking in favor of my shooting on this frontier, than of your talking about the water in the lake or the sun in the heavens. Everybody knows what I can do in that way, and your words would be thrown away, as much as French would be thrown away on an American bear."
"Then you think that Jasper knew you were giving him this advantage, of which he had so unhandsomely availed himself?" said Mabel, the color which had imparted so much luster to her eyes gradually leaving her face, which became grave and thoughtful.
"I do not say that, but very far from it. We all forget things that we have known, when eager after our wishes. Jasper is satisfied that I can pass one bullet through two potatoes, as I sent my bullet through the gulls, and he knows no other man on the frontier can do the same thing. But with the calash before his eyes, and the hope of giving it to you, the lad was inclined to think better of himself, just at that moment, perhaps, than he ought. No, there's nothing mean or distrustful about Jasper Eau douce, though it is a gift natural to all young men to wish to appear well in the eyes of handsome young women." "I'll try to forget all but the kindness you've both shown to a poor motherless girl," said Mabel, struggling to keep down emotions she scarcely knew how to account for herself. "Believe me, Pathfinder, I can never forget all you have already done for me, you and Jasper, and this new proof of your regard is not thrown away. Here is a brooch that is of silver, and I offer it as a token that I owe you life or liberty." "What shall I do with this, Mabel?" asked the bewildered hunter, holding the simple trinket in his hand. "I have neither buckle nor button about me, for I wear nothing but leathern strings, and them of good deerskins. It's pretty to the eye, but it is prettier far on the spot it came from than it can be about me."
"Nay, put it on your hunting shirt, it will become it well. Remember, Pathfinder, that it is a token of friendship between us, and a sign that I can never forget you or your services." Mabel then smiled an adieu, and bounding up the bank she was soon lost to view behind the mound of the fort. End of chapter. Chapter 12 of the Pathfinder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Pathfinder by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 12. Lo, dusky masses steal in dubious sight along the leaguered wall and bristling bank of the armed river, while with straggling light the stars peep through the vapor, dim and dank. Attributed to Byron. A few hours later, Mabel Dunham was on the bastion that overlooked the river and the lake, seemingly in deep thought. The evening was calm and soft, and the question had arisen whether the party for the Thousand Islands would be able to get out that night or not, on account of the total absence of wind. The stores, arms, and ammunition were already shipped, and even Mabel's effects were on board, but the small draft of men that was to go was still ashore, there being no apparent prospect of the cutter's getting under way. Jasper had warped the Scud out of the cove, and so far up the stream as to enable him to pass through the outlet of the river whenever he chose, but there he still lay, riding at single anchor. The drafted men were lounging about the shore of the cove, undecided whether or not to pull off.
The sports of the morning had left a quiet in the garrison which was in harmony with the whole of the beautiful scene, and Mabel felt its influence on her feelings, though probably too little accustomed to speculate on such sensations to be aware of the cause. Everything near appeared lovely and soothing, while the solemn grandeur of the silent forest and placid expanse of the lake lent a sublimity that other scenes might have wanted. For the first time, Mabel felt the hold that the towns and civilization had gained on her habits sensibly weakened, and the warm-hearted girl began to think that a life passed amid objects such as those around her might be happy. How far the experience of the last days came in aid of the calm and holy eventide, and contributed towards producing that young conviction, may be suspected rather than affirmed in this early portion of our legend. "A charming sunset, Mabel," said the hearty voice of her uncle, so close to the ear of our heroine as to cause her to start. "A charming sunset, girl, for a freshwater concern, though we should think but little of it at sea."
"And is not nature the same on shore or at sea, on a lake like this or on the ocean? Does not the sun shine on all alike, dear uncle? And can we not feel gratitude for the blessings of Providence as strongly on this remote frontier as in our own Manhattan?"
The girl has fallen in with some of her mother's books. Is not nature the same, indeed? Now, Mabel, do you imagine that the nature of a soldier is the same as that of a seafaring man? You have relations in both callings, and ought to be able to answer.
"But, uncle, I mean human nature."
"So do I, girl. The human nature of a seaman, and the human nature of one of those fellows of the 55th, not even excepting your own father. Here have they had a shooting match, target firing I should call it, this day, and what a different thing has it been from a target firing afloat. There we should have sprung out our broadside, sported with round shot, at an object half a mile off at the very nearest, and the potatoes, if there happened to be any on board, as very likely would not have been the case, would have been left in the cook's coppers. It may be an honorable calling, that of a soldier, Mabel, but an experienced hand sees many follies and weaknesses in one of these forts. As for that bit of a lake, you know my opinion of that already, and I wish to disparage nothing. No real seafarer disparages anything, but damn me if I regard this here Ontario, as they call it, as more than so much water in a ship's scuttle-butt. Now look you here, Mabel, if you wish to understand the difference between the ocean and a lake, I can make you comprehend it with a single look. This is what one may call a calm, seeing that there is no wind, though, to own the truth, I do not think the calms are as calm as them we get outside."
"Uncle, there is not a breath of air. I do not think it possible for the leaves to be more immovably still than those of the entire forest are at this very moment."
"Leaves? What are leaves, child? There are no leaves at sea. If you wish to know whether it is a dead calm or not, try a mould candle. Your dip's flaring too much, and then you may be certain whether there is or is not any wind. If you were in a latitude where the air was so still that you found a difficulty in stirring it to draw it in breathing, you might fancy it a calm. People are often on a short allowance of air in the calm latitudes. Here again, look at that water. It is like milk in a pan, with no more motion now than there is in a full hogshead before the bung is started. On the ocean the water is never still, let the air be as quiet as it may."
"The water of the ocean never still, Uncle Cap, not even in a calm?"
"Bless your heart, no, child. The ocean breathes like a living being, and its bosom is always heaving, as the poetsers call it, though there be no more air than there is to be found in a siphon. No man ever saw the ocean still like this lake, but it heaves and sets as if it had lungs."
"And this lake is not absolutely still, for you perceive there is a little ripple on the shore, and you may even hear the surf plunging at moments against the rocks."
"All damned poetry! Lake Ontario is no more the Atlantic than a Powell's Hook Periaguila is a first rate.
That Jasper, notwithstanding, is a fine lad, and wants instruction only, to make a man of him." "Do you think him ignorant, uncle?" answered Mabel, prettily adjusting her hair, in order to do which she was obliged, or fancy she was obliged, to turn away her face. "To me Jasper Eau douce appears to know more than most of the young men of his class. He has read but little, for books are not plenty in this part of the world, but he has thought much, at least, so it seems to me, for one so young."
"He is ignorant, as all must be who navigate an inland water like this. No, no, Mabel, we both owe something to Jasper and the Pathfinder, and I have been thinking how I can best serve them, for I hold ingratitude to be the vice of a hog. For treat the animal to your own dinner, and he would eat you for the dessert."
"Very true, dear uncle. We ought indeed to do all we can to express our proper sense of the services of both these brave men."
"Spoken like your mother's daughter, girl, and in a way to do credit to the Cap family. Now, I've hit upon a traverse that will just suit all parties, and as soon as we get back from this little expedition down the lake among them there 1,000 islands, and I am ready to return, it is my intention to propose it."
"Dearest uncle, this is so considerate in you, and will be so just. May I ask what your intentions are?"
"I see no reason for keeping them a secret from you, Mabel, though nothing need be said to your father about them, for the Sergeant has his prejudices, and might throw difficulties in the way. Neither Jasper nor his friend Pathfinder can ever make anything hereabouts, and I propose to take both with me down to the coast, and get them fairly afloat. Jasper would find his sea legs in a fortnight, and a 12-month's voyage would make him a man. Although Pathfinder might take more time, or never get to be rated able, yet one could make something of him too, particularly as a lookout, for he has unusually good eyes."
"Uncle, do you think either would consent to this?" said Mabel, smiling.
"Do I suppose them simpletons? What rational being would neglect his own advancement? Let Jasper alone to push his way, and the lad may yet die the master of some square-rigged craft."
"And would he be any the happier for it, dear uncle? How much better is it to be the master of a square-rigged craft than to be the master of a round-rigged craft?"
"Pooh, pooh, Magnet! You are just fit to read lectures about ships before some hysterical society. You don't know what you're talking about. Leave these things to me, and they'll be properly managed. Ha! Here is the Pathfinder himself, and I may just as well drop him a hint of my benevolent intentions as regards himself. Hope is a great encourager of our exertions."
Cap nodded his head, and then ceased to speak, while the hunter approached, not with his usual frank and easy manner, but in a way to show that he was slightly embarrassed, if not distrustful of his reception.
"Uncle and niece make a family party," said Pathfinder, when near the two, "and a stranger may not prove a welcome companion?" "You are no stranger, Master Pathfinder," returned Cap, "and no one can be more welcome than yourself. We were talking of you but a moment ago, and when friends speak of an absent man, he can guess what they have said." "I ask no secrets. Every man has his enemies, and I have mine, though I count neither you, Master Cap, nor pretty Mabel here among the number. As for the Mingos, I will say nothing, though they have no just cause to hate me." "That I'll answer for, Pathfinder, for you strike my fancy as being well disposed and upright. There is a method, however, of getting away from the enmity of even these Mingos, and if you choose to take it, no one will more willingly point it out than myself, without a charge for my advice either." "I wish no enemies, Saltwater," for so the Pathfinder had begun to call Cap, having, insensibly to himself, adopted the term, by translating the name given him by the Indians in and about the fort. "I wish no enemies. I'm as ready to bury the hatchet with the Mingos as with the French, though you know that it depends on one greater than either of us so to turn the heart as to leave a man without enemies." "By lifting your anchor and accompanying me down to the coast, friend Pathfinder, when we get back from this short cruise on which we are bound,
You will find yourself beyond the sound of the war whoop, and safe enough from any Indian bullet." "And what should I do on the salt water? Hunt in your towns? Follow the trails of people going and coming from market, and ambush dogs and poultry? You are no friend to my happiness, Master Cap, if you would leave me out of the shades of the woods, to put me in the sun of the clearings." "I do not propose to leave you in the settlements, Pathfinder, but to carry you out to sea, where a man can only be said to breathe freely. Mabel will tell you that such was my intention, before a word was said on the subject." "And what does Mabel think would come of such a change? She knows that a man has his gifts, and that it is as useless to pretend to others as to withstand them that come from Providence. I am a hunter, and a scout, and a guide, Saltwater, and it is not in me to fly so much in the face of heaven as to try to become anything else. Am I right, Mabel? Or are you so much a woman as to wish to see a nature altered?" "I would wish to see no change in you, Pathfinder," Mabel answered, with a cordial sincerity and frankness that went directly to the hunter's heart. "And much as my uncle admires the sea, and great as is all the good that he thinks may come of it, I could not wish to see the best and noblest hunter of the woods transformed into an admiral. Remain what you are, my brave friend, and you need fear nothing short of the anger of God." "Do you hear this, Saltwater? Do you hear what the sergeant's daughter is saying? And she is much too upright and fair-minded and pretty not to think what she says. So long as she is satisfied with me as I am, I shall not fly in the face of the gifts of Providence by striving to become anything else. I may seem useless here in a garrison, but when we get down among the Thousand Islands, there may be an opportunity to prove that a sure rifle is sometimes a godsend." "You are then to be of our party?" said Mabel, smiling so frankly and so sweetly on the guide that he would have followed her to the end of the earth. "I shall be the only female, with the exception of one soldier's wife, and shall feel none the less secure, Pathfinder, because you will be among our protectors." "The sergeant would do that, Mabel, though you were not his kin. No one will overlook you. I should think your uncle here would like an expedition of this sort, where we shall go with sails and have a look at an inland sea." "Your inland sea is no great matter, Master Pathfinder, and I expect nothing from it. I confess, however, I should like to know the object of the cruise, for one does not wish to be idle, and my brother-in-law, the sergeant, is as close-mouthed as a Freemason. Do you know, Mabel, what all this means?" "Not in the least, uncle. I dare not ask my father any questions about his duty, for he thinks it is not a woman's business, and all I can say is, that we are to sail as soon as the wind will permit, and that we are to be absent a month." "Perhaps Master Pathfinder can give me a useful hint, for a voyage without an object is never pleasant to an old sailor." "There is no great secret, Saltwater, concerning our port and object, though it is forbidden to talk much about either in the garrison. I am no soldier, however, and can use my tongue as I please, though as little given as another to idle conversation. I hope, still, as we sail so soon, and you are both to be of the party, you may as well be told where you are to be carried. You know that there are such things as the Thousand Islands, I suppose, Master Cap?" "Ay, what are so-called Hereaway, though I take it for granted that they are not real islands, such as we fall in with on the ocean, and that the 1,000 means some such matter as 2 or 3. My eyes are good, and yet have I often been foiled in trying to count them very islands." Ay, I've known people who couldn't count beyond a certain number. Your real land birds never know their own roosts, even in a landfall at sea. How many times have I seen the beach, and houses and churches, when the passengers have not been able to see anything but water? I have no idea that a man can get fairly out of sight of land on fresh water. The thing appears to me to be irrational and impossible." "You don't know the lakes, Master Cap, or you would not say that. Before we get to the Thousand Islands, you will have other notions of what nature has done in this wilderness." "I have my doubts whether you have such a thing as a real island in all this region. We'll show you hundreds of them. Not exactly 1,000, perhaps, but so many that eye cannot see them all, nor tongue count them. I'll engage, when the truth comes to be known, they'll turn out to be nothing but peninsulas, or promontories, or continents, though these are matters, I dare say, of which you know little or nothing. But, islands or no islands, what is the object of the cruise, Master Pathfinder?" "There can be no harm in giving you some idea of what we are going to do. Being so old a sailor, Master Cap, you've heard, no doubt, of such a port as Frontenac?" "Who hasn't? I will not say I've ever been inside the harbor, but I've frequently been off the place." "Then you are about to go upon ground with which you are acquainted. These great lakes, you must know, make a chain, the water passing out of one into the other, until it reaches Erie, which is a sheet off here to the westward, as large as Ontario itself. Well, out of Erie the water comes, until it reaches a low mountain like, over the edge of which it passes." "I should like to know how the devil it can do that." "Why, easy enough, Master Cap," returned Pathfinder, laughing, "seeing that it is only to fall downhill. Had I said the water went up the mountain, there would have been nature agin it; but we hold it no great matter for water to run downhill, that is, fresh water." "Ay, ay, but you speak of the water of a lake's coming down the side of a mountain. It's in the teeth of reason, if reason has any teeth." Well, we will not dispute the point. But what I've seen, I've seen. After getting into Ontario, all the water of all the lakes passes down into the sea by a river, and in the narrow part of the sheet, where it is neither river nor lake, lie the islands spoken of. Now Frontenac is a post of the Frenchers above these same islands, and, as they hold the garrison below, their stores and ammunition are sent up the river to Frontenac, to be forwarded along the shores of this and the other lakes, in order to enable the enemy to play his devilries among the savages, and to take Christian scalps. "And will our presence prevent these horrible acts?" demanded Mabel, with interest. "It may or it may not, as Providence wills. Lundy, as they call him, he who commands this garrison, sent a party down to take a station among the islands, to cut off some of the French boats, and this expedition of ours will be the second relief. As yet they've not done much, though 2 bateaux loaded with Indian goods have been taken; but a runner came in last week and brought such tidings that the Major is about to make a last effort to circumvent the knaves. Jasper knows the way, and we shall be in good hands, for the Sergeant is prudent, and of the first quality at an ambushment. Yes, he is both prudent and alert." "Is this all?" said Cap contemptuously. "By the preparations and equipments, I had thought there was to be a forced trade in the wind, and that an honest penny might be turned by taking an adventure. I suppose there are no shares in your freshwater prize money?" "Anan?" "I take it for granted the king gets all in these soldiering parties, and ambushments, as you call them." "I know nothing about that, Master Cap. I take my share of the lead and powder if any falls into our hands, and say nothing to the king about it. If any one fares better, it is not I, though it is time I did begin to think of a house and furniture and a home." Although the Pathfinder did not dare to look at Mabel while he made this direct allusion to his change of life, he would have given the world to know whether she was listening, and what was the expression of her countenance. Mabel little suspected the nature of the allusion, however, and her countenance was perfectly unembarrassed as she turned her eyes towards the river, where the appearance of some movement on board the Scud began to be visible. "Jasper is bringing the cutter out," observed the guide, whose look was drawn in the same direction by the fall of some heavy article on the deck. "The lad sees the signs of wind, no doubt, and wishes to be ready for it." "Ay, now we shall have an opportunity of learning seamanship," returned Cap with a sneer. "There is a nicety in getting a craft under her canvas that shows the thoroughbred mariner as much as anything else. It's like a soldier buttoning his coat, and one can see whether he begins at the top or the bottom." "I will not say that Jasper is equal to your seafarers below," observed Pathfinder, a across whose upright mind an unworthy feeling of envy or of jealousy never passed. But he is a bold boy, and manages his cutter as skilfully as any man could desire, on this lake at least. You didn't find him backwards at the Oswego Falls, Master Cap, where fresh water contrives to tumble downhill with little difficulty." Cap made no other answer than a dissatisfied ejaculation, and then a general silence followed, all on the bastion studying the movements of the cutter with the interest that was natural to their own future connection with the vessel. It was still a dead calm, the surface of the lake literally glittering with the last rays of the sun. The Scud had been warped up to a kedge that lay 100 yards above the points of the outlet, where she had room to maneuver in the river which then formed the harbor of Oswego. But the total want of air prevented any such attempt, and it was soon evident that the light vessel was to be taken through the passage under her sweeps. Not a sail was loosened, but as soon as the kedge was tripped, the heavy fall of the sweeps was heard, when the cutter, with her head up stream, began to sheer towards the centre of the current, on reaching which the efforts of the men ceased, and she drifted towards the outlet. In the narrow pass itself her movement was rapid, and in less than 5 minutes the Scud was floating outside of the 2 low gravelly points which intercepted the waves of the lake. No anchor was let go, but the vessel continued to set out from the land, until her dark hull was seen resting on the glossy surface of the lake, full 1/4 of a mile beyond the low bluff which formed the eastern extremity of what might be called the outer harbor or roadstead. Here the influence of the river current ceased, and she became virtually stationary. "She seems very beautiful to me, uncle," said Mabel, whose gaze had not been averted from the cutter for a single moment while it had thus been changing its position. "I dare say you can find faults in her appearance and in the way she is managed, but to my ignorance both are perfect." Ay, she drops down with the current well enough, girl, and so would a chip. But when you come to niceties, all old tar like myself has no need of spectacles to find fault." "Well, Master Cap," put in the guide, who seldom heard anything to Jasper's prejudice without manifesting a disposition to interfere, "I've heard old and experienced salt-water mariners confess that the Scud is as pretty a craft as floats. I know nothing of such matters myself, but one may have his own notions about a ship, even though they be wrong notions, and it would take more than one witness to persuade me Jasper does not keep his boat in good order." "I do not say the cutter is downright lubberly, Master Pathfinder, but she has faults, and great faults." "And what are they, uncle? If he knew them, Jasper would be glad to mend them." "What are they? Why, 50, ay, for that matter 100, very material and manifest faults." "Do name them, sir, and Pathfinder will mention them to his friend." "Name them! It is no easy matter to call off the stars, for the simple reason that they are so numerous. Name them, indeed! Why, my pretty niece, Miss Magnet, what do you think of that main boom now? To my ignorant eyes, it is topped at least a foot too high, and then the pennant is foul, and ay, damn me if there isn't a topsail gasket adrift, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if there should be a round turn in that hawser if the kedge were to be let go this instant. Faults indeed! No seaman could look at her a moment without seeing that she is as full of faults as a servant who has asked for his discharge." "This may be very true, uncle, though I much question if Jasper knows of them. I don't think he would suffer these things, Pathfinder, if they were once pointed out to him." "Let Jasper manage his own cutter, Mabel. His gift lies that-a-way, and I'll answer for it, for no one can teach him how to keep the Scud out of the hands of the Frontenackers or their devilish Mingo friends. His gift lies that-a-way, and I'll answer for it. No one can teach him how to keep the Scud out of the hands of the Frontenackers or their devilish Mingo friends. Who cares for round turns in kedges, and for hawsers that are topped too high, Master Cap, so long as the craft sails well and keeps clear of the Frenchers? I will trust Jasper against all the seafarers of the coast up here on the lakes, but I don't say he has any gift for the ocean, for there he has never been tried." Cap smiled condescendingly, and he did not think it necessary to push his criticisms any further just at that moment. By this time the cutter had begun to drift at the mercy of the currents of the lake, her head turning in all directions, though slowly, and not in a way to attract particular attention. Just at this moment the jib was loosened and hoisted, and presently the canvas swelled towards the land, though no evidences of air was yet to be seen on the surface of the water. Slight, however, as was the impulsion, the light hull yielded, and in another minute the Scud was seen standing across the current of the river with a movement so easy and moderate as to be scarcely perceptible. When out of the stream she struck an eddy and shot up towards the land, under the eminence where the fort stood when Jasper dropped his kedge. "Not lubberly done," muttered Cap in a sort of soliloquy. "Not over lubberly, though we should have put his helm a starboard instead of a port, for a vessel ought always to come to with her head off shore, whether she is a league from the land or only a cable's length, since it has a careful look, and looks are something in this world." "Jasper is a handy lad," suddenly observed Sergeant Dunham at his brother-in-law's elbow, "and we place great reliance on his skill in our expeditions. But come, one and all, we have but half an hour more of daylight to embark in, and the boats will be ready for us by the time we are ready for them." On this intimation the whole party separated, each to find those trifles which had not been shipped already. A few taps of the drum gave the necessary signal to the soldiers, and in a minute all were in motion. End of chapter. Chapter 13 of The Pathfinder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Pathfinder by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 13. The goblin now the fool alarms, hags meet to mumble o'er their charms, the nightmare rides the dreaming ass, and fairies trip it on the grass. Attributed to Cotton. The embarkation of so small a party was a matter of no great delay or embarrassment. The whole force confided to the care of Sergeant Dunham consisted of but 10 privates and 2 non-commissioned officers, though it was soon positively known that Mr. Muir was to accompany the expedition. The quartermaster, however, went as a volunteer, while some duty connected with his own department, as had been arranged between him and his commander, was the avowed object. To these must be added the Pathfinder and Cap, with Jasper and his subordinates, one of whom was a boy. The party consequently consisted of less than 20 men and a lad of 14. Mabel and the wife of a common soldier were the only females. Sergeant Dunham carried off his command in a large bateau, and then returned for his final orders, and to see that his brother-in-law and daughter were properly attended to. Having pointed out to Cap the boat that he and Mabel were to use, he ascended the hill to seek his last interview with Lundy. It was nearly dark when Mabel found herself in the boat that was to carry her off to the cutter. So very smooth was the surface of the lake that it was not found necessary to bring the bateau into the river to receive their freights, but the beach outside being totally without surf, and the water as tranquil as that of a pond, everybody embarked there. When the boat left the land, Mabel would not have known that she was afloat on so broad a sheet of water by any movement which is usual to such circumstances. The oars had barely time to give a dozen strokes when the boat lay at the cutter's side. Jasper was in readiness to receive his passengers, and as the deck of the Scud was but 2 or 3 feet above the water, no difficulty was experienced in getting on board of her. As soon as this was effected, the young man pointed out to Mabel and her companion the accommodations prepared for their reception. The little vessel contained 4 apartments below, all between decks having been expressly constructed with a view to the transportation of officers and men, with their wives and families. First in rank was what was called the after cabin, a small apartment that contained 4 berths, and which enjoyed the advantage of possessing small windows, for the admission of air and light. This was uniformly devoted to females whenever any were on board, and as Mabel and her companion were alone, they had ample accommodation. The main cabin was larger and lighted from above. It was now appropriated to the quartermaster, the sergeant, Cap, and Jasper, the Pathfinder roaming through any part of the cutter he pleased, the female apartment excepted. The corporals and common soldiers occupied the space beneath the main hatch, which had a deck for such a purpose, while the crew were berthed as usual in the forecastle. Although the cutter did not measure quite 50 tons, the draught of officers and men was so light that there was ample room for all on board, there being space enough to accommodate treble the number if necessary. As soon as Mabel had taken possession of her own really comfortable cabin, in doing which she could not abstain from indulging in the pleasant reflection that some of Jasper's favor had been especially manifested in her behalf, she went on deck again. Here all was momentarily in motion. The men were roving to and fro in quest of their knapsacks and other effects, but method and habit soon reduced things to order, when the stillness on board became even imposing, for it was connected with the idea of future adventure and ominous preparation. Darkness was now beginning to render objects on shore indistinct, the whole of the land forming one shapeless black outline of even forest summits, to be distinguished from the impending heavens only by the greater light of the sky. The stars, however, soon began to appear in the latter, one after another, in their usual mild, placid lustre, bringing with them that sense of quiet which ordinarily accompanies night. There was something soothing, as well as exciting, in such a scene, and Mabel, who was seated on the quarter-deck, sensibly felt both influences. The Pathfinder was standing near her, leaning as usual on his long rifle, and she fancied that, through the growing darkness of the hour, she could trace even stronger lines of thought than usual in his rugged countenance. "To you, Pathfinder, expeditions like this can be no great novelty," said she, "though I am surprised to find how silent and thoughtful the men appear to be." "We learn this by making war ag'in Indians. Your militia are great talkers and little doers in general, but the soldier who has often met the Mingos learns to know the value of a prudent tongue. A silent army in the woods is doubly strong, and a noisy one doubly weak. If tongues made soldiers, the women of the camp would generally carry the day." "But we are neither an army nor in the woods. There can be no danger of Mingos in the Scud." "No one is safe from a Mingo, who does not understand his very nature, and even then he must act up to his own knowledge, and that closely. Ask Jasper how he got command of this very cutter." "And how did he get command?" inquired Mabel, with an earnestness and interest that quite delighted her simple-minded and true-hearted companion, who was never better pleased than when he had an opportunity of saying aught in favor of a friend. "It is honorable to him that he has reached this station while yet so young." "That is it, but he deserved it all, and more. A frigate wouldn't have been too much to pay for so much spirit and coolness, had there been such a thing on Ontario, as there is not, howsoever, or likely to be." "But, Jasper, you have not yet told me how he got command of the schooner." "It's a long story, Mabel, and one your father, the sergeant, can tell much better than I, for he was present, while I was off on a distant scouting. Jasper is not good at a story, I will own that. I have heard him questioned about this affair, and he never made a good tale of it, though everybody knows it was a good thing. The Scud had near fallen into the hands of the French and the Mingos, when Jasper saved her, in a way which none but a quick-witted mind and a bold heart would have attempted. The sergeant will tell the tale better than I can, and I wish you to question him some day, when nothing better offers." Mabel determined to ask her father to repeat the incidents of the affair that very night, for it struck her young fancy that nothing better could well offer than to listen to the praises of one who was a bad historian of his own exploits. "Will the Scud remain with us when we reach the island?" she asked, after a little hesitation about the propriety of the question. "Or shall we be left to ourselves?" "That's as may be. Jasper does not often keep the cutter idle when anything is to be done, and we may expect activity on his part. My gifts, however, run so little towards the water and vessels generally, unless it be among rapids and falls and in canoes, that I pretend to know nothing about it. We shall have all right under Jasper, I make no doubt, who can find a trail on Ontario as well as a Delaware can find one on the land." "And our own Delaware, Pathfinder, the Big Serpent, why is he not with us tonight?" "Your question would have been more natural had you said, 'Why are you here, Pathfinder?' The Sarpent is in his place, while I am not in mine. He is out, with 2 or 3 more, scouting the lake shores, and will join us down among the islands, with the tidings he may gather. The Sergeant is too good a soldier to forget his rear while he is facing the enemy in front. It's 1,000 pities, Mabel, your father wasn't born a general, as some of the English are who come among us, for I feel sartain he wouldn't leave a Frencher in the Canadas a week, could he have his own way with them." "Shall we have enemies to face in front?" asked Mabel, smiling, and for the first time feeling a slight apprehension about the dangers of the expedition. "Are we likely to have an engagement?" "If we have, Mabel, there will be men enough ready and willing to stand between you and harm. But you are a soldier's daughter, and, we all know, have the spirit of one. Don't let the fear of a battle keep your pretty eyes from sleeping." "I do feel braver out here in the woods, Pathfinder, than I ever felt before amid the weaknesses of the towns, though I have always tried to remember what I owe to my dear father." "Ay, your mother was so before you. You will find Mabel, like her mother, no screamer or a faint-hearted girl to trouble a man in his need, but one who would encourage her mate, and help to keep his heart up when sorest pressed by danger," said the Sergeant to me, before I ever laid eyes on that sweet countenance of yours. He did. "And why should my father have told you this, Pathfinder?" the girl demanded a little earnestly. "Perhaps he fancied you would think the better of me if you did not believe me a silly coward, as so many of my sex love to make themselves appear." Deception, unless it were at the expense of his enemies in the field, nay, concealment of even a thought, was so little in accordance with the Pathfinder's very nature that he was not a little embarrassed by this simple question. In such a strait he involuntarily took refuge in a middle course, not revealing that which he fancied ought not to be told, nor yet absolutely concealing it. "You must know, Mabel," said he, "that the Sergeant and I are old friends, and have stood side by side, or, if not actually side by side, I a little in advance, as became a scout, and your father with his own men, as better suited a soldier of the king, on many a hard fit and bloody day. It's the way of us skirmishers to think little of the fight when the rifle is done cracking, and at night, around our fires or on our marches, we talk of the things we love, just as you young women convarse about your fancies and opinions when you get together to laugh over your ideas. Now it was natural that the Sergeant, having such a daughter as you, should love her better than anything else, and that he should talk of her oftener than of anything else, while I, having neither daughter, nor sister, nor mother, nor kith, nor kin, nor anything but the Delawares to love, I naturally chimed in, as it were, and got to love you, Mabel, before I ever saw you. Yes, I did, just by talking about you so much." "And now you have seen me," returned the smiling girl, whose unmoved and natural manner proved how little she was thinking of anything more than parental or fraternal regard, "you are beginning to see the folly of forming friendships for people before you know anything about them, except by hearsay." "It wasn't friendship, it isn't friendship, Mabel, that I feel for you. I am the friend of the Delawares, and have been so from boyhood, but my feelings for them, or for the best of them, are not the same as those I got from the Sergeant for you, and especially, now that I begin to know you better, I'm sometimes afeared it isn't wholesome for one who is much occupied in a very manly calling
like that of a guide or scout, or a soldier even, to form friendships for women, young women in particular, as they seem to me to lessen the love of enterprise and to turn the feelings away from their gifts and natural occupations. You surely do not mean, Pathfinder, that a friendship for a girl like me would make you less bold and more unwilling to meet the French than you were before? Not so, not so. With you in danger, for instance, I fear I might become foolhardy; but before we became so intimate, as I may say, I loved to think of my scoutings, and of my marches and outlyings, and fights, and other adventures. But now my mind cares less about them. I think more of the barracks, and of evenings passed in discourse, of feelings in which there are no wranglings and bloodshed, and of young women, and of their laughs, and their cheerful, soft voices, their pleasant looks, and their winning ways. I sometimes tell the Sergeant that he and his daughter will be the spoiling of one of the best and most experienced scouts on the lines. Not they, Pathfinder. They will try to make that which is already so excellent perfect. You do not know us, if you think that either wishes to see you in the least changed. Remain as at present the same honest, upright, conscientious, fearless, intelligent, trustworthy guide that you are, and neither my dear father nor myself can ever think of you differently from what we now do. It was too dark for Mabel to note the workings of the countenance of her listener, but her own sweet face was turned towards him, as she spoke with an energy equal to her frankness, in a way to show how little embarrassed were her thoughts, and how sincere were her words. Her countenance was a little flushed, it is true, but it was with earnestness and truth of feeling, though no nerve thrilled, no limb trembled, no pulsation quickened. In short, her manner and appearance were those of a sincere-minded and frank girl, making such a declaration of good-will and regard for one of the other sex as she felt that his services and good qualities merited, without any of the emotion that invariably accompanies the consciousness of an inclination which might lead to softer disclosures. The Pathfinder was too unpractised, however, to enter into distinctions of this kind, and his humble nature was encouraged by the directness and strength of the words he had just heard. Unwilling, if not unable, to say any more, he walked away, and stood leaning on his rifle and looking up at the stars for full 10 minutes in profound silence. In the meanwhile, the interview on the bastion, to which we have already alluded, took place between Lundie and the Sergeant. "Have the men's knapsacks been examined?" demanded Major Duncan, after he had cast his eye at a written report, handed to him by the Sergeant, but which it was too dark to read. "All, your honor, and all are right." "The ammunition? Arms?" "All in order, Major Duncan, and fit for any service." "You have the men named in my own draft, Dunham?" "Without an exception, sir. Better men could not be found in the regiment." "You have need of the best of our men, Sergeant. This experiment has now been tried 3 times, always under one of the ensigns, who have flattered me with success, but have as often failed. After so much preparation and expense, I do not like to abandon the project entirely, but this will be the last effort, and the result will mainly depend on you and on the Pathfinder." "You may count on us both, Major Duncan. The duty you have given us is not above our habits and experience, and I think it will be well done. I know that the Pathfinder will not be wanting." "On that, indeed, it will be safe to rely. He is a most extraordinary man, Dunham, one who has long puzzled me, but who, now that I understand him, commands as much of my respect as any general in his Majesty's service." "I was in hopes, sir, that you would come to look at the proposed marriage with Mabel as a thing I ought to wish and forward." "As for that, Sergeant, time will show," returned Lundie, smiling, though here too the obscurity concealed the nicer shades of expression. "One woman is sometimes more difficult to manage than a whole regiment of men. By the way,
You know that your would-be son-in-law, the quartermaster, will be of the party, and I trust you will at least give him an equal chance in the trial for your daughter's smiles."
"If respect for his rank, sir, did not cause me to do this, your honor's wish would be sufficient."
"I thank you, Sergeant. We have served much together, and ought to value each other in our several stations. Understand me, however, I ask no more for Davy Muir than a clear field and no favor. In love as in war, each man must gain his own victories. Are you certain that the rations have been properly calculated?"
"I'll answer for it, Major Duncan; but if they were not, we cannot suffer with two such hunters as Pathfinder and the Serpent in company."
"That will never do, Dunham," interrupted Lundie sharply. "And it comes of your American birth and American training. No thorough soldier ever relies on anything but his commissary for supplies, and I beg that no part of my regiment may be the first to set an example to the contrary."
"You have only to command, Major Duncan, to be obeyed. And yet, if I might presume, sir—"
"Speak freely, Sergeant. You are talking with a friend."
"I was merely about to say that I find even the Scotch soldiers like venison and birds quite as well as pork, when they are difficult to be had."
"That may be very true, but likes and dislikes have nothing to do with system. An army can rely on nothing but its commissaries. The irregularity of the provincials has played the devil with the king's service too often to be winked at any longer."
"General Braddock, your honor, might have been advised by Colonel Washington."
"Out upon your Washington! You're all provincials together, man, and uphold each other as if you were of a sworn confederacy."
"I believe his Majesty has no more loyal subjects than the Americans, your honor."
"In that, Dunham, I'm thinking you're right, and I have been a little too warm, perhaps. I do not consider you a provincial, however, Sergeant, for though born in America, a better soldier never shouldered a musket."
"And Colonel Washington, your honor?"
"Well, and Colonel Washington may be a useful subject, too. He is the American prodigy, and I suppose I may as well give him all the credit you ask. You have no doubt of the skill of this Jasper Eau douce."
"The boy has been tried, sir, and found equal to all that can be required of him."
"He has a French name, and has passed much of his boyhood in the French colonies. Has he French blood in his veins, Sergeant?"
"Not a drop, your honor. Jasper's father was an old comrade of my own, and his mother came of an honest and loyal family in this very province."
"How came he, then, so much among the French, and whence his name? He speaks the language of the Canadas, too, I find."
"That is easily explained, Major Duncan. The boy was left under the care of one of our mariners in the old war, and he took to the water like a duck. Your honor knows that we have no ports on Ontario that can be named as such, and he naturally passed most of his time on the other side of the lake, where the French have had a few vessels these 50 years. He learned to speak their language as a matter of course, and got his name from the Indians and Canadians, who are fond of calling men by their qualities, as it might be."
"A French master is but a poor instructor for a British sailor, notwithstanding."
"I beg your pardon, sir. Jasper Eau douce was brought up under a real English seaman, one that had sailed under the king's pennant, and may be called a thoroughbred. That is to say, a subject born in the colonies, but none the worse at his trade, I hope, Major Duncan, for that."
"Perhaps not, Sergeant, perhaps not. Nor any better. This Jasper behaved well, too, when I gave him the command of the Scud. No lad could have conducted himself more loyally or better."
"Or more bravely, Major Duncan. I am sorry to see, sir, that you have doubts as to the fidelity of Jasper."
"It is the duty of the soldier who is entrusted with the care of a distant and important post like this, Dunham, never to relax in his vigilance. We have two of the most artful enemies that the world has ever produced, in their several ways, to contend with, the Indians and the French, and nothing should be overlooked that can lead to injury."
I hope your honor considers me fit to be entrusted with any particular reason that may exist for doubting Jasper, since you have seen fit to entrust me with this command. It is not that I doubt you, Dunham, that I hesitate to reveal all I may happen to know, but from a strong reluctance to circulate an evil report concerning one of whom I have hitherto thought well. You must think well of the Pathfinder, or you would not wish to give him your daughter? For the Pathfinder's honesty, I will answer with my life, sir, returned the Sergeant firmly, and not without a dignity of manner that struck his superior. Such a man doesn't know how to be false. I believe you are right, Dunham, and yet this last information has unsettled all my old opinions. I have received an anonymous communication, Sergeant, advising me to be on my guard against Jasper Western, or Jasper O'Deuce, as he is called, who, it alleges, has been bought by the enemy, and giving me reason to expect that further and more precise information will soon be sent. Letters without signatures to them, sir, are scarcely to be regarded in war. Or in peace, Dunham. No one can entertain a lower opinion of the writer of an anonymous letter in ordinary matters than myself. The very act denotes cowardice, meanness, and baseness, and it usually is a token of falsehood, as well as of other vices. But in matters of war, it is not exactly the same thing. Besides, several suspicious circumstances have been pointed out to me. Such as is fit for an orderly to hear, your honor? Certainly, one in whom I confide as much as in yourself, Dunham. It is said, for instance, that your daughter and her party were permitted to escape the Iroquois when they came in, merely to give Jasper credit with me. I am told that the gentry at Frontenac will care more for the capture of the Scud, with Sergeant Dunham and a party of men, together with the defeat of our favorite plan, than for the capture of a girl and the scalp of her uncle. I understand the hint, sir, but I do not give it credit. Jasper can hardly be true, and Pathfinder false, and as for the last, I would as soon distrust your honor as distrust him. It would seem so, Sergeant. It would indeed seem so. But Jasper is not the Pathfinder, after all, and I will own, Dunham, I should put more faith in the lad if he didn't speak French. It's no recommendation in my eyes, I assure your honor, but the boy learned it by compulsion, as it were, and ought not to be condemned too hastily for the circumstance, by your honor's leave. It's a damned lingo, and never did anyone good. At least no British subject, for I suppose the French themselves must talk together in some language or other. I should have much more faith in this Jasper, did he know nothing of their language. This letter has made me uneasy, and were there another to whom I could trust the cutter, I would devise some means to detain him here. I have spoken to you already of a brother-in-law who goes with you, Sergeant, and who is a sailor? A real seafaring man, your honor, and somewhat prejudiced against fresh water. I doubt if he could be induced to risk his character on a lake, and I'm certain he never could find the station. The last is probably true, and then the man cannot know enough of this treacherous lake to be fit for the employment. You will have to be doubly vigilant, Dunham. I give you full powers, and should you detect this Jasper in any treachery, make him a sacrifice at once to offended justice. Being in the service of the crown, your honor, he is amenable to martial law. Very true. Then iron him from his head to his heels, and send him up here in his own cutter. That brother-in-law of yours must be able to find his way back, after he has once travelled the road. I make no doubt, Major Duncan, we shall be able to do all that will be necessary, should Jasper turn out as you seem to anticipate, although I think I would risk my life on his truth.
I like your confidence. It speaks well for the fellow, but that infernal letter! There is such an air of truth about it, nay, there is so much truth in it, touching other matters. I think your honor said it wanted the name at the bottom, a great omission for an honest man to make. Quite right, Dunham, and no one but a rascal, and a cowardly rascal in the bargain, would write an anonymous letter on private affairs. It is different, however, in war. Dispatches are feigned, and artifice is generally allowed to be justifiable. Military, manly artifices, sir, if you will, such as ambushes, surprises, feints, false attacks, and even spies. But I never heard of a true soldier who could wish to undermine the character of an honest young man by such means as these. I have met with many strange events, and some stranger people, in the course of my experience. But fare you well, Sergeant. I must detain you no longer. You are now on your guard, and I recommend to you untiring vigilance. I think Muir means shortly to retire, and, should you fully succeed in this enterprise, my influence will not be wanting in endeavoring to put you in the vacancy, to which you have many claims. I humbly thank your honor, who had been encouraged in this manner any time for the 20 preceding years, and hope I shall never disgrace my station, whatever it may be. I am what nature and Providence have made me, and hope I'm satisfied. You have not forgotten the howitzer? Jasper took it on board this morning, sir. Be wary, and do not trust that man unnecessarily. Make a confidant of Pathfinder at once. He may be of service in detecting any villainy that may be stirring. His simple honesty will favor his observation by concealing it. He must be true. For him, sir, my own head shall answer, and even my rank in the regiment. I have seen him too often try to doubt him. Of all wretched sensations, Dunham, distrust, where one is compelled to confide, is the most painful. You have bethought you of the spare flints? A sergeant is a safe commander for all such details, your honor. Well, then give me your hand, Dunham. God bless you, and may you be successful. Muir means to retire. By the way, let the man have an equal chance with your daughter, for it may facilitate future operations about the promotion. One would retire more cheerfully with such a companion as Mabel than in cheerless widowhood, and with nothing but oneself to love. And such a self, too, as Davy's. I hope, sir, my child will make a prudent choice, and I think her mind is already pretty much made up in favor of Pathfinder. Still, she must have fair play, though disobedience is the next crime to mutiny. Have all the ammunition carefully examined and dried as soon as you arrive. The damp of the lake may affect it. And now, once more, farewell, Sergeant. Beware of that Jasper, and consult with Muir in any difficulty. I shall expect you to return triumphant this day month. God bless your honor. If anything should happen to me, I trust to you, Major Duncan, to care for an old soldier's character. Rely on me, Dunham. You will rely on a friend. Be vigilant. Remember you will be in the very jaws of the lion. Pshaw! Of no lion neither, but of treacherous tigers, in their very jaws, and beyond support. Have the flints counted and examined in the morning. And farewell, Dunham, farewell. The sergeant took the extended hand of his superior with proper respect, and they finally parted, Lundy hastening into his own movable abode, while the other left the fort, descended to the beach, and got into a boat. It is not to be supposed that Sergeant Dunham, after he had parted from his commanding officer, was likely to forget the injunctions he had received. He thought highly of Jasper in general, but distrust had been insinuated between his former confidence and the obligations of duty, and as he now felt that everything depended on his own vigilance, by the time the boat reached the side of the Scud he was in a proper humor to let no suspicious circumstance go unheeded, or any unusual movement of the young sailor pass without its comment. As a matter of course, he viewed things in the light suited to his peculiar mood, and his precautions, as well as his distrust, partook of the habits, opinions, and education of the man. The Scud's kedge was lifted as soon as the boat with the sergeant, who was the last person expected, was seen to quit the shore, and the head of the cutter was cast to the eastward by means of the sweeps.
A few vigorous strokes of the ladder, in which the soldiers aided, now sent the light craft into the line or the current that flowed from the river, when she was suffered to drift into the offing again. As yet there was no wind, the light and almost imperceptible air from the lake, that had existed previously to the setting of the sun, having entirely failed. All this time an unusual quiet prevailed in the cutter. It appeared as if those on board of her felt they were entering upon an uncertain enterprise, in the obscurity of night, and that their duty, the hour, and the manner of their departure lent a solemnity to their movements. Discipline also came in aid of these feelings. Most were silent, and those who did speak, spoke seldom and in low voices. In this manner the cutter set slowly out into the lake, until she had got as far as the river current would carry her, when she became stationary, waiting for the usual land breeze. An interval of half an hour followed, during the whole of which time the Scud lay as motionless as a log floating on the water. While the little changes just mentioned were occurring in the situation of the vessel, notwithstanding the general quiet that prevailed, all conversation had not been repressed, for Sergeant Dunham, having first ascertained that both his daughter and her female companion were on the quarter-deck, led the Pathfinder to the after cabin, where, closing the door with great caution, and otherwise making certain that he was beyond the reach of eavesdroppers, he commenced as follows. "It is now many years, my friend, since you began to experience the hardships and dangers of the woods in my company." "It is, Sergeant. Yes, it is. I sometimes fear I am too old for Mabel, who was not born until you and I had fought the Frenchers as comrades." "No fear on that account, Pathfinder. I was near your age before I prevailed on the mind of her mother, and Mabel is a steady, thoughtful girl, one that will regard character more than anything else. A lad like Jasper Eau douce, for instance, will have no chance with her, though he is both young and comely." "Does Jasper think of marrying?" inquired the guide, simply but earnestly. "I should hope not. At least, not until he has satisfied every one of his fitness to possess a wife." "Jasper is a gallant boy, and one of great gifts in his way. He may claim a wife as well as another." "To be frank with you, Pathfinder, I brought you here to talk about this very youngster. Major Duncan has received some information which has led him to suspect that Eau douce is false, and in the pay of the enemy. I wish to hear your opinion on the subject." "Anan?" "I say, the Major suspects Jasper of being a traitor, a French spy, or what is worse, of being bought to betray us. He has received a letter to this effect, and has been charging me to keep an eye on the boy's movements, for he fears we shall meet with enemies when we least suspect it, and by his means." "Duncan of Lundie has told you this, Sergeant Dunham?" "He has indeed, Pathfinder; and though I have been loath to believe anything to the injury of Jasper, I have a feeling which tells me I ought to distrust him. Do you believe in presentiments, my friend?" "In what, Sergeant?" "Presentiments. A sort of secret foreknowledge of events that are about to happen. The Scotch of our regiment are great sticklers for such things, and my opinion of Jasper is changing so fast that I begin to fear that there must be some truth in their doctrines." "But you've been talking with Duncan of Lundie concerning Jasper, and his words have raised misgivings." "Not it, not so in the least, for while conversing with the Major, my feelings were altogether the other way, and I endeavored to convince him all I could that he did the boy injustice. But there is no use in holding out against a presentiment, I find, and I fear there is something in the suspicion after all." "I know nothing of presentiments, Sergeant, but I have known Jasper Eau douce since he was a boy, and I have as much faith in his honesty as I have in my own, or that of the Sarpent himself." "But the Serpent, Pathfinder, has his tricks and ambushes in war as well as another." "Ay, them are his natural gifts, and are such as belong to his people. Neither redskin nor paleface can deny nature, but Chingachgook is not a man to feel a presentiment against." "That I believe, nor should I have thought ill of Jasper this very morning. It seems to me, Pathfinder, since I've taken up this presentiment, that the lad does not bustle about his deck naturally, as he used to do, but that he is silent and moody and thoughtful, like a man who has a load on his conscience." "Jasper is never noisy, and he tells me noisy ships are generally ill-worked ships. Master Cap agrees in this too. No, I will believe naught against Jasper until I see it. Send for your brother, Sergeant, and let us question him in this matter, for to sleep with distrust of one's friend in the heart is like sleeping with lead there. I have no faith in your presentiments." The Sergeant, although he scarcely knew himself with what object, complied, and Cap was summoned to join the consultation. As Pathfinder was more collected than his companion, and felt so strong a conviction of the good faith of the party accused, he assumed the office of spokesman. "We have asked you to come down, Master Cap," he commenced, "in order to inquire if you have remarked anything out of the common way in the movements of Eau douce this evening." "His movements are common enough, I dare say, for fresh water, Master Pathfinder, though we should think most of his proceedings irregular down on the coast." Yes, we know you will never agree with the lad about the manner the cutter ought to be managed, but it is on another point we wish your opinion." The Pathfinder then explained to Cap the nature of the suspicions which the Sergeant entertained, and the reasons why they had been excited, so far as the latter had been communicated by Major Duncan. "The youngster talks French, does he?" said Cap. "They say he speaks it better than common," returned the Sergeant gravely. "Pathfinder knows this to be true." "I'll not gainsay it," answered the guide. "At least, they tell me such is the fact. But this will prove nothing ag'in the Mississauga, and least of all ag'in one like Jasper. I speak the Mingo dialect myself, having learnt it while a prisoner among the reptiles. But who will say I am their friend? Not that I am an enemy, either, according to Indian notions, though I am their enemy, I will admit, agreeable to Christianity." "Ay, Pathfinder, but Jasper did not get his French as a prisoner. He took it in his boyhood, when the mind is easily impressed, and gets its permanent notions, when nature has a presentiment, as it were, which way the character is likely to incline." "A very just remark," added Cap, "for that is the time of life when we all learn the catechism and other moral improvements. The Sergeant's observation shows that he understands human nature, and I agree with him perfectly. It is a damnable thing for a youngster, up here, on this bit of fresh water, to talk French. If it were down on the Atlantic, now, where a seafaring man has occasion sometimes to converse with a pilot or a linguister in that language, I should not think so much of it, though we always look with suspicion even there at a shipmate who knows too much of the tongue. But up here, on Ontario, I hold it to be a most suspicious circumstance." "But Jasper must talk in French to the people on the other shore," said Pathfinder, "or hold his tongue, as there are none but French to speak to." "You don't mean to tell me, Pathfinder, that France lies hereaway on the opposite coast?" cried Cap, jerking a thumb over his shoulder in the direction of the Canadas. "That one side of this bit of fresh water is York and the other France?" "I mean to tell you this is York, and that is Upper Canada, and that English and Dutch and Indian are spoken in the first, and French and Indian in the last. Even the Mingos have got many of the French words in their dialect, and it is no improvement neither." "Very true. And what sort of people are the Mingos, my friend?" inquired the Sergeant, touching the other on his shoulder, by way of enforcing a remark, the inherent truth of which sensibly increased its value in the eyes of the speaker. "No one knows them better than yourself, and I ask you, what sort of a tribe are they?" "Jasper is no Mingo, Sergeant." "He speaks French, and he might as well be in that particular. Brother Cap,
can you recollect no movement of this unfortunate young man in the way of his calling that would seem to denote treachery?"
"Not distinctly, Sergeant, though he has gone to work wrong end foremost half his time. It's true that one of his hands coiled a rope against the sun, and he called it quirling a rope, too, when I asked him what he was about. But I am not certain that anything was meant by it, though, I dare say, the French coil half their running rigging the wrong way, and may call it quirling it down, too, for that matter. Then Jasper himself belayed the end of the jib halyards to a stretcher in the rigging, instead of bringing it to the mast, where they belong, at least among British sailors." "I dare say Jasper may have got some Canada notions about working his craft, from being so much on the other side," Pathfinder interposed. "But catching an idea, or a word, isn't treachery and bad faith. I sometimes get an idea from the Mingos themselves, but my heart has always been with the Delawares. No, Jasper is true, and the king might trust him with his crown, just as he would trust his eldest son, who, as he is to wear it one day, ought to be the last man to wish to steal it." Fine talking," said Cap. "All fine talking, Master Pathfinder, but damn little logic. In the first place, the king's majesty cannot lend his crown, it being contrary to the laws of the realm, which require him to wear it at all times, in order that his sacred person may be known, just as the silver oar is necessary to a sheriff's officer afloat. In the next place, it's high treason by law for the eldest son of his majesty ever to covet the crown, or to have a child, except in lawful wedlock, as either would derange the succession. Thus you see, friend Pathfinder, that in order to reason truly one must get under way, as it might be, on the right tack. Law is reason, and reason is philosophy, and philosophy is a steady drag. Whence it follows that crowns are regulated by law, reason, and philosophy." "I know little of all this, Master Cap, but nothing short of seeing and feeling will make me think Jasper Western a traitor." "There you are wrong again, Pathfinder, for there is a way of proving a thing much more conclusively than either seeing or feeling, or by both together, and that is by a circumstance." "It may be so in the settlements, but it is not so here on the lines." "It is so in nature, which is monarch over all. There was a circumstance, just after we came on board this evening, that is extremely suspicious, and which may be set down at once as a make-weight against this lad. Jasper bent on the king's ensign with his own hands, and while he pretended to be looking at Mabel and the soldier's wife, giving directions about showing them below here and that, he got the flag union down."
"That might have been an accident," returned the sergeant, "for such a thing has happened to myself. Besides, the halyards lead to a pulley, and the flag would have come right, or not, according to the manner in which the lad hoisted it."
"A pulley!" exclaimed Cap, with strong disgust. "I wish, Sergeant Dunham, I could prevail on you to use proper terms. An ensign halyard block is no more a pulley than your halberd is a boarding pike. It is true that by hoisting on one part, another part would go uppermost, but I look upon that affair of the ensign, now you have mentioned your suspicions, as a circumstance, and shall bear it in mind. I trust supper is not to be overlooked, however, even if we have a hold full of traitors."
"It will be duly attended to, brother Cap. But I shall count on you for aid in managing the Scud, should anything occur to induce me to arrest Jasper."
"I'll not fail you, Sergeant, and in such an event you'll probably learn what this cutter can really perform, for, as yet, I fancy it's pretty much matter of guesswork." "Well, for my part," said Pathfinder, drawing a heavy sigh, "I shall cling to the hope of Jasper's innocence, and recommend plain dealing, by asking the lad himself, without further delay, whether he is or is not a traitor. I'll put Jasper Western against all presentiments and circumstances in the colony."
"That will never do," rejoined the sergeant. "The responsibility of this affair rests with me,
and I request and enjoin that nothing be said to any one without my knowledge. We will all keep watchful eyes about us, and take proper note of circumstances." "Ay, ay, circumstances are the things after all," returned Cap. "One circumstance is worth 50 facts. That I know to be the law of the realm. Many a man has been hanged on circumstances." The conversation now ceased, and after a short delay, the whole party returned to the deck, each individual disposed to view the conduct of the suspected Jasper in the manner most suited to his own habits and character. End of chapter.
Chapter 14 of The Pathfinder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Pathfinder, by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 14. Even such a man, so faint, so spiritless, so dull, so dead in look, so woe-begone, drew Priam's curtain in the dead of night, and would have told him half his Troy was burned. Attributed to Shakespeare. All this time matters were elsewhere passing in their usual train. Jasper, like the weather and his vessel, seemed to be waiting for the land breeze, while the soldiers, accustomed to early rising, had, to a man, sought their pallets in the main hold. None remained on deck but the people of the cutter, Mr. Muir, and the 2 females. The quartermaster was endeavoring to render himself agreeable to Mabel, while our heroine herself, little affected by his assiduities, which she ascribed partly to the habitual gallantry of a soldier, and partly, perhaps, to her own pretty face, was enjoying the peculiarities of a scene and situation which, to her, were full of the charms of novelty. The sails had been hoisted, but as yet not a breath of air was in motion, and so still and placid was the lake that not the smallest motion was perceptible in the cutter. She had drifted in the river current to a distance a little exceeding 1/4 of a mile from the land, and there she lay, beautiful in her symmetry and form, but like a fixture. Young Jasper was on the quarter-deck, near enough to hear occasionally the conversation which passed, but too diffident of his own claim, and too intent on his duties, to attempt to mingle in it. The fine blue eyes of Mabel followed his motions in curious expectation, and more than once the quartermaster had to repeat his compliments before she heard them, so intent was she on the little occurrences of the vessel, and, we might add, so indifferent to the eloquence of her companion. At length even Mr. Muir became silent, and there was a deep stillness on the water. Presently an oar-blade fell in a boat beneath the fort, and the sound reached the cutter as distinctly as if it had been produced on her deck. Then came a murmur like a sigh of the night, a fluttering of the canvas, the creaking of the boom, and the flap of the jib. These well-known sounds were followed by a slight heel in the cutter, and by the bellying of all the sails. "Here's the wind, Anderson," called out Jasper to the oldest of his sailors. "Take the helm." This brief order was obeyed, the helm was put up, the cutter's bows fell off, and in a few minutes the water was heard murmuring under her head, as the Scud glanced through the lake at the rate of 5 miles in the hour. All this passed in profound silence, when Jasper again gave the order to "ease off the sheets a little, and keep her along the land." It was at this instant that the party from the after cabin reappeared on the quarter-deck. "You've no inclination, Jasper lad, to trust yourself too near our neighbours the French," observed Muir, who took that occasion to recommence the discourse. "Well, well, your prudence will never be questioned by me, for I like the Canadas as little as you can possibly like them yourself." "I hug this shore, Mr. Muir, on account of the wind. The land breeze is always freshest close in, provided you are not so near as to make a lee of the trees. We have Mexico Bay to cross,
and that on the present course will give us quite offing enough."
"I'm right glad it's not the Bay of Mexico," put in Cap, "which is a part of the world I would rather not visit in one of your inland craft. Does your cutter bear a weather helm, Master Eau douce?"
"She is as easy on her rudder, Master Cap, but likes looking up at the breeze as well as another, when in lively motion."
"I suppose you have such things as reefs, though you can hardly have occasion to use them." Mabel's bright eye detected the smile that gleamed for an instant on Jasper's handsome face, but no one else saw that momentary exhibition of surprise and contempt.
"We have reefs, and often have occasion to use them," quietly returned the young man. "Before we get in, Master Cap, an opportunity may offer to show you the manner in which we do so, for there is easterly weather brewing, and the wind cannot chop, even on the ocean itself, more readily than it flies round on Lake Ontario."
"So much for knowing no better. I have seen the wind in the Atlantic fly round like a coach wheel, in a way to keep your sails shaking for an hour, and the ship would become perfectly motionless from not knowing which way to turn."
"We have no such sudden changes here, certainly," Jasper mildly answered, "though we think ourselves liable to unexpected shifts of wind. I hope, however, to carry this land breeze as far as the first islands, after which there will be less danger of our being seen and followed by any of the lookout boats from Frontenac."
"Do you think the French keep spies out on the broad lake, Jasper?" inquired the Pathfinder.
"We know they do. One was off Oswego during the night of Monday last. A bark canoe came close in with the eastern point, and landed an Indian and an officer. Had you been outlying that night, as usual, we should have secured one, if not both of them."
It was too dark to betray the color that deepened on the weather-burnt features of the guide, for he felt the consciousness of having lingered in the fort that night, listening to the sweet tones of Mabel's voice as she sang ballads to her father, and gazing at the countenance which, to him, was radiant with charms. Probity in thought, indeed, being the distinguishing quality of this extraordinary man's mind, while he felt that a sort of disgrace ought to attach to his idleness on the occasion mentioned, the last thought that could occur would be to attempt to palliate or deny his negligence. "I confess it, Jasper, I confess it," said he humbly. "Had I been out that night, and I now recollect no sufficient reason why I was not, it might indeed have turned out as you say."
"It was the evening you passed with us, Pathfinder," Mabel innocently remarked. "Surely one who lives so much of his time in the forest, in front of the enemy, may be excused for giving a few hours of his time to an old friend and his daughter?"
"Nay, nay, I've done little else but idle since we reached the garrison," returned the other, sighing. "And it is well that the lad should tell me of it. The idler needs a rebuke. Yes, he needs a rebuke."
"Rebuke, Pathfinder! I never dreamt of saying anything disagreeable, and least of all would think of rebuking you, because a solitary spy and an Indian or two have escaped us. Now I know where you were, I think your absence the most natural thing in the world."
"I think nothing of what you said, Jasper, since it was deserved. We are all human, and all do wrong."
"This is unkind, Pathfinder."
"Give me your hand, lad, give me your hand. It wasn't you that gave the lesson. It was conscience." "Well, well," interrupted Cap, "now this latter matter is settled to the satisfaction of all parties, perhaps you will tell us how it happened to be known that there were spies near us so lately. This looks amazingly like a circumstance." As the mariner uttered the last sentence, he pressed a foot slyly on that of the sergeant, and nudged the guide with his elbow, winking at the same time, though this sign was lost in the obscurity.
"It is known because their trail was found next day by the Serpent, and it was that of a military boot and a moccasin. One of our hunters, moreover, saw the canoe crossing towards Frontenac next morning."
"Did the trail lead near the garrison, Jasper?" Pathfinder asked in a manner so meek and subdued that it resembled the tone of a rebuked schoolboy.
Did the trail lead near the garrison, lad?" "We thought not, though, of course, it did not cross the river. It was followed down to the eastern point, at the river's mouth, where what was doing in port might be seen, but it did not cross, as we could discover."
"And why didn't you get under way, Master Jasper," Cap demanded, "and give chase? On Tuesday morning it blew a good breeze, one in which this cutter might have run 9 knots.
"That may do on the ocean, Master Cap," put in Pathfinder, "but it would not do here. Water leaves no trail, and a Mingo and a Frenchman are a match for the devil in a pursuit."
"Who wants a trail when the chase can be seen from the deck, as Jasper here said was the case with this canoe? And it mattered nothing if there were 20 of your Mingos and Frenchmen, with a good English-built bottom in their wake. I'll engage, Master Eau douce, had you given me a call that said Tuesday morning, that we should have overhauled the blackguards."
"I dare say, Master Cap, that the advice of as old a seaman as you might have done no harm to as young a sailor as myself, but it is a long and hopeless chase that has a bark canoe in it."
"You would have only had to press it hard to drive it ashore."
"Ashore, Master Cap? You do not understand our lake navigation at all, if you suppose it is an easy matter to force a bark canoe ashore. As soon as they find themselves pressed, these bubbles paddle right into the wind's eye, and before you know it, you find yourself a mile or two dead under their lee."
"You don't wish me to believe, Master Jasper, that any one is so heedless of drowning as to put off into this lake in one of them eggshells when there is any wind?"
"I have often crossed Ontario in a bark canoe, even when there has been a good deal of sea on. Well managed, they are the driest boats of which we have any knowledge." Cap now led his brother-in-law and Pathfinder aside, when he assured him that the admission of Jasper concerning the spies was a circumstance, and a strong circumstance, and as such it deserved his deliberate investigation, while his account of the canoes was so improbable as to wear the appearance of browbeating the listeners. Jasper spoke confidently of the character of the 2 individuals who had landed, and this Cap deemed pretty strong proof that he knew more about them than was to be gathered from a mere trail. As for moccasins, he said that they were worn in that part of the world by white men as well as by Indians. He had purchased a pair himself, and boots, it was notorious, did not particularly make a soldier. Although much of this logic was thrown away on the sergeant, still it produced some effect. He thought it a little singular himself that there should have been spies detected so near the fort, and he knew nothing of it, nor did he believe that this was a branch of knowledge that fell particularly within the sphere of Jasper. It was true that the Scud had, once or twice, been sent across the lake to land men of this character, or to bring them off; but then the part played by Jasper, to his own certain knowledge, was very secondary, the master of the cutter remaining as ignorant as any one else of the purport of the visits of those who had been carried to and fro, nor did he see why he alone, of all present, should know anything of the late visit. Pathfinder viewed the matter differently. With his habitual diffidence, he reproached himself with a neglect of duty, and that knowledge, of which the want struck him as a fault in one whose business it was to possess it, appeared a merit in the young man. He saw nothing extraordinary in Jasper's knowing the facts he had related, while he did feel it was unusual, not to say disgraceful, that he himself now heard of them for the first time. "As for moccasins, Master Cap," said he, when a short pause invited him to speak, "they may be worn by pale-faces as well as by redskins, it is true, though they never leave the same trail on the foot of one as on the foot of the other. Any one who is used to the woods can tell the footstep of an Indian from the footstep of a white man, whether it be made by a boot or a moccasin. It will need better evidence than this to persuade me into the belief that Jasper is false."
"You will allow, Pathfinder, that there are such things in the world as traitors?"
put in Cap logically. "I never knew an honest-minded Mingo, one that you could put faith in if he had a temptation to deceive you. Cheating seems to be their gift,
and I sometimes think they ought to be pitied for it rather than persecuted." "Then why not believe that this Jasper may have the same weakness? A man is a man, and human nature is sometimes but a poor concern, as I know by experience." This was the opening of another long and desultory conversation, in which the probability of Jasper's guilt or innocence was argued, pro and con, until both the Sergeant and his brother-in-law had nearly reasoned themselves into settled convictions in favor of the first, while their companion grew sturdier and sturdier in his defence of the accused, and still more fixed in his opinion of his being unjustly charged with treachery. In this there was nothing out of the common course of things, for there is no more certain way of arriving at any particular notion than by undertaking to defend it, and among the most obstinate of our opinions may be classed those which are derived from discussions in which we affect to search for truth, while in reality we are only fortifying prejudice. By this time the Sergeant had reached a state of mind that disposed him to view every act of the young sailor with distrust, and he soon got to coincide with his relative in deeming the peculiar knowledge of Jasper, in reference to the spies, a branch of information that certainly did not come within the circle of his regular duties, as a circumstance. While this matter was thus discussed near the taffrail, Mabel sat silently by the companion-way, Mr. Muir having gone below to look after his personal comforts, and Jasper standing a little aloof, with his arms crossed and his eyes wandering from the sails to the clouds, from the clouds to the dusky outline of the shore, from the shore to the lake, and from the lake back again to the sails. Our heroine, too, began to commune with her own thoughts. The excitement of the late journey, the incidents which marked the day of her arrival at the fort, the meeting with a father who was virtually a stranger to her, the novelty of her late situation in the garrison, and her present voyage, formed a vista for the mind's eye to look back through, which seemed lengthened into months. She could with difficulty believe that she had so recently left the town, with all the usages of civilized life, and she wondered in particular that the incidents which had occurred during the descent of the Oswego had made so little impression on her mind. Too inexperienced to know that events, when crowded, have the effect of time, or that the quick succession of novelties that pass before us in travelling elevates objects, in a measure, to the dignity of events, she drew upon her memory for days and dates, in order to make certain that she had known Jasper and the Pathfinder and her own father but little more than a fortnight. Mabel was a girl of heart rather than of imagination, though by no means deficient in the last, and she could not easily account for the strength of her feelings in connection with those who were so lately strangers to her, for she was not sufficiently accustomed to analyze her sensations to understand the nature of the influences that have just been mentioned. As yet, however, her pure mind was free from the blight of distrust, and she had no suspicion of the views of either of her suitors, and one of the last thoughts that could have voluntarily disturbed her confidence would have been to suppose it possible either of her companions was a traitor to his king and country. America, at the time of which we are writing, was remarkable for its attachment to the German family that then sat on the British throne, for, as is the fact with all provinces, the virtues and qualities that are proclaimed near the centre of power, as incense and policy, get to be a part of political faith with the credulous and ignorant at a distance. This truth is just as apparent today in connection with the prodigies of the Republic, as it then was in connection with those distant rulers whose merits it was always safe to applaud, and whose demerits it was treason to reveal. It is a consequence of this mental dependence that public opinion is so much placed at the mercy of the designing, and the world, in the midst of its idle boasts of knowledge and improvement, is left to receive its truths, on all such points as touch the interests of the powerful and managing, through such a medium, and such a medium only, as may serve the particular views of those who pull the wires. Pressed upon by the subjects of France, who were then encircling the British colonies with a belt of forts and settlements that completely secured the savages for allies, it would have been difficult to say whether the Americans loved the English more than they hated the French, and those who then lived probably would have considered the alliance which took place between the cis-Atlantic subjects and the ancient rivals of the British crown, some 20 years later, as an event entirely without the circle of probabilities. Disaffection was a rare offence, and most of all would treason, that should favour France or Frenchmen, have been odious in the eyes of the provincials. The last thing that Mabel would suspect of Jasper was the very crime with which he now stood secretly charged, and if others near her endured the pains of distrust, she, at least, was filled with the generous confidence of a woman. As yet no whisper had reached her ear to disturb the feeling of reliance with which she had early regarded the young sailor, and her own mind would have been the last to suggest such a thought of itself. The pictures of the past and of the present, therefore, that exhibited themselves so rapidly to her active imagination, were unclouded with a shade that might affect any in whom she felt an interest, and ere she had mused, in the matter related, a quarter of an hour, the whole scene around her was filled with unalloyed satisfaction. The season and the night, to represent them truly, were of a nature to stimulate the sensations which youth, health, and happiness are wont to associate with novelty. The weather was warm, as is not always the case in that region even in summer, while the air that came off the land, in breathing currents, brought with it the coolness and fragrance of the forest. The wind was far from being fresh, though there was enough of it to drive the Scud merrily ahead, and, perhaps, to keep attention alive, in the uncertainty that more or less accompanies darkness. Jasper, however, appeared to regard it with complacency, as was apparent by what he said in a short dialogue that now occurred between him and Mabel. "At this rate, Eau douce," for so Mabel had already learned to style the young sailor, said our heroine, "we cannot be long in reaching our place of destination." "Has your father been told what that is, Mabel?" "He has told me nothing. My father is too much of a soldier, and too little used to have a family around him, to talk of such matters. Is it forbidden to say whither we are bound?" "It cannot be far, while we steer in this direction, for 60 or 70 miles will take us into the St. Lawrence, which the French might make too hot for us, and no voyage on this lake can be very long." "So says my Uncle Cap. But to me, Jasper, Ontario and the ocean appear very much the same." "You have then been on the ocean, while I, who pretend to be a sailor, have never yet seen salt water. You must have a great contempt for such a mariner as myself in your heart, Mabel Dunham." "Then I have no such thing in my heart, Jasper Eau douce. What right have I, a girl without experience or knowledge, to despise any, much less one like you, who are trusted by the Major, and who command a vessel like this? I have never been on the ocean, though I have seen it, and, I repeat, I see no difference between this lake and the Atlantic." "Nor in them that sail on both? I was afraid, Mabel, your uncle had said so much against us freshwater sailors, that you had begun to look upon us as little better than pretenders." "Give yourself no uneasiness on that account, Jasper, for I know my uncle, and he says as many things against those who live ashore, when at York, as he now says against those who sail on fresh water. No, neither my father nor myself think anything of such opinions. My Uncle Cap, if he spoke openly, would be found to have even a worse notion of a soldier than of a sailor who never saw the sea." "But your father, Mabel, has a better opinion of soldiers than of anyone else? He wishes you to be the wife of a soldier?" "Jasper Eau douce! I the wife of a soldier! My father wishes it. Ah, why should he wish any such thing? What soldier is there in the garrison that I could marry, that he could wish me to marry?"
One may love a calling so well as to fancy it will cover 1,000 imperfections. But one is not likely to love his own calling so well as to cause him to overlook everything else. You say my father wishes me to marry a soldier, and yet there is no soldier at Oswego that he would be likely to give me to. I am in an awkward position, for while I am not good enough to be the wife of one of the gentlemen of the garrison, I think even you will admit, Jasper, I am too good to be the wife of one of the common soldiers." As Mabel spoke thus frankly, she blushed, she knew not why, though the obscurity concealed the fact from her companion, and she laughed faintly, like one who felt that the subject, however embarrassing it might be, deserved to be treated fairly. Jasper, it would seem, viewed her position differently from herself. "It is true, Mabel," said he, "you are not what is called a lady, in the common meaning of the word." "Not in any meaning, Jasper," the generous girl eagerly interrupted. "On that head I have no vanities, I hope. Providence has made me the daughter of a sergeant, and I am content to remain in the station to which I was born." "But all do not remain in the stations in which they were born, Mabel, for some rise above them, and some fall below them. Many sergeants have become officers, even generals, and why may not sergeants' daughters become officers' ladies?" "In the case of Sergeant Dunham's daughter, I know no better reason than the fact that no officer is likely to wish to make her his wife," returned Mabel, laughing. "You may think so, but there are some in the 55th that know better. There is certainly one officer in that regiment, Mabel, who does wish to make you his wife." Quick as the flashing lightning, the rapid thoughts of Mabel Dunham glanced over the 5 or 6 subalterns of the corps, who by age and inclinations would be the most likely to form such a wish, and we should do injustice to her habits, perhaps, were we not to say that a lively sensation of pleasure rose momentarily in her bosom, at the thought of being raised above a station which, whatever might be her professions of contentment, she felt that she had been too well educated to fill with perfect satisfaction. But this emotion was as transient as it was sudden, for Mabel Dunham was a girl of too much pure and womanly feeling to view the marriage tie through anything so worldly as the mere advantages of station. The passing emotion was a thrill produced by factitious habits, while the more settled opinion which remained was the offspring of nature and principles. "I know no officer in the 55th, or any other regiment, who would be likely to do so foolish a thing, nor do I think I myself would do so foolish a thing as to marry an officer." "Foolish, Mabel!" "Yes, foolish, Jasper. You know, as well as I can know, what the world would think of such matters, and I should be sorry, very sorry, to find that my husband ever regretted that he had so far yielded to a fancy for a face or a figure, as to have married the daughter of one so much his inferior as a sergeant." "Your husband, Mabel, will not be so likely to think of the father as to think of the daughter." The girl was talking with spirit, though feeling evidently entered into her part of the discourse, but she paused for nearly a minute after Jasper had made the last observation, before she uttered another word. Then she continued, in a manner less playful, and one critically attentive might have fancied in a manner slightly melancholy. "Parent and child ought so to live as not to have two hearts, or two modes of feeling and thinking. A common interest in all things I should think as necessary to happiness in man and wife, as between the other members of the same family. Most of all, ought neither the man nor the woman to have any unusual cause for unhappiness, the world furnishing so many of itself." "Am I to understand, then, Mabel, you would refuse to marry an officer, merely because he was an officer?" "Have you a right to ask such a question, Jasper?" said Mabel, smiling. "No other right than what a strong desire to see you happy can give, which, after all, may be very little. My anxiety has been increased, from happening to know that it is your father's intention to persuade you to marry Lieutenant Muir." "My dear, dear father can entertain no notion so ridiculous, no notion so cruel." "Would it then be cruel to wish you the wife of a quartermaster?" "I have told you what I think on that subject, and cannot make my words stronger. Having answered you so frankly, Jasper, I have a right to ask how you know that my father thinks of any such thing." "That he has chosen a husband for you I know from his own mouth, for he has told me this much during our frequent conversations while he has been superintending the shipment of the stores, and that Mr. Muir is to offer for you I know from the officer himself, who has told me as much. By putting the two things together, I have come to the opinion mentioned." "May not my dear father, Jasper?" Mabel's face glowed like fire while she spoke, though her words escaped her slowly and by a sort of involuntary impulse. "May not my dear father have been thinking of another? It does not follow, from what you say, that Mr. Muir was in his mind." "Is it not probable, Mabel, from all that has passed? What brings the quartermaster here? He has never found it necessary before to accompany the parties that have gone below. He thinks of you for his wife, and your father has made up his own mind that you shall be so. You must see, Mabel, that Mr. Muir follows you." Mabel made no answer. Her feminine instinct had, indeed, told her that she was an object of admiration with the quartermaster, though she had hardly supposed to the extent that Jasper believed, and she, too, had even gathered from the discourse of her father that he thought seriously of having her disposed of in marriage, but by no process of reasoning could she ever have arrived at the inference that Mr. Muir was to be the man. She did not believe it now, though she was far from suspecting the truth. Indeed, it was her own opinion that these casual remarks of her father, which had struck her, had proceeded from a general wish to have her settled, rather than any desire to see her united to any particular individual. These thoughts, however, she kept secret, for self-respect and feminine reserve showed her the impropriety of making them the subject of discussion with her present companion. By way of changing the conversation, therefore, after the pause had lasted long enough to be embarrassing to both parties, she said, "Of one thing you may be certain, Jasper, and that is all I wish to say on the subject. Lieutenant Muir, though he were a colonel, will never be the husband of Mabel Dunham. And now, tell me of your voyage. When will it end?" "That is uncertain. Once afloat, we are at the mercy of the winds and waves. Pathfinder will tell you that he who begins to chase the deer in the morning cannot tell where he will sleep at night." "But we are not chasing a deer, nor is it morning, so Pathfinder's moral is thrown away." "Although we are not chasing a deer, we are after that which may be as hard to catch. I can tell you no more than I have said already, for it is our duty to be close-mouthed, whether anything depends on it or not. I'm afraid, however, I shall not keep you long enough in the Scud to show you what she can do at need." "I think a woman unwise who ever marries a sailor," said Mabel abruptly and almost involuntarily. "This is a strange opinion. Why do you hold it?" "Because a sailor's wife is certain to have a rival in his vessel. My uncle Cap, too, says that a sailor should never marry." "He means saltwater sailors," returned Jasper, laughing. "If he thinks wives not good enough for those who sail on the ocean, he will fancy them just suited to those who sail on the lakes. I hope, Mabel, you do not take your opinions of us freshwater mariners from all that Master Cap says."
"Sail ho!"
exclaimed the very individual of whom they were conversing.
"Or boat ho! Would be nearer the truth."
Jasper ran forward, and sure enough, a small object was discernible about 100 yards ahead of the cutter and nearly on her lee bow. At the first glance he saw it was a bark canoe, for though the darkness prevented hues from being distinguished, the eye that had become accustomed to the night might discern forms at some little distance, and the eye, which, like Jasper's, had long been familiar with things aquatic, could not be at a loss in discovering the outlines necessary to come to the conclusion he did. "This may be an enemy," the young man remarked, "and it may be well to overhaul him." "He is paddling with all his might, lad," observed the Pathfinder, "and means to cross your bows and get to windward, when you might as well chase a full-grown buck on snowshoes." "Let her luff!" cried Jasper to the man at the helm. "Luff up till she shakes! There! Steady, and hold all that!" The helmsman complied, and as the Scud was now dashing the water aside merrily, a minute or two put the canoe so far to leeward as to render escape impracticable. Jasper now sprang to the helm himself, and, by judicious and careful handling, he got so near his chase that it was secured by a boat-hook. On receiving an order, the two persons who were in the canoe left it, and no sooner had they reached the deck of the cutter than they were found to be Arrowhead and his wife. End of chapter. Chapter 15 of the Pathfinder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Pathfinder, by James Fenimore Cooper, Chapter 15. What pearl is it that rich men cannot buy, that learning is too proud to gather up, but which the poor and the despised of all seek and obtain, and often find unsought? Tell me, and I will tell thee what is truth. Attributed to Cowper. The meeting with the Indian and his wife excited no surprise in the majority of those who witnessed the occurrence, but Mabel, and all who knew of the manner in which this chief had been separated from the party of Cap, simultaneously entertained suspicions, which it was far easier to feel than to follow out by any plausible clue to certainty. Pathfinder, who alone could converse freely with the prisoners, for such they might now be considered, took Arrowhead aside, and held a long conversation with him, concerning the reasons of the latter for having deserted his charge, and the manner in which he had been since employed. The Tuscarora met these inquiries, and he gave his answers with the stoicism of an Indian. As respects the separation, his excuses were very simply made, and they seemed to be sufficiently plausible. When he found that the party was discovered in its place of concealment, he naturally sought his own safety, which he secured by plunging into the woods. In a word, he had run away in order to save his life. "This is well," returned Pathfinder, affecting to believe the other's apologies. "My brother did very wisely, but his woman followed?" "Do not the pale-faces women follow their husbands? Would not Pathfinder have looked back to see if one he loved was coming?" This appeal was made to the guide while he was in a most fortunate frame of mind to admit its force, for Mabel and her blandishments and constancy were becoming images familiar to his thoughts. The Tuscarora, though he could not trace the reason, saw that his excuse was admitted, and he stood with quiet dignity awaiting the next inquiry. "This is reasonable and natural," returned Pathfinder. "This is natural, and may be so. A woman would be likely to follow the man to whom she had plighted faith, and husband and wife are one flesh. Your words are honest, Tuscarora," changing the language to the dialect of the other. "Your words are honest, and very pleasant and just. But why has my brother been so long from the fort? His friends have thought of him often, but have never seen him." "If the doe follows the buck, ought not the buck to follow the doe?" answered the Tuscarora, smiling, as he laid a finger significantly on the shoulder of his interrogator. "Arrowhead's wife followed Arrowhead. It was right in Arrowhead to follow his wife. She lost her way, and they made her cook in a strange wigwam." "I understand you, Tuscarora. The woman fell into the hands of the Mingos, and you kept upon their trail."
Pathfinder can see a reason as easily as he can see the moss on the trees. It is so.
And how long have you got the woman back, and in what manner has it been done?
2 suns. The dew of June was not long in coming when her husband whispered to her the path.
Well, all this seems natural, and according to matrimony. But, Tuscarora, how did you get that canoe, and why are you paddling towards the St. Lawrence instead of the garrison?
Arrowhead can tell his own from that of another. This canoe is mine. I found it on the shore near the fort.
That seems reasonable, too, for the canoe does not belong to the man, and an Indian would make few words about taking it. Still, it is extraordinary that we saw nothing of the fellow and his wife, for the canoe must have left the river before we did ourselves. This idea, which passed rapidly through the mind of the guide, was now put to the Indian in the shape of a question.
Pathfinder knows that a warrior can have shame. The father would have asked me for his daughter, and I could not give her to him. I sent the dew of June for the canoe, and no one spoke to the woman. A Tuscarora woman would not be free in speaking to strange men.
All this, too, was plausible, and in conformity with Indian character and customs. As was usual, Arrowhead had received 1/2 of his compensation previously to quitting the Mohawk, and his refraining to demand the residue was a proof of that conscientious consideration of mutual rights that quite as often distinguishes the morality of a savage as that of a Christian. To one as upright as Pathfinder, Arrowhead had conducted himself with delicacy and propriety, though it would have been more in accordance with his own frank nature to have met the father and abided by the simple truth. Still, accustomed to the ways of Indians, he saw nothing out of the ordinary track of things in the course the other had taken. "This runs like water flowing downhill, Arrowhead," he answered, after a little reflection, "and truth obliges me to own it. It was the gift of a redskin to act in this way, though I do not think it was the gift of a pale-face. You would not look upon the grief of the girl's father?" Arrowhead made a quiet inclination of the body as if to assent. "One thing more my brother will tell me," continued Pathfinder, "and there will be no cloud between his wigwam and the strong house of the Yengeese. If he can blow away this bit of fog with his breath, his friends will look at him as he sits by his own fire, and he can look at them as they lay aside their arms, and forget that they are warriors. Why was the head of Arrowhead's canoe looking towards the St. Lawrence, where there are none but enemies to be found?"
"Why were the Pathfinder and his friends looking the same way?"
asked the Tuscarora calmly.
"A Tuscarora may look in the same direction as a Yengeese."
"Why, to own the truth, Arrowhead, we are out scouting like, that is, sailing. In other words, we are on the king's business, and we have a right to be here, though we may not have a right to say why we are here."
"Arrowhead saw the big canoe, and he loves to look on the face of Eau douce. He was going towards the sun at evening in order to seek his wigwam, but finding that the young sailor was going the other way, he turned that he might look in the same direction. Eau douce and Arrowhead were together on the last trail."
"This may all be true, Tuscarora, and you are welcome. You shall eat of our venison, and then we must separate. The setting sun is behind us, and both of us move quick. My brother will get too far from that which he seeks, unless he turns round." Pathfinder now returned to the others, and repeated the result of his examination. He appeared himself to believe that the account of Arrowhead might be true, though he admitted that caution would be prudent with one he disliked, but his auditors, Jasper excepted, seemed less disposed to put faith in the explanations. "This chap must be ironed at once, Brother Dunham," said Cap, as soon as Pathfinder finished his narration. "He must be turned over to the master of arms, if there be any such officer on fresh water, and a court-martial ought to be ordered as soon as we reach port."
"I think it wisest to detain the fellow," the Sergeant answered.
but irons are unnecessary so long as he remains in the cutter. In the morning the matter shall be inquired into."
Arrowhead was now summoned and told the decision. The Indian listened gravely and made no objections. On the contrary, he submitted with the calm and reserved dignity with which the American aborigines are known to yield to fate, and he stood apart, an attentive but calm observer of what was passing. Jasper caused the cutter's sails to be filled, and the Scud resumed her course. It was now getting near the hour to set the watch, and when it was usual to retire for the night. Most of the party went below, leaving no one on deck but Cap, the sergeant, Jasper, and 2 of the crew. Arrowhead and his wife also remained, the former standing aloof in proud reserve, and the latter exhibiting, by her attitude and passiveness, the meek humility that characterizes an Indian woman.
"You will find a place for your wife below, Arrowhead, where my daughter will attend to her wants," said the sergeant kindly, who was himself on the point of quitting the deck. "Yonder is a sail where you may sleep yourself." "I thank my father. The Tuscaroras are not poor. The woman will look for my blankets in the canoe." "As you wish, my friend. We think it necessary to detain you, but not necessary to confine or to maltreat you. Send your squaw into the canoe for the blankets, and you may follow her yourself and hand us up the paddles. As there may be some sleepy heads in the Scud, Eau douce," added the sergeant in a lower tone, "it may be well to secure the paddles." Jasper assented, and Arrowhead and his wife, with whom resistance appeared to be out of the question, silently complied with the directions. A few expressions of sharp rebuke passed from the Indian to his wife, while both were employed in the canoe, which the latter received with submissive quiet, immediately repairing an error she had made by laying aside the blanket she had taken and searching for another that was more to her tyrant's mind. "Come, bear a hand, Arrowhead," said the sergeant, who stood on the gunwale overlooking the movements of the two, which were proceeding too slowly for the impatience of a drowsy man. "It is getting late, and we soldiers have such a thing as reveille. Early to bed and early to rise." "Arrowhead is coming," was the answer, as the Tuscarora stepped towards the head of his canoe. One blow of his keen knife severed the rope which held the boat, and then the cutter glanced ahead, leaving the light bubble of bark, which instantly lost its way, almost stationary. So suddenly and dexterously was this maneuver performed that the canoe was on the lee quarter of the Scud before the sergeant was aware of the artifice, and quite in her wake ere he had time to announce it to his companions. "Hard a lee!" shouted Jasper, letting fly the jib sheet with his own hands, when the cutter came swiftly up to the breeze, with all her canvas flapping, or was running into the wind's eye, as seamen term it, until the light craft was 100 feet to windward of her former position. Quick and dexterous as was this movement, and ready as had been the expedient, it was not quicker or more ready than that of the Tuscarora. With an intelligence that denoted some familiarity with vessels, he had seized his paddle and was already skimming the water, aided by the efforts of his wife. The direction he took was southwesterly, or on a line that led him equally towards the wind and the shore, while it also kept him so far aloof from the cutter as to avoid the danger of the latter falling on board of him when she filled on the other tack. Swiftly as the Scud had shot into the wind, and far as she had forced ahead, Jasper knew it was necessary to cast her ere she had lost all her way, and it was not 2 minutes from the time the helm had been put down before the lively little craft was aback forward and rapidly falling off, in order to allow her sails to fill on the opposite tack. "He will escape!" said Jasper, the instant he caught a glimpse of the relative bearings of the cutter and the canoe. "The cunning knave is paddling dead to windward, and the Scud can never overtake him." "You have a canoe!" exclaimed the sergeant, manifesting the eagerness of a boy to join in the pursuit. "Let us launch it and give chase."
"It will be useless. If Pathfinder had been on deck, there might have been a chance, but there is none now. To launch the canoe would have taken 3 or 4 minutes, and the time lost will be sufficient for the purposes of Arrowhead." Both Cap and the sergeant saw the truth of this,
which would have been nearly self-evident even to one unaccustomed to vessels. The shore was distant less than half a mile, and the canoe was already glancing into its shadows, at a rate to show that it would reach the land before its pursuers could probably get half the distance. The helm of the Scud was reluctantly put up again, and the cutter wore short round on her heel, coming up to her course on the other tack, as if acting on an instinct. All this was done by Jasper in profound silence, his assistants understanding what was necessary, and lending their aid in a sort of mechanical imitation. While these manoeuvres were in the course of execution, Cap took the Sergeant by a button, and led him towards the cabin door, where he was out of earshot, and began to unlock his stores of thought. "Hark ye, Brother Dunham," said he, with an ominous face, "this is a matter that requires mature thought and much circumspection." "The life of a soldier, Brother Cap, is one of constant thought and circumspection. On this frontier, were we to overlook either, our scalps might be taken from our heads in the first nap." "But I consider this escape of Arrowhead as a circumstance, and I might add his escape as another. This Jasper Freshwater must look to it." "They are both circumstances truly, brother, but they tell different ways. If it is a circumstance against the lad that the Indian has escaped, it is a circumstance in his favor that he was first taken." "Ay, ay, but two circumstances do not contradict each other like two negatives. If you will follow the advice of an old seaman, Sergeant, not a moment is to be lost in taking the steps necessary for the security of the vessel and all on board of her. The cutter is now slipping through the water at the rate of 6 knots, and as the distances are so short on this bit of a pond, we may all find ourselves in a French port before morning and in a French prison before night." "This may be true enough. What would you advise me to do, brother?" "In my opinion, you should put this Master Freshwater under arrest on the spot, send him below under the charge of a sentinel, and transfer the command of the cutter to me. All this you have power to perform, the craft belonging to the army, and you being the commanding officer of the troops present." Sergeant Dunham deliberated more than an hour on the propriety of this proposal; for, though sufficiently prompt when his mind was really made up, he was habitually thoughtful and wary. The habit of superintending the personal police of the garrison had made him acquainted with character, and he had long been disposed to think well of Jasper. Still that subtle poison, suspicion, had entered his soul, and so much were the artifices and intrigues of the French dreaded, that, especially warned as he had been by his commander, it is not to be wondered that the recollection of years of good conduct should vanish under the influence of a distrust so keen, and seemingly so plausible. In this embarrassment the Sergeant consulted the quartermaster, whose opinion, as his superior, he felt bound to respect, though at the moment independent of his control. It is an unfortunate occurrence for one who is in a dilemma to ask advice of another who is desirous of standing well in his favor, the party consulted being almost certain to try to think in the manner which will be the most agreeable to the party consulting. In the present instance it was equally unfortunate, as respects a candid consideration of the subject, that Cap, instead of the Sergeant himself, made the statement of the case; for the earnest old sailor was not backward in letting his listener perceive to which side he was desirous that the quartermaster should lean. Lieutenant Muir was much too politic to offend the uncle and father of the woman he hoped and expected to win, had he really thought the case admitted of doubt; but, in the manner in which the facts were submitted to him, he was seriously inclined to think that it would be well to put the control of the Scud temporarily into the management of Cap, as a precaution against treachery. This opinion then decided the Sergeant, who forthwith set about the execution of the necessary measures. Without entering into any explanations, Sergeant Dunham simply informed Jasper that he felt it to be his duty to deprive him temporarily of the command of the cutter, and to confer it on his own brother-in-law. A natural and involuntary burst of surprise, which escaped the young man, was met by a quiet remark, reminding him that military service was often of a nature that required concealment,
and a declaration that the present duty was of such a character that this particular arrangement had become indispensable. Although Jasper's astonishment remained undiminished, the Sergeant cautiously abstaining from making any allusion to his suspicions, the young man was accustomed to obey with military submission, and he quietly acquiesced, with his own mouth directing the little crew to receive their further orders from Cap until another change should be effected. When, however, he was told the case required that not only he himself, but his principal assistant, who, on account of his long acquaintance with the lake, was usually termed the pilot, were to remain below, there was an alteration in his countenance and manner that denoted strong feeling, though it was so well mastered as to leave even the distrustful Cap in doubt as to its meaning. As a matter of course, however, when distrust exists, it was not long before the worst construction was put upon it. As soon as Jasper and the pilot were below, the sentinel at the hatch received private orders to pay particular attention to both, to allow neither to come on deck again without giving instant notice to the person who might then be in charge of the cutter, and to insist on his return below as soon as possible. This precaution, however, was uncalled for, Jasper and his assistant both throwing themselves silently on their pallets, which neither quitted again that night. "And now, Sergeant," said Cap, as soon as he had found himself master of the deck, "you will just have the goodness to give me the courses and distance, that I may see the boat keeps her head the right way." "I know nothing of either, brother Cap," returned Dunham, not a little embarrassed at the question. "We must make the best of our way to the station among the Thousand Islands, where we shall land, relieve the party that is already out, and get information for our future government. That's it, nearly word for word, as it stands in the written orders." "But you can muster a chart, something in the way of bearings and distances, that I may see the road?" "I do not think Jasper ever had anything of the sort to go by." "No chart, Sergeant Dunham?" "Not a scrap of a pen, even. Our sailors navigate this lake without any aid from maps." "The devil they do! They must be regular yahoos. And do you suppose, Sergeant Dunham, that I can find one island out of 1,000 without knowing its name or its position, without even a course or a distance?" "As for the name, brother Cap, you need not be particular, for not one of the whole 1,000 has a name, and so a mistake can never be made on that score. As for the position, never having been there myself, I can tell you nothing about it, nor do I think its position of any particular consequence, provided we find the spot. Perhaps one of the hands on deck can tell us the way." "Hold on, Sergeant. Hold on a moment, if you please, Sergeant Dunham. If I am to command this craft, it must be done, if you please, without holding any councils of war with the cook and cabin boy. A shipmaster is a shipmaster, and he must have an opinion of his own, even if it be a wrong one. I suppose you know service well enough to understand that it is better in a commander to go wrong than to go nowhere. At all events, the Lord High Admiral couldn't command a yawl with dignity, if he consulted the coxswain every time he wished to go ashore. No, sir. If I sink, I sink. But, damn me, I'll go down ship-shape and with dignity." "But, brother Cap, I have no wish to go down anywhere, unless it be to the station among the Thousand Islands whither we are bound." Well, Sergeant, rather than ask advice, that is, direct, barefaced advice, of a foremast hand, or any other than a quarter-deck officer, I would go round to the whole 1,000, and examine them one by one until we got the right haven. But there is such a thing as coming at an opinion without manifesting ignorance, and I will manage to rouse all there is out of these hands, and make them think all the while that I am cramming them with my own experience. We are sometimes obliged to use the glass at sea, when there is nothing in sight, or to heave the lead long before we strike soundings. When a youngster, I sailed 2 voyages with a man who navigated his ship pretty much by the latter sort of information, which sometimes answers." "I know we are steering in the right direction at present," returned the Sergeant, "but in the course of a few hours we shall be up with a headland, where we must feel our way with more caution. Leave me to pump the man at the wheel, brother, and you shall see that I will make him suck in a very few minutes." Cap and the Sergeant now walked aft, until they stood by the sailor who was at the helm, Cap maintaining an air of security and tranquillity, like one who was entirely confident of his own powers. "There is a wholesome air, my lad," Cap observed, in the manner that a superior on board a vessel sometimes condescends to use to a favoured inferior. "Of course you have it in this fashion off the land every night?" "At this season of the year, sir," the man returned, touching his hat out of respect to his new commander and Sergeant Dunham's connection. "The same thing, I take it, among the Thousand Islands? The wind will stand, of course, though we shall then have land on every side of us." "When we get further east, sir, the wind will probably shift, for there can then be no particular land breeze." "Ay, ay, so much for your fresh water. It is always some trick that is opposed to nature. Now, down among the West India Islands, one is just as certain of having a land breeze as he is of having a sea breeze. In that respect there is no difference, though it's quite in rule it should be different up here on this bit of fresh water. Of course, my lad, you know all about these said Thousand Islands?" "Lord bless you, Master Cap, nobody knows all about them or anything about them. They are a puzzle to the oldest sailor on the lake, and we don't pretend to know even their names. For that matter, most of them have no more names than a child that dies before it is christened." "Are you a Roman Catholic?" demanded the Sergeant sharply. "No, sir, nor anything else. I'm a generalizer about religion, never troubling that which don't trouble me." "Humph. A generalizer, that is, no doubt, one of the new sects that afflict the country," muttered Mr. Dunham, whose grandfather had been a New Jersey Quaker, his father a Presbyterian, and who had joined the Church of England himself after he entered the army. "I take it, John," resumed Cap, "your name is Jack, I believe." "No, sir, I am called Robert." "Ay, Robert, it's very much the same thing, Jack or Bob, we use the two indifferently. I say, Bob, it's good holding ground, is it, down at this same station for which we are bound?" "Bless you, sir, I know no more about it than one of the Mohawks, or a soldier of the 55th. "Did you never anchor there?" "Never, sir. Master O'Deuce always makes fast to the shore." "But in running in for the town, you kept the lead going, out of question, and must have tallowed as usual." "Tallow? And town too? Bless your heart, Master Cap, there is no more town than there is on your chin, and not half as much tallow." The Sergeant smiled grimly, but his brother-in-law did not detect this proof of humor. "No church tower, nor light, no fort, huh? There is a garrison, as you call it hereaway, at least?" "Ask Sergeant Dunham, sir, if you wish to know that. All the garrison is on board the Scud." "But in running in, Bob, which of the channels do you think the best? The one you went last, or the other?" "I can't say, sir. I know nothing of either." "You didn't go to sleep, fellow, at the wheel, did you?" "Not at the wheel, sir, but down in the forepeak in my berth. O'Deuce sent us below, soldiers and all, with the exception of the pilot. We know no more of the road than if we had never been over it. This he has always done in going in and coming out, and, for the life of me, I could tell you nothing of the channel, or the course, after we are once fairly up with the islands. No one knows anything of either but Jasper and the pilot." "Here is a circumstance for you, Sergeant," said Cap, leading his brother-in-law a little aside. "There is no one on board to pump, for they all suck from ignorance at the first stroke of the brake. How the devil am I to find the way to this station for which we are bound?" "Sure enough, brother Cap, your question is more easily put than answered. Is there no such thing as figuring it out by navigation?
I thought you saltwater mariners were able to do as small a thing as that. I have often read of their discovering islands, surely." "That you have, brother, that you have, and this discovery would be the greatest of them all, for it would not only be discovering one island, but one island out of 1,000. Still, the sailors of the lake have a method of finding the places they wish to go to." "If I have understood you, Sergeant, this station or blockhouse is particularly private." "It is indeed, the utmost care having been taken to prevent a knowledge of its position from reaching the enemy." "And you expect me, a stranger on your lake, to find this place without chart, course, distance, latitude, longitude, or soundings, ay, damn me, or tallow? Allow me to ask if you think a mariner runs by his nose, like one of Pathfinder's hounds?" "Well, brother, you may yet learn something by questioning the young man at the helm. I can hardly think that he is as ignorant as he pretends to be." This looks like another circumstance. For that matter, the case is getting to be so full of circumstances that one hardly knows how to foot up the evidence. But we will soon see how much the lad knows." Cap and the Sergeant now returned to their station near the helm, and the former renewed his inquiries. "Do you happen to know what may be the latitude and longitude of this said island, my lad?" he asked. "The what, sir?" "Why, the latitude or longitude, one or both, I'm not particular which, as I merely inquire in order to see how they bring up young men on this bit of fresh water." "I'm not particular about either myself, sir, and so I do not happen to know what you mean." "Not what I mean. You know what latitude is?" "Not I, sir," returned the man, hesitating, "though I believe it is French for the upper lakes." "Whew!" whistled Cap, drawing out his breath like the broken stop of an organ. "Latitude French for the upper lakes! Harkee, young man, do you know what longitude means?" "I believe I do, sir. That is, 5 feet 6, the regulation height for soldiers in the king's service." "There's the longitude found out for you, Sergeant, in the rattling of a brace block. You have some notion about a degree, and minutes and seconds, I hope?" "Yes, sir. Degree means my betters, and minutes and seconds are for the short or long log lines. We all know these things as well as the saltwater people." "Damn me, Brother Dunham, if I think even faith can get along on this lake, much as they say it can do with mountains. Well, my lad, you understand the azimuth and measuring distances and how to box the compass?" "As for the first, sir, I can't say I do. The distances we all know, as we measured them from point to point, and as for boxing the compass, I will turn my back to no admiral in his Majesty's fleet. North, and by east, northeast, northeast, and by north, northeast, and by east, east, northeast, east, and by northeast. That will do, that will do. You'll bring about a shift of wind if you go on this manner. I see very plainly, Sergeant," walking away again and dropping his voice, "we've nothing to hope for from that chap. I'll stand on 2 hours longer on this tack, when we'll heave to and get the soundings, after which we will be governed by circumstances." To this the Sergeant made no objections, and as the wind grew lighter, as usual with the advance of night, and there were no immediate obstacles to the navigation, he made a bed of a sail on deck, and was soon lost in the sound sleep of a soldier. Cap continued to walk the deck, for he was one whose iron frame set fatigue at defiance, and not once that night did he close his eyes. It was broad daylight when Sergeant Dunham awoke, and the exclamation of surprise that escaped him, as he rose to his feet and began to look about him, was stronger than it was usual for one so drilled to suffer to be heard. He found the weather entirely changed, the view bounded by driving mist that limited the visible horizon to a circle of about a mile in diameter, the lake raging and covered with foam, and the Scud lying to.
A brief conversation with his brother-in-law let him into the secrets of all these sudden changes. According to the account of Master Cap, the wind had died away to a calm about midnight, and just as he was thinking of heaving to sound, for islands ahead were beginning to be seen. At 1 a.m. it began to blow from the northeast, accompanied by a drizzle, and he stood off to the northward and westward, knowing that the coast of New York lay in the opposite direction. At 1:30 he stowed the flying jib, reefed the mainsail, and took the bonnet off the jib. At 2 he was compelled to get a second reef aft, and by 2:30 he had put a balance reef in the sail and was lying to. "I can't say but the boat behaves well, Sergeant," the old sailor added, "but it blows 42-pounders. I had no idea there were any such currents of air up here on this bit of fresh water, though I care not the knotting of a yarn for it, as your lake has now somewhat of a natural look, and if this damned water had a savour of salt about it, one might be comfortable." "How long have you been heading in this direction, brother Cap?" inquired the prudent soldier, "and at what rate may we be going through the water?" "Why, 2 or 3 hours, mayhap, and she went like a horse for the first pair of them. Oh, we've a fine offing now; for, to own the truth, little relishing the neighborhood of them said islands, though they are to windward, I took the helm myself, and run her off free for some league or two. We are well to leeward of them, I'll engage. I say to leeward, for though one might wish to be well to windward of one island, or even half a dozen, when it comes to 1,000, the better way is to give it up at once, and to slide down under their lee as fast as possible. No, there they are, up yonder in the dingle, and there they may stay for anything Charles Cap cares." "As the north shore lies only some 5 or 6 leagues from us, brother, and I know there is a large bay in that quarter, might it not be well to consult some of the crew concerning our position, if indeed we do not call up Jasper Eau douce, and tell him to carry us back to Oswego? For it is quite impossible we should ever reach the station with this wind directly in our teeth." "There are several serious professional reasons, Sergeant, against all your propositions. In the first place, an admission of ignorance on the part of a commander would destroy discipline. No matter, brother, I understand your shake of the head, but nothing capsizes discipline so much as to confess ignorance. I once knew a master of a vessel who went a week on a wrong course rather than allow he had made a mistake, and it was surprising how much he rose in the opinions of his people, just because they could not understand him." "That may do on salt water, brother Cap, but it will hardly do on fresh. Rather than wreck my command on the Canada shore, I shall feel it a duty to take Jasper out of arrest." "And make a haven in Frontenac. No, Sergeant, the Scud is in good hands, and will now learn something of seamanship. We have a fine offing, and no one but a madman would think of going upon a coast in a gale like this. I shall wear every watch, and then we shall be safe against all dangers but those of the drift, which, in a light, low craft like this, without top hamper, will be next to nothing. Leave it all to me, Sergeant, and I pledge you the character of Charles Cap that all will go well." Sergeant Dunham was fain to yield. He had great confidence in his connection's professional skill, and hoped that he would take such care of the cutter as would amply justify his opinion of him. On the other hand, as distrust, like care, grows by what it feeds on, he entertained so much apprehension of treachery that he was quite willing any one but Jasper should just then have the control of the fate of the whole party. Truth, moreover, compels us to admit another motive. The particular duty on which he was now sent of night should have been confided to a commissioned officer, and Major Duncan had excited a good deal of discontent among the subalterns of the garrison by having confided it to one of the sergeant's humble station. To return without having even reached the point of destination, therefore, the latter felt it would be a failure from which he was not likely soon to recover, and the measure would at once be the means of placing a superior in his shoes. End of chapter.